The president of Japan declared the end of the world. After an asteroid hit, people began to transform into bloodthirsty flesh eaters. The apocalypse began, panic gripped humanity. No one knew what to do or where to run. Only one guy was prepared for anything. He had a hideout in another world, and he'd been waiting a long time to crush some zombie. This is our protagonist, Kang Sung-ho. Earlier, he and his friends played Sura, the most challenging VR survival game. The game was sweaty, so the team betrayed MC, and he was left alone, facing all the monsters to become the best. But that quickly became tiresome. Kang Sung-ho took off his helmet and deleted his streams. He decided to continue working as a chef in his own restaurant, where he had a favorite client, a sweet girl. One evening, MC tried to open the status window. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared. It was just like in his favorite game, but with a new skill in real life. Checking the description, he learns the trait lets only him open a private portal by command, and he dismisses the wording as awkward but usable. He tests it on impulse and activates the portal. Energy gathers into a swirling gateway as the impossible ability responds to him. The portal stabilizes into a full doorway, and its resemblance to Sura's labyrinth gate deepens his unease. Faced with that sight, he seriously wonders whether the survival life system has become real. He tries to reject the idea outright, insisting it cannot be true. To disprove it, he checks his phone and reasons that a real apocalypse scenario should at least have news about the asteroid Unjambai. Instead, he finds exactly such an article, which shakes him because the supposed warning sign exists in reality. He fights to calm himself, telling himself the matching name could still be coincidence, and that he is jumping too fast. But once he considers the possibility that the article is genuine evidence, doubt gives way to fear. If the disaster is truly beginning, he decides the portal might contain proof. He moves to investigate the gateway more carefully, hoping to verify what lies beyond before committing himself. The countdown to apocalypse, D32, hangs over the moment and frames his urgency. He leans toward the portal, convinced there may be answers on the other side. At the last second, caution interrupts him before he steps through blindly. He admits rushing in without a plan would be reckless and changes course. To test the destination safely, he decides to probe the ground beyond the portal first. He uses a ladle as a makeshift tool and reaches it through the gateway. When the ladle comes back with ordinary dirt, he concludes the other side is not a labyrinth floor and may simply lead to some place on Earth. Satisfied with that minimal safety check, he grabs a backpack and prepares to go in. After a brief hesitation, he commits and steps through the portal. He emerges into a real outdoor wilderness, and the sheer fact that it worked leaves him awestruck. Seeing the forest and open sky, he realizes the portal truly transported him somewhere else. He steadies himself by treating the situation practically, noting the chill and trying to assess the environment. With no phone signal, he concludes he is at least in some remote area that ordinary people do not easily reach. He takes out a marker so he can leave signs behind. Unable to identify his location, he decides the best way to find his way back is to explore while marking trees as a trail. The trek quickly wears him down, and frustration sets in as the forest seems endless. Exhausted and overwhelmed by the scale of the woods, he starts doubting how far this place extends. As he desperately hopes to find anything useful, something with glowing red eyes appears in the undergrowth. A sudden attack or rush startles him and knocks him back before he can react. What confronts him is identified by a system window as a valley deer, and that alone suggests this world may not be Earth at all. The deer studies him at close range, creating a tense pause while he waits to see if it will attack. Instead of pressing the threat, the animal bolts away down the path and leaves him shaken but unharmed. Once his fear settles, he realizes the deer was only intimidating, not openly hostile. That encounter pushes him to compare this place to survival life more seriously, since the named creature matches the kind of monsters and beasts from that setting. Even so, he resists fully accepting it and clings to the hope that he might still be mistaken. He forces himself to keep moving and suppresses the conclusion that this place is directly tied to survival life. Knife in hand and nerves tight, he continues forward while telling himself nothing is certain yet because he does not want to believe humanity is doomed. That denial begins to collapse when he notices something that looks exactly like another familiar element from the game world. He finds a glowing fruit labeled sun apple, and the discovery hits him like confirmation. Still hoping for a harmless explanation, he decides to test the fruit by eating it. He takes a bite despite his uncertainty. The fruit restores his stamina, and the system message confirms the effect is identical to the sun apple from the game shop. With bitter relief, he accepts that this is effectively proof that the survival life world is real around him. And when he notices goblin droppings nearby, he realizes even more dangerous parts of that world are close at hand. Overwhelmed by a sense of certainty, he forces himself to accept that Kang Sung-ho is right and that the disaster he remembers is real. He concludes with dread that the end is approaching. Once that conviction settles in, he leaves the portal and immediately starts preparing in the real world. His first move is to review the old early game footage he had saved, because the way he casually streamed and played before now feels dangerously irresponsible. The footage confirms the key event. The alien asteroid Unjambai falls near Okinawa, triggering the zombie spore catastrophe. Checking the date, he realizes the apocalypse is only 32 days away. Looking back at survival life with fresh eyes, he sees how hostile and punishing its systems really are. He recalls the worst mechanic of all, the Iron Death Disease, a phenomenon that makes metal fail and collapse. In infected zones, it tears through civilization like a delayed aftershock, turning cities into death traps hours after the spores spread. The result is a sudden regression of human society, with entire regions effectively thrown back into ruin. Its onset varies by location, making it even harder to predict and survive. Still, that broader catastrophe matters less to him now than the private portal trait he obtained. He forms a crucial hypothesis. The Iron Death Disease may not be able to pass through the portal. After that initial analysis, he spends his savings on practical survival gear, including weapons, food, tools, and protective equipment. While online chatter around the awakened community spirals into scams and noise, he dismisses it and stays focused on preparation. As soon as morning comes, he begins buying supplies in earnest. On the way home, he also acquires a 60-pound hunting bow through a private sale. Even then, a doubt crosses his mind about whether he might be overreacting. He answers that doubt by deciding that even if the disaster is years away instead of weeks, preparing now still won't be a mistake. To free himself from interruptions, he posts a notice that his shop will be temporarily closed for remodeling. With that excuse in place, he readies himself to disappear from normal routines. A familiar young woman notices the sudden closure and confronts him about what changed overnight. Caught off guard, he hides the truth and claims the shop is old and simply needs work. She reads the situation as a sign that he must have money to spare, but he brushes it off awkwardly. Wanting to avoid a longer conversation, he tries to end the exchange and leave. She almost asks him something more personal, then loses her nerve and lets him go. As she walks away, he is left wondering what she had really wanted to say. He knows he could have asked and cleared it up. Instead, he deliberately stays silent, choosing not to open any emotional complication now. Back in his room, he commits fully to the path ahead and opens the portal. He reminds himself that his strength was never raw talent but careful planning and strategy. Because of that, he accepts that he lacks the kind of physical growth others gain naturally in Sura. So he starts with archery, one of the few combat skills he can build through repetition and field practice. At first he tests the draw cautiously, unsure whether his body can even handle the bow. When it proves easier than expected, he realizes this weapon may actually be viable for him. A memory of instruction pushes him to stop hesitating and finally release a shot. He knocks the arrow and commits to the motion. For the first time, he achieves a proper full draw with stable form. In that instant, his focus sharpens as if guided by instinct or remembered experience. The arrow flies cleanly and strikes with far more force and accuracy than he expected. Stunned by his own result, he jokes that he must have been a legendary archer in another life. Even so, he recognizes the limit. He can only manage a handful of proper draws before his hands start tearing up, so strength training becomes the next priority. With the basics tested, he moves on to the two larger tasks that will define his survival plan. First, he needs to confirm whether he can hunt monsters in his current state. Second, he needs to establish a hidden storage point inside this world for the supplies he is gathering. Until his ordered equipment arrives, he refuses to take reckless risks. So instead of attacking a nest, he limits himself to easy gains when luck hands them to him. He keeps working the area methodically, preparing not just for the present but for every crisis still ahead. That habit of cautious, thorough preparation is what once kept him alive as a veteran in Sura, and now it guides him as he searches the forest for a specific spot. When he finally locates what he was looking for, he knows the next phase of his plan can begin. Kim Bonpal notices goblin droppings in the forest and realizes a lone pile is unusual enough to be worth tracking. He recalls that goblins normally move in groups, so this sign likely points to a high-ranking outcast separated from its kind. Resting in the woods, he reasons that if his guess is right, the isolated goblin should be manageable prey. He commits himself to finding it, seeing this as a rare chance to test himself in a real fight. As night falls, he worries about losing the trail but keeps listening for signs in the darkening forest. The sound of wolves convinces him he is nearing the monster he has been hunting. He finally spots a goblin alone by the water and recognizes that his deduction was correct. Comparing it to the goblins he saw in Sura, he confirms it is the same kind of creature. He reminds himself that goblins are low-tier monsters that rely on spears and poison darts. Because they prefer disabling victims with poison before tormenting them, he keeps his distance and prepares carefully. That danger is exactly why he chose a bow as his first weapon, and he steadies himself to strike first. Judging from its age and isolation, he concludes this is an old exile and likely not carrying a poison dart. Trusting that opening, he decides he can take it and looses an arrow. The goblin senses the attack at the last instant and turns toward him in alarm. His shot misses the head and only wounds the goblin's arm, ruining the clean kill he wanted. He tries to press the advantage immediately, but the goblin counters before he can capitalize. A poison dart grazes him, and he realizes his assumption was wrong. This goblin is no helpless exile but a seasoned veteran. Forced into close combat, he abandons the bow and draws a blade to survive the rush. The goblin comes at him with a stone knife, turning the fight into a direct clash of speed and nerve. Their weapons collide head-on as both commit fully to the exchange. He slips a second dagger into his free hand, changing the fight from defense to a sudden counterattack. His blade cuts across the goblin's body and finally starts to break its momentum. The goblin still lands a heavy blow in return, showing it is far more dangerous than he expected. Reeling and furious, he realizes he nearly died because he underestimated it. The two crash together and tumble, each trying to finish the other before the other can recover. He seizes the opening in the scramble and drives himself on despite the goblin's screams. Pinning the monster down, he forces a weapon into its throat and overpowers it at last. The goblin's resistance fades as it chokes out its final breath. When a system message awards him points, the kill finally feels real, and he is overwhelmed with relief and triumph. That victory is followed by a new reward when a small loot bag appears beside the corpse. Inside he finds guaca powder and vegetable oil, ingredients he recognizes from Sura as a possible healing ointment. He decides to bury the body quickly before anything else in the forest is drawn to it. Then he remembers that leaving a corpse unattended could create a bone creeper, making disposal urgent. As he works, he notices red trout in the stream and suddenly connects the valley's ecology to something much worse. The presence of red trout makes him realize this area may support a larger predator's territory. The implication hits him immediately, and dread replaces the satisfaction of his first kill. A monstrous red eye confirms that he has already been found. An owlbear emerges behind him, and he understands he is completely outmatched. The story then jumps ahead to day 31 before the apocalypse, shifting from survival in the forest to a memory of earlier days. In that calmer time, Kim Bopal is known online as Kimbapja and streams to a small audience. He presents a lesson about the monsters living in the forest, continuing a series he made during the summer. Trying to keep his viewers engaged, he explains that he put real effort into preparing the material. A regular named Bull Sangman donates, and Bopal gratefully recognizes one of the few people still watching. The chat jokes about the donation and his tiny audience, showing that his stream is modest but familiar. He gets back on topic and reminds viewers that goblins and kobolds are dangerous partly because their corpses can become bone creepers. He adds that the forest's most dangerous monsters are werewolves and owlbears. Focusing on owlbears, he explains that when one establishes territory, it reveals something important about the whole area. Its presence means the monster ecosystem is balanced, and he reflects that those ordinary days now seem precious in hindsight. He remembers viewers like Bull Sangman and Guck Batman, whose predictable enthusiasm and complaints gave the stream its small sense of community. He also fondly recalls the Barking Dog viewer whose changing username always made him laugh. He suddenly recalls a crucial lesson: the key to surviving an owlbear lies in understanding how to fight it. That realization unsettles him, because he cannot understand why this buried knowledge is surfacing now. As he searches his memory, he realizes these are not his own experiences but inherited instincts from a past life. The memory explains that an owlbear normally attacks anything it sees when hungry, yet this one has not rushed him. He rejects the idea that this is random panic and instead treats the memory like practical advice from an old friend. Steeling himself, Kong Song-ho forces his body to act on that guidance. He remembers that owlbears are violently territorial around prey sources, so the beast's restraint means hunger is not the issue. From that, he narrows the cause of its aggression to a single possibility. He realizes he has trespassed into the creature's territory, specifically the waters where red trout live. That gives him a possible way out, but only if he can confirm there is just one owlbear to deal with. He commits to the gamble and bursts into motion. Even though his thoughts lag behind, his body starts moving with a strange familiarity, as if it remembers what to do. He forces himself onward, knowing hesitation means death. To trigger the next step of the memory, he shouts and deliberately provokes the beast. The owlbear takes the bait and locks onto him. Another fragment clicks into place. The owlbear's owl-like head gives it strong night vision, but that also leaves it vulnerable to bright light. Remembering a long practice pattern, he focuses on executing the one move that can save him. He realizes the only way to create a strong enough flash in this situation is with the item he has on hand. He dives in close instead of retreating, committing fully to the risky plan. At the last instant, he shines the light directly into the owlbear's eyes. The beast is overwhelmed and erupts in pain and confusion. The blinding burst peaks, giving him the opening he needed. The crisis abruptly gives way to mourning as a ringing alarm pulls him back to his room. He wakes aching all over, immediately feeling the toll the encounter took on his body. Seeing the time, he realizes he must have collapsed for hours the moment he made it home. He bitterly reflects that surviving goblins was bad enough, and now he has somehow also crossed paths with an owlbear. The thought alone leaves him dreading ever facing one again. Then hunger hits him, and he realizes he has not eaten since the previous afternoon. When he tries to get up, his weakened body gives out and he crashes to the floor coughing. Unable to trust his legs, he notices the glowing apple in his bag and remembers a possible solution. He grabs the sun apple despite its odd, almost lively appearance. Without wasting time, he bites into it. The fruit restores his stamina, and the surge of energy finally makes him feel functional again. Revived, he decides the next priority is finding a real meal. That plan stalls when he unexpectedly spots Mikyung. She casually explains that she came to eat and happened to choose one of her favorite places, leaving him wondering why she is here. When he starts to question her, she smoothly reframes the meeting as a friendly meal together and takes control of the situation. As they eat, she brings up the mysterious phenomenon he once mentioned and asks whether he ever tested it. Her eager reaction makes him realize why Mikyung had stopped him from speaking earlier. She already suspected the matter was real. She doubles down by insisting there is genuine evidence, and shows him something on her phone. The article describes money vanishing from a convenience store, which she clearly treats as proof of the same hidden system at work. He thinks her question is dangerously direct, but admits he tried checking for the status window and got nothing because his life had not yet changed enough then. Privately, he reflects that his awakened trait is not built for combat. He understands it as an ability suited to surviving alone rather than relying on a team. That makes him even more determined to keep his hand hidden while his own safety is still uncertain. In his mind, exposing his ability to someone else feels as reckless as inviting disaster to target him. Even so, he wants to ask Mikyung about awakening, but before he can, she apologizes and interrupts herself. Caught off guard, he listens as she admits she has something she wants to tell him. Sensing her sincerity, he decides not to pressure her and tells her she can speak when she is ready. He gently reassures her that there is still time, choosing patience over forcing the truth out of her. Packages begin arriving at his house, confirming that the supplies for his plan are finally coming together. He accepts the delivery and notes, with relief, that the equipment he ordered is arriving piece by piece. He sorts everything with purpose, sending later-use items to the rooftop and keeping the urgent tools on the second floor. While organizing, he opens up the package that matters for today's operation. He lays out a practical kit for a monster hunt, choosing protective gear, weapons, fuel, and tools to help him secure a hideout. Dressed for the job, he arms himself with a pipe and a fire axe, ready to act alone. Using the glowing game-like path as a guide, he reminds himself that he has to claim a safe base no matter what. Reaching the forest, he finds that locating a hideout is easier than expected. While searching for the old goblin, he instead notices a suspicious cave that may be more useful than his original target. He pushes through the brush to inspect the area without exposing himself. From the concealed vantage point, he realizes the cave and surrounding cover are ideal for a hidden base. He knows the next question is crucial, so he uses a portable telescope to identify what kind of monster lies inside. Peering into the cave, he studies the ground near the entrance for signs of its occupants. The tracks reveal kobolds, giving him exactly the kind of loader prey his plan can handle. He is genuinely pleased by the luck, because this discovery fits his strategy perfectly. Even so, he carefully checks the wind, knowing the plan only works if the conditions are right. Inside, the nocturnal kobolds are asleep, making them especially vulnerable to what he has in mind. He quickly gathers firewood, pushing through the work because he needs the trap prepared before they wake. He stacks the wood near the cave entrance, setting the choke point for the ambush. To turn the pile into a smoke source, he drenches it with gasoline. Just as he is about to ignite it, a kobold appears and catches him before the trap is complete. The sudden encounter draws more kobolds out, and the situation shifts from stealth to immediate combat. The kobolds recognize him as an intruder and lock onto him at once. He answers their hostility with forced calm, buying himself a split second to move first. He commits to the fight and swings the axe before they can surround him. Driving forward aggressively, he turns his rushed opening into a full attack. His sweeping strike catches the kobolds off guard and cuts through multiple attackers in one motion. As one drops, he realizes their drowsiness has weakened them enough for easy kills. A system message confirms his first level up, and he is startled that he can already kill them in a single turn. He puts the surprise aside and lights the prepared wood before the remaining kobolds fully wake up. The fire starts producing the smoke he was counting on, reinforcing the trap. He retreats from the smoke himself, remembering that loader monsters are especially vulnerable to sudden changes. He knows burning them outright would be more efficient, but that would leave a mess in the cave he intends to claim. Because he plans to live here, he chooses a cleaner method over brute destruction. His real strategy is to use smoke and shock to disorient the kobolds before finishing them outside. Confused and choking, the kobolds stumble into panic inside the cave. Driven out by the smoke, they rush toward the entrance exactly as he intended. He prepares to wipe them out in one sweep, though fewer emerge than he expected from a normal pack. As he counts the survivors, one kobold lunges first and forces the battle to begin immediately. Now wearing his gas mask, he meets the attack head-on and judges that only 3 enemies remain. The surviving kobolds charge together, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He answers with another committed axe swing, refusing to give them room. His spinning slash tears through the group and breaks their assault. Even as they cry out and close in, he keeps control of the exchange. Switching tactics mid-fight, he pulls out pepper spray to blind and scatter the next attacker. He sprays a leaping kobold in the face, stopping its momentum and ruining its attack. The blinded creature collapses into agony, no longer a real threat. He immediately follows up with a brutal finishing blow, burying the axe into another kobold. With 2 bodies down, he turns to the last survivor and makes it clear the fight is over for its pack. Seeing the final kobold cower in fear, he recognizes it as the leader and coldly ends the encounter. He claims the cave hideout for himself and resolves to make full use of it. After dealing with the giant rat, he catches his breath and realizes his low stamina and exhaustion penalty are making even small victories costly. Reviewing his status, he notes that leveling up under this debuff system gives fewer gains than before. Even so, he sees this hidden layer and its linked shop system as a major opportunity. What matters most to him is that he has finally secured a private base. He takes satisfaction in having a place that belongs to him alone. Before he can enjoy it, he accepts that he has to clear out the monster nest first. With 30 days left until the apocalypse, he begins preparing the hideout in earnest. He immediately starts cleaning the cave despite the filth and debris left behind. The work is revolting, especially in a cramped side chamber deep inside the cave. Because the place was still full of remains from a recent fight, the cleanup becomes the hardest labor he has done yet. Still, having a safe space in the other world lets him use the dimensional gate more freely. He takes advantage of that by moving back and forth through the gate while hauling supplies and trash. The convenience does not spare him from exhaustion, and he nearly collapses from overwork. Even so, he keeps going and pays close attention to what the gate can do. He discovers he can lock the gate to fixed coordinates between the two worlds. That means even bulky objects can be transferred directly across dimensions, which opens up practical uses he had not expected. After all that effort, the cave is finally clean enough to look usable. He immediately starts planning the next upgrades, beginning with removing every bloodstain. He also decides to pour concrete so the floor can support proper storage. While considering materials, he notices something unusual in the cave walls. He realizes the cave contains luminous stones and ignition stones, both valuable beginner resources from Siora. Finding those essential materials in his own hideout feels like an unexpected windfall. Encouraged, he decides to start mining as soon as the basic construction work is done. The next day, his body wakes up wrecked from the previous day's labor. As he drags himself around his apartment, he wonders if he pushed himself too far. Then he notices his hands and arms are covered in small cuts from the work. Since the injuries are minor, he decides to test one of Siora's simple remedies instead of wasting better supplies. He chooses to make an ointment to see whether it can handle these small wounds. Using guaca powder and vegetable oil in the proper ratio, he starts mixing the medicine. The recipe turns out to be simple: stir it until it thickens. The finished ointment proves mildly effective, enough to slightly heal wounds. When he applies it, he can feel that it is genuinely working, but the weak effect makes him doubt whether this is worth relying on long term. He concludes that if he wants to raise his stats, he cannot afford to keep getting hurt this often. That pushes him to think about safer weapons, like a sling or even a gun, that could kill enemies before they get close. In the middle of that line of thought, a new idea suddenly occurs to him. He remembers a possibility tied to a large ship and starts connecting it to Siora's future events. Although that ship belongs to the setting's background rather than the main story, he wonders whether its related events could still happen in reality. He decides the information is uncertain but too useful to ignore. If the same early phenomena from the original setting appear here, then the clue may lead to something important. So he settles on investigating it as part of his broader survival plan. With that decided, he goes up to the rooftop to begin preparing the hideout construction materials. Because he had already filled bags of mortar the night before, moving them through the gate goes smoothly. He then heads down to the first floor to collect the rest of the supplies he ordered. While carrying the packages, he is unexpectedly called over by a nearby woman. She greets him warmly and notices right away that his routine has changed. When he looks confused, she points out that she has been seeing him around far more often than usual. He apologetically explains that he has been busy lately because of store remodeling work. Her reply makes it clear she has paid close attention to him for a while, enough to know he used to come in only once every few months. He agrees that it is time to stop putting it off and finally get his hair cut. Since he had delayed it because of exploration work, he decides to go through with it now. At the salon, when asked what style he wants, he asks to have it all cut off. He explains that he wants the drastic change to mark a fresh start, catching the hairdresser off guard. Accepting that resolve, she decides to make the short cut look as good as possible. As she works, she notices he has grown broader, and he admits he recently started exercising. The conversation shifts when she brings up hearing something about survival life. She reveals that the Awakeners are said to be people who played that game at the highest level, which surprises him. Alarmed, he presses her on where she heard that information. Before she can answer, she realizes someone has arrived. The newcomer turns out to be Inhak, showing up unexpectedly at the salon. He says he came because he has urgent information. Inhak's group had been searching for Kong Xiango over a loud singing incident. Inhak explains that the first man involved seems to be trying to monopolize information and even deleted the video before running. He adds that their group is now trying to track down where that man lives, despite the obvious legal and moral problem. When the hairdresser hesitates, Inhak bluntly argues that they are in no position to be picky. He doubles down with a hard-edged justification, framing it as necessary. From above, his stance becomes clear. He believes catching Kimbapcho's son and exposing the truth serves the public good, while the protagonist remains unconvinced. Inhak urges the hairdresser to be bolder and asks if she has considered joining their team, but she still refuses to commit. The protagonist inwardly rejects the whole idea, thinking the deleted video was probably taken down because it was disapproved of and that he has no time for this fight over control. Inhak keeps pressing the hairdresser, acting as if events are unfolding exactly as Seongra predicted. He insists that if the original poster had simply shared the information, none of this would be happening. The hairdresser still resists, but the protagonist starts wondering whether the community might really be turning against the original uploader. Inhak demands a quick decision from her, but the protagonist cuts in and redirects him. He coldly tells Inhak to stop dragging the hairdresser into this and take the discussion elsewhere. Inhak bristles at being challenged and questions who the protagonist thinks he is. The protagonist answers with a direct threat, warning Inhak to leave before he gets beaten as badly as last time. Inhak immediately recognizes the danger and backs off with forced laughter. He retreats, saying today is not the day and leaving the salon without pushing further. Once he is gone, the hairdresser finally relaxes. The protagonist offers to exchange numbers with her for safety, making it clear that Inhak is trouble. Back home, he sets aside construction work and turns to his computer. He checks the community board and finds that, under the excuse of opposing information monopoly, the forum is boiling over. Post after post is filled with threats, bounty offers, and abuse aimed at Kimbapchoa and anyone tied to the deleted videos. Even an earlier helpful strategy post is buried under hostility, showing that the person who first shared valuable information is now being hated instead. While tracing the posts, he notices a user whose nickname appears to expose a real name, making the poster seem reckless and unstable. The overall mood is openly violent, with users calling for others to help hunt Kimbapchoa down. Worse, some posts target Jong Mikyung directly and even suggest using the hairdresser to get to her, which disgusts him. He shuts off the computer in disgust, telling himself this is anger at people, not a mental collapse. Then, as he sits in the dark, he feels his thoughts suddenly becoming clearer. Acting on that sharpened focus, he opens the dimensional gate. For the next 2 days, he throws himself into labor at the hideout, mining luminous and ignition stones as if to burn off his frustration. He also mixes mortar with water and starts laying it down. He carefully smooths the mortar flat, methodically finishing the job. When the work is done, he steps outside to wait for it to dry. Under the moonlight, staring into the darkness, he arrives at a new conclusion. He decides that injustice should be answered in kind, not out of heroism, but because an ordinary person can still choose to act. He settles on a simple resolve. He does not need to save the world, only to survive. The moment he turns with that decision made, he hears something moving behind him. He reacts to the sound and looks back into the dark. A bone creeper emerges from the shadows, abruptly confronting him. Already trapped in a terrible situation, he hears relentless clacking as a skeletal monster closes in. The creature detonates in front of him, and the blast tears through the forest before he can fully react. That brush with death becomes the turning point recorded as day 27 before the apocalypse. When the smoke clears, he is left sprawled on the ground in the ruined woods. He slowly regains awareness, curled up in pain and barely able to move. A trembling hand confirms he is alive, though badly shaken and injured. He forces himself upright, coughing and trying to understand how he survived. Still dazed, he realizes he remembers almost nothing about the instant of the explosion. Seeing the shattered remains of the bone creeper, he pieces together that the monster appeared suddenly and should have killed him. As he checks his battered body, he struggles to explain how he escaped with his life. He recalls that by the time he noticed the bone creeper, it was already about to explode. He had only managed to throw himself away from it at the last second, which now seems to be the only reason he survived. Bone fragments embedded in his body become proof of just how close he came to dying. Realizing ordinary first aid will not be enough, he calls up the status window. The screen shows catastrophic health loss and reduced stats, though no major tears or ruptures. His level and points have increased, making him conclude the system counted the bone creeper as his kill. With his thoughts failing from pain and blood loss, he can barely keep himself focused. Then the system announces that his personal dimensional gate has opened, giving him a way out. He immediately retreats and begins treating his wounds at home. Pulling bone shards from his flesh is agonizing, but he endures it because he has no choice. He uses guaca powder to stop the bleeding, relying on in-game medicine in the real world. Afterward he bandages himself and tries to assess whether the treatment is working. Exhaustion overtakes him before he can finish checking, and he collapses asleep on the couch. By the next morning, enough time has passed for the medicine to take effect. He wakes in pain and immediately fears he may have made a fatal mistake by sleeping too soon. Rushing to verify his condition, he regrets not checking the ointment before passing out. The status window reassures him that his health has recovered significantly, and the weakened condition is manageable. Relieved, he turns back to the bigger problem of why a bone creeper appeared at all. He reasons that the forest is vast enough for monsters to emerge unpredictably, but that answer is not good enough. While drinking, he decides he needs to raise perception so he can detect threats before they reach him. That leads him to review how stat growth works in Seora. One method is straightforward experience, where fighting and leveling naturally raise stats. The other method is equipment, though useful stat-granting items are rare and hard to obtain. Because Seora is brutally difficult, even defeating powerful enemies does not guarantee the gear a player wants. He remembers that some high-level monsters can also grant skills, but those rewards are equally conditional. To find a more reliable path, he decides to investigate the game's background story for clues. He learns the lore record's preliminary phenomena before the Silver Rain, meaning real items might be obtainable before the apocalypse fully begins. Assuming the game's precursor events will happen in reality, he concludes that strong monsters should appear in advance. He studies the history section carefully, searching for every early warning sign. From that research he identifies 3 precursor events, with the Russian ship as the last and a hobgoblin incident mentioned but poorly documented. The earliest confirmed event is the discovery of an orc corpse near Yuri-san on June 26 at 5 p.m., a case the authorities quietly buried. He realizes that if he wants to exploit that event, he must leave on the night of June 25 and reach the area before dawn while the orc is still alive. Understanding how little time he has, he resolves to prepare immediately. Just as he starts moving, a late-night call from Mikyung interrupts him. He meets her at a cafe instead of ignoring it, despite his urgent plans. Mikyung is immediately concerned by how unwell he looks and by the sudden change in him. He hides the truth with a weak excuse about not feeling the heat, while covering the injuries beneath his clothes. She presses him playfully but also seriously, trying to figure out whether something happened to upset him. When he denies the suspicion she feared most, she visibly relaxes and admits she had been worried. He answers with awkward humor, but also admits there is some truth behind her concern. He hears gossip about a violent man who once caused a crash with an illegally modified tow truck and even beat up an old fighter, making clear how dangerous that world can be. The conversation leaves him thinking that this kind of brutality fits exactly the sort of person he already distrusted. When the woman asks to speak privately, she shifts the mood from casual talk to something more personal and serious. She reveals that she is an awakener, surprising him and making him wonder why she would entrust him with that secret. Choosing not to overreact, he plays along and jokes about being jealous that he still has not awakened. She apologizes for having lied before, and he reassures her that he understands and never took her for a bad person. With the misunderstanding cleared, he thanks her sincerely for confiding in him and sharing useful information. Her honesty lifts his mood enough that he admits he had been feeling uneasy, but now he is relieved. That relief turns into resolve as he starts thinking seriously about studying and preparing for what is coming. Back in his room, feeling steadier, he begins reviewing his next move on his phone. He rents a high-end drone to scout the forest, committing money to a careful hunt instead of rushing in blindly. He also secures a rental car so he can stay mobile for the rest of the operation. To make sure he performs at his best, he goes to sleep early and restores his condition. The next day, he immediately starts building the tools he will need for the orc hunt. He carefully works the ignition stones, knowing a mistake here could ruin the entire setup. When the flame finally catches, he confirms the process is working and keeps going despite the risk of failure. He moves on to preparing luminous stones, adding another piece to his trap and tracking kit. Even though the bursts of light strain his eyes, he endures it because reliable performance matters more than comfort. Once the basic framework is ready, he lays out the rest of the materials for the hunt. He combines sugar, gasoline, and other organic solvents in sequence to create the mixture he needs. Then he adds hardener so the ignition powder and resin will solidify into usable equipment. With his workbench set beside the fixed dimensional gate coordinates, he sees the gate manifest in reality exactly where expected. Checking the rented car, he is impressed by how well it suits the job. That confirms his choice to spend extra, because dependable transportation could decide whether the hunt succeeds. After loading his bag, extinguisher, and prepared devices, he confirms he has everything required. He gets behind the wheel and commits to setting the hunt in motion. He drives toward Yuri-san, the place where the orc is supposed to appear. The countdown to the apocalypse continues, with only 25 days left. Before midnight, he reaches the Yuri-san camping ground parking lot in heavy rain. While waiting, he uses image training to rehearse the encounter and sharpen his reactions. He checks his gear one more time, making sure his helmet, flares, and weapon are ready. As the new day begins exactly at midnight, the moment he has been waiting for arrives. He steps out into the storm to begin the search in earnest. Wearing a rain poncho and headlamp, he starts combing the area methodically despite the weather. 2 hours pass with no result, and the worsening rain starts to work against him. The conditions become even worse as the downpour and cold wear on his concentration. Thick mist cuts his visibility so badly that finding the emergence point becomes guesswork. Frustrated, he questions where the orc could possibly appear when he already searched the obvious area. Remembering that he had checked around the campground, he realizes the actual emergence may not follow the expected pattern exactly. He concludes that precursor phenomena in reality do not always happen the way they did in his prior knowledge, forcing him to adapt. Then a strange roar breaks through the rain and fog, giving him the first real lead. He instantly recognizes that the sound must be the target he has been hunting. Through the mist he finally spots the silhouette of an orc. A closer look reveals something worse. It is a red orc, a stronger variant that makes the coming fight far more dangerous. He forces himself to stay calm and not let the sudden escalation ruin his plan. Lighting a flare, he decides that if he sticks to his strategy exactly, he can still control the encounter. His plan is to provoke the orc first and draw it toward the gate area he prepared. He waves the burning signal to seize the monster's attention and lure it into pursuit. The red orc notices the flare and turns toward the bait just as intended. With its eyes blazing and aggression fully triggered, the red orc commits to the chase. The moment the orc lunges, the protagonist waits for the brief opening created by its halted movement. He fixes on the frozen instant in the orc's attack and prepares to act before it can recover. Reaching out, he activates open portal to create an escape route at his feet. As the orc crashes down, he drops through the portal instead of taking the blow head-on. He emerges low to the ground, still in danger but having bought himself a split second. Using that opening, he grabs a flashcan from his gear. The orc realizes too late that its prey is still moving with a plan. He triggers the flashcan, flooding the area with blinding light. Knowing the blindness will only last about 20 seconds, he commits to finishing the fight immediately. He readies a flamecan next, turning the battle into a race against the orc's recovery. His plan is to cripple the orc first while its vision is still impaired. He darts in and slashes at the orc's muscles, exploiting the status effect to limit its movement further. The strike lands hard enough to make the orc howl in pain. Even half-blinded, the orc swings wildly in a brutal counterattack. He ducks under the sweeping blow and stays inside the orc's reach. Continuing the assault, he carves into the orc again to keep it off balance. The orc roars as the accumulated damage starts to break its momentum. Its leg finally gives way, forcing the monster down to one knee. Seeing the orc's eyeline match his setup, he judges that the final step is ready. He raises the prepared flamecan to deliver the killing move. Then he shoves the can straight into the orc's mouth before it can stop him. The can detonates inside the orc, blowing its head apart in a violent burst of fire. Certain that no orc should survive that, he lets himself believe the fight is over. But the dying monster lashes out with one last punch and catches him off guard. The hit sends him flying across the rain-soaked ground. As he struggles up, he bitterly realizes he relaxed too soon. The orc's body is still burning, yet it remains standing long enough to threaten him again. He stares at it in alarm, understanding how close he came to dying. For a moment, he genuinely thinks this might be the end. Then the system confirms the kill, awarding points, raising him to level 3, and granting survival instinct. Relieved to be alive, he admits he cannot keep surviving fights like this by sheer desperation. Once the immediate danger passes, he turns to the practical question of what loot the orc left behind. He finds a watch that boosts perception, and the useful drop eases some of his frustration. But the corpse itself presents a new problem that is harder to ignore. He weighs whether exposing the truth about the orc attack is the right move, knowing the incident is being suppressed. Remembering earlier warnings, he suspects the number of awakened people may already be far larger than anyone admits. If even a fraction of those players have awakened, society may already be surrounded by hidden threats. He worries that even a minority of unstable awakened individuals could be enough to destabilize everything. People like Owen Hack would not stay quiet if they gained power. In his mind, that path leads to violence, public panic, and riots. Leaving the orc body here is no better, because by tomorrow it could transform into a bone creeper and hurt someone. That thought makes him question why he never feared becoming a zombie himself. He reasons that awakening does not guarantee infection by spores will turn him into one, so his own case is uncertain. Unable to find a perfect answer, he accepts that he still has to choose what to do. What he knows for certain is that the world needs evidence, so he decides to move the corpse with open portal. Even for the sake of those who will survive later, he believes someone has to confront this hidden crisis in an orderly way. With the decision made, he starts the miserable work of dealing with the body. He begins digging, already complaining about how absurd it is to handle this alone. Exhausted and aching, he keeps shoveling while cursing the miserable strain on his body. At his limit, survival instinct activates from exhaustion, sharply boosting his strength, stamina, regeneration, and perception, and he resolves to finish the burial fast. Forced to rely on pure survival instinct, he moved as fast as he could through the forest. He recognized the ability he was using as something like a broken, overpowered skill, but only in a rough, instinctive way. Before its effect could end, he desperately opened a portal to escape. He threw himself through at the last possible moment. Even as the skill left him drained and slow to recover, he begged to make it through safely. By the next day, the story shifts back to ordinary city life. At home, he realizes the scheduled time has already arrived. Checking his phone, he notes that by now he should have been out building defenses. He reassures himself that the red orc's traces should be gone, and notices the news blaming strange weather on Mount Yuri. Since the timing now feels awkward, he decides to stay in and inspect the goods that arrived that morning. He opens the package with anticipation. Inside, he finds the weapons he wanted and immediately latches onto them as useful. He accepts that some items from the game cannot exist exactly the same way in reality, but he is satisfied that their functions remain. When he notices missing pieces, his excitement gives way to suspicion. A customs notice explains that several spear-type items were seized as weapons, which confirms his guess. While he is sorting that out, someone arrives at his door, and he assumes it is just another delivery. But when no one answers and the hallway falls quiet, he realizes something is off. He opens the door still expecting a driver outside. Instead, he is caught off guard by an unexpected visitor. Miss Mikyung appears, apologizes for coming suddenly after so long, and makes it clear she wanted to see him today. If he is willing, she offers the food she brought as a reason to come in. She directly invites him to eat ribaki with her, turning the surprise visit into a shared meal. The countdown to the apocalypse continues, now at D24. As they settle in, he is still trying to process the fact that Miss Mikyung is inside his home. The reality of her presence feels so unlikely that he can barely believe it. He wonders if this absurd moment could somehow be real after all. She casually urges him to eat, and her easy familiarity only deepens his flustered mood. Once they begin, he asks what she actually came to discuss. She explains that because he had been looking into the end of the world, she came to share information too, and he realizes the disaster may be closer than ever. Even so, he decides she is exactly the kind of person worth trusting with what he knows. He justifies that choice to himself by deciding that decent people will be essential once the apocalypse begins. After sending her to quickly take out the trash, he uses the chance to bring out his laptop. He chooses the community posts as the safest way to explain things while hiding that he is already awakened. He starts with a detailed account of the metal death plague and the destruction it brings. He explains that traveling in groups of 6 or more sharply raises the risk of being noticed by zombies and monsters. He adds that perception is one of the most important stats for staying alive. She listens closely and takes notes, treating his warning as practical guidance rather than fantasy. She concludes that perception must matter most because the game's core rule was survival. As he moves on to his next point, she keeps him focused. When he mentions that Kimbap Lover is being criticized, she confirms she has heard the same. She then asks the more important question of why someone with real knowledge would stop sharing it. He admits he cannot explain it, and asks whether she has any idea. She answers that people always have motives and circumstances behind their choices. That leads her to reveal she turned down Mr. Owen Hack's offer to join him. When he asks why, she says meeting his group made the answer obvious. She plays him a recording in which his people talk about abducting her, and only hold back because one of them thinks waiting is easier. Hearing that, he condemns them as scum without hesitation. He warns her that once catastrophe destroys normal law and order, many people will show what they are really like. From that, he urges her not to trust anyone lightly. She answers by placing her trust in him instead and asks to form a party with him. Faced with her proposal, he falls silent instead of answering right away. His hesitation shows how hard it is for him to speak honestly about what he is thinking. He explains that his real objective is to reach level 10 and unlock the shop before the tutorial ends. That goal creates a serious problem, because the monsters in Ciola's area are far stronger than the low-level threats he can safely handle. He realizes that if she follows him there, she will almost certainly be killed. So he awkwardly refuses to team up, joking that turning her into a zombie would defeat the point. Instead of taking offense, she activates a strange purple effect and abruptly vanishes from where she stood. She reveals that her trait is blink, and that she only needs to dodge until she can outlast him in a duel. When he warns her not to reveal such an ability so casually, she makes clear that she showed him because she trusts him. She proposes a compromise. If they both survive without becoming zombies, they should work together later. Even if they cannot officially form a team, she still hopes they can cooperate. After that, he turns to practical preparations and finds that building a fence is manageable. He drives support posts into the ground to establish the perimeter. Then he stretches barbed wire between the posts. He secures the wire tightly, creating a sturdier barrier. By layering the wire into a proper defensive line, he is impressed by how much his dexterity seems to help with the work. Once the outer defense is done, he decides to move on to the stored supplies. Inside the cave, he starts planning how to rearrange everything so the space can function efficiently. He begins mapping out partitions and an internal layout for the shelter. The cold of the other world suddenly catches up to him, and he sneezes. That confirms the cave is uncomfortably chilly, more like late autumn than a safe indoor refuge. Realizing he will eventually have to sleep there, he decides heating will be another urgent problem to solve. He adds another task to the list by deciding to install a proper door at the entrance instead of relying on a blackout curtain. The growing number of necessities leaves him feeling overwhelmed by how fast his to-do list is expanding. He visits a nearby woodworking shop to place orders and purchase materials he will need. On the way back, he keeps checking the neighborhood while thinking about how little time remains before the deadly zone spreads. As he mentally lists more errands, someone recognizes him and calls out. The caller turns out to be Oh Hyungjun, an old acquaintance from the gym. Hyungjun greets him warmly, reintroducing himself as the gym director and a familiar face from his past. Seeing how tense he looks, Hyungjun asks what is wrong and casually notes that he seems to have started training again. After grabbing his shoulders, Hyungjun excitedly comments that his old muscle memory seems to be returning. When asked what is going on, Hyungjun says the whole world already feels like it is falling apart. The protagonist confirms he has heard the rumors too, including talk of status windows and zombies. Hyungjun admits he doubted it at first and asks whether any of it is actually believable. What changed his mind was hearing that a friend suddenly levitated right in front of him. That convinces the protagonist that superpowers are real, though he admits he still has not awakened one himself. Hyungjun says he also heard that someone from the broadcasting station was making a quick trip somewhere important. He cannot explain the reason, but adds that the man mentioned a meeting with broadcasting personnel. That makes the protagonist wonder whether the public will soon learn about awakened people, though he suspects a more immediate issue matters first. He points to the Yodo shootout as the more urgent concern. Hyungjun is shocked, having missed the news entirely. When the protagonist checks his phone, Hyungjun tells him to look at the petition board for proof. The post he finds claims a Uedo shootout was briefly reported live before every article and community mention of it was rapidly erased, suggesting deliberate suppression. That makes him realize the disappearance of the story looks like blatant media control. Hyungjun asks whether there was any official follow-up, still trying to make sense of what was scrubbed away. He reasons that if authorities erase breaking news this aggressively, and seal off the area with police and military, they must be treating it as far more than an ordinary incident. The protagonist agrees that someone is clearly hiding the truth. Then he abruptly cuts the conversation short, claiming he just remembered something urgent, and hurrying off before Hyungjun can stop him. Back home, he sits alone to organize his thoughts, focusing on the suspicious timing of the petition and the erased Uedo incident. To investigate further, he opens a set of survival files on his computer. The protagonist is shaken when a video surfaces showing the discovery of an orc corpse that should have remained secret. He realizes this makes no sense, because he had hidden the red orc body beyond the dimensional boundary to ensure no one could find it. As he thinks it through, he suspects this exposure was not accidental but the result of a deliberate leak. He considers that someone may have obtained early access to the government's top-secret survival life investigation records and used the first precursor phenomena to set events in motion. That possibility leads him to believe the true enemy stayed hidden, using others as fronts instead of revealing themselves directly. He concludes there must be a concealed mastermind operating behind both the public chaos and the government. With his suspicions hardening, he focuses on identifying who could be manipulating everything. His thoughts settle on a figure in a suit as one possible hidden actor behind the scenes. He becomes convinced that someone inside or above the government is pulling strings from the shadows. In his mind, that unseen manipulator takes on the shape of a sinister architect waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. He labels this unknown mastermind D23 and treats that person as a major threat. Narrowing the field, he decides the creator of Survival Life and 3 veteran players are the most likely candidates. He mentally arranges the suspects and isolates the one he believes matters most. After weighing the possibilities, he rules out the creator, reasoning that person is no longer in play. Even so, he cannot explain how the game's events are now manifesting in reality. That mystery convinces him the people who built the world and its systems are still the likeliest villains. He also reasons that if the creator had government backing, they would never have allowed him to kill an orc, so the surviving veteran players remain the stronger suspects. For the moment, he accepts those 3 veterans as his main targets of suspicion. He then singles out Survivor 1 as the most probable culprit among them. If that theory is right, he may not be dealing with the government itself so much as someone who infiltrated or manipulated it. Still, he admits he cannot be certain and is frustrated by how many unknowns remain. Comparing the game to reality, he realizes the real survivor may first not match the person he thought he knew in-game. Even so, he remembers his veteran companions with some lingering affection and decides not to condemn them too quickly. He resolves to trust them for now, since uncovering the truth matters more than clinging to old assumptions. 2 days later, he turns away from speculation and focuses on preparing his hidden shelter. He finishes organizing the food storage, steadily building the bunker's supplies. Reviewing the layout, he plans to complete the first shelter setup before the generator arrives. He maps out the second phase as well, including steel logistics trays and drilling through the wall to expand the facility. While assessing the room, he realizes the shelter has less usable space than he expected. He notes that the basement waterproofing is done, but until it fully seals, he cannot safely store anything below. Rather than stall, he decides to solve those construction problems during Phase 2. For now, he shifts to a more urgent task, using his drone equipment to scout the surrounding area. Once the drone launches, he is immediately impressed by how much terrain it can cover. He quickly recognizes the drone as an enormous advantage for safe reconnaissance. Controlling it remotely, he appreciates that he can explore without risking an ambush. The live feed also lets him build maps in real time, making the survey far more efficient than he expected. Delighted with the purchase, he briefly revels in how useful the technology is. Then he sets the shelter as the central reference point and begins a full terrain survey. His scouting reveals permanent snowfields to the northwest, though signal interference starts to appear. He also confirms there is an ocean to the south. Seeing both coastline and abundant prey, he decides the area should support fishing and trap-based food gathering. He studies the ecosystem around the shelter and is relieved to find no sign of owl bears nearby. During the sweep, the drone suddenly spots something important. It reaches the place where he had encountered the owlbear, only for him to discover that the corpse he expected to find there has vanished. He considers whether the owlbear ate it, but the remains do not fit that explanation, especially since the missing body was a goblin. Examining the ground, he sees many overlapping footprints and realizes it is too early to draw a firm conclusion. When he identifies some of the tracks as goblin prints, the disappearance becomes even more suspicious. He notes that this site lies only about 1.5 kilometers from his shelter. That proximity makes him realize the area around his base may be far more dangerous than he assumed, likely because goblins are active nearby. Unwilling to risk losing the drone, he immediately orders it to return home. After returning alive, he studies the drone's survey and learns the forest contains swamps and enough wildlife to support boars, deer, and rabbits. He maps out the terrain and animal distribution, forming a rough picture of how the area can be used. Realizing the map is not enough, he decides he must inspect each zone himself to gather practical information. He gears up to start with the nearest swamp and judge whether farming there is even possible. Just as he is about to leave, a sound from his phone catches his attention. The infrared sensor alerts him, and he immediately turns toward the disturbance. Outside, he recognizes the intruders as goblins and dryly notes that they have arrived right on cue. By examining their tracks, he concludes this is only a small hunting party rather than a full group. He estimates 6 to 8 goblins and welcomes the chance to deal with the problem he was already considering. Following the trail deeper into the forest, he treats the encounter as an opportunity delivered to him. As he moves, he notices his sharpened senses and wonders if his perception stat has increased. The forest now feels unnaturally vivid to him, with even the faintest noises standing out. That heightened awareness lets him pick up tiny sounds, confirming his senses are stronger than before. Using that advantage, he listens carefully for the goblins' exact position. He succeeds in locating them while keeping himself hidden. He finds the goblins distracted, fighting among themselves over food, which gives him a perfect opening. Seeing the ideal ambush angle, he prepares to strike from concealment. He draws his bow and commits to a silent first kill. The shot is released with force from the cover of the trees. The arrow tears through the air straight toward the unsuspecting target. It punches into a goblin's head, killing it instantly before the others understand what happened. The dead goblin collapses in front of the rest, shocking the group into sudden alarm. As the survivors scramble, he closes the distance before they can organize. The goblins erupt into panic, shouting and try to rally themselves. He cuts down another one in the confusion, turning their panic into immediate losses. The remaining goblins rush him with crude weapons, abandoning any attempt at caution. 2 more charge through the brush, trying to overwhelm him at close range. He meets the attack head-on and drops another goblin with a fast, decisive slash. Without slowing, he pivots into his next strike. That follow-up blow lands cleanly, bringing down yet another goblin. With 4 enemies already dead, he calmly reassesses the survivors. He advances on the rest and taunts them, forcing them to react on his terms. When they spit poison at him from a distance, the attack glances off his helmet and armor instead of stopping him. Frustrated, the goblins commit to a full melee rush. He recognizes the shift immediately and treats their decision as a mistake. As they converge from all sides, he remains composed inside their encirclement. He reaches for a red item, preparing a countermeasure meant for exactly this kind of situation. He activates the skill item in the middle of the swarm, releasing its effect around him. The goblins suddenly falter and collapse to their hands and knees, showing the status effect has taken hold. Seeing them disabled, he draws his blade to finish the fight. He sweeps through the helpless goblins and kills the remaining enemies in one decisive burst. After the battle, a system message announces he has leveled up, and he realizes the poison resistance he had only tested before worked in real combat. Holding his stained blade, he is struck by the fact that his preparation paid off exactly when he needed it. The day closes with the grim reminder that the apocalypse is still approaching. Later, while burying the corpses, he complains that the cleanup is exhausting and wonders whether one of his skills can at least make the labor easier. He activates survival while digging and notes that, unlike in battle, the skill does trigger during this kind of work. The effect dramatically improves his efficiency, letting him and his duplicate workers dig far faster than normal. Even though the activation is not useful for combat, he decides it was still worth testing because it has practical value. He also confirms that, unlike what happened with the orc, the recoil from using this skill has weakened and is no longer severe. Once the burial is complete, he stands over the filled grave and marks the unpleasant task as finished. In the forest hideout, he starts checking the loot he brought back. He identifies one item as guaca fruit, a health-restoring ingredient, and realizes it is the raw form of what had been ground before. Seeing vegetable oil among the supplies, he concludes there must be a place nearby where these materials can be gathered. He digs into the boss goblin's pouch to see what else might be useful. Something unexpected catches his attention. He pulls out a small blue toad and realizes the goblins had been carrying it alive. That makes no sense to him at first, since a live toad would be harder to use than a dead one. When he brings it closer, he suspects its smell may explain why the goblins kept it. The toad secretes a foul green liquid onto his glove, confirming his suspicion. He recognizes it as the same paralysis poison the goblins use on their weapons. Instead of discarding it, he immediately decides to raise the creature. He sees its value at once. If he can harvest the poison, he can build up his own resistance. He also imagines using controlled doses to train his body against toxins. Beyond defense, a steady poison supply would make hunting and combat far easier. He names the toad Jodik and accepts it as a new source of food and poison. System messages confirm that taming the poison toad has made it his property, and he is struck by how game-like this hidden feature feels. He starts wondering whether this is another concealed mechanic tied to the dimensional gate. Then he notices a bizarre update notice saying Survival Life will shut down in a week, which shocks him because he had not seen it before. He dismisses the timing as absurd and decides not to get stuck on that mystery yet. Refocusing on survival, he resolves to keep exploring while he has the chance. He moves back and forth through the dimensional gate as part of reorganizing his base and supplies. Using the gate efficiently, he continues setting up his routine between the two spaces. He then begins a systematic search of the surrounding forest. That search leads him to a hidden spring near the hideout, something even his drone had failed to spot. He tests the water carefully before trusting it. When it proves to be ordinary water, he is relieved to have solved his drinking problem. With a safe water source secured, he no longer needs to rush to the swamp for that purpose and starts taking notes. He confirms that the nearby plants match what he inferred earlier, including guaca trees and vegetable oil buds. After that, he hurriedly gathers guaca fruit and sends it through the gate. He harvests a workable amount of vegetable oil buds and deliberately leaves some behind so the resource remains available later. To make sure he can return, he marks the route through the forest. Once the path is secured, he decides it is time to head back. By the next day, he has shifted from scavenging to building a more stable setup at home. He begins caring for Jadok directly, feeding it insects in a controlled indoor space. The toad eagerly snaps up the food, proving it can be kept alive and fed. He decides to raise Jadok on the second floor of the house for now. Because toads need a cool environment, he prepares a suitable habitat instead of leaving it in the hideout. He knows that without proper temperature control there, the toad would die, so he commits to maintaining it himself. At the same time, he starts processing the poison into usable materials, adding that work to his growing list of tasks. The most time-consuming part turns out not to be collecting ingredients but refining them. He keeps working late into the night as the preparation continues. What consumes him most is making ointment, even though the ingredients are naturally abundant and easy to gather. That creates a new problem. He cannot simply hand the finished product to Mikyung, since she is an awakener and would raise questions. He realizes Hyungjin would be a safer person to give it to instead. By night, he is still working inside the house, pushing his preparations forward. Elsewhere, Hyungjin is in the middle of training when he arrives. Hyungjin complains about the protein drinks his younger brother bought, confirming they are as bad as expected. The younger brother shows up late but casually, and Hyungjin admits he had expected him the next day. Seeing the large bag he brought, Hyungjin is surprised by how much he purchased at once. Then the real purpose of the visit appears when Hyungjin notices the ointment, prompting the younger brother to explain that he bought too much and thought it could be useful. The young man dismisses the idea that he is gullible enough to fall for obvious manipulation. The muscular man thanks him for continuing to pass along information about Sura through private messages. In return, the young man admits he owes him for warning him about the recent shooting incident. Noticing the gym has gone unusually quiet, he learns the others have already started making plans. Those plans concern the man who went to the broadcasting station and the group he may be gathering. The muscular man explains that the broadcasters spread information to members before leaving, so they set up this place as a local base at his request. When the young man asks how many people are involved, the answer is roughly 20. That number alarms him, because with more than 6 people the danger rises sharply, yet the other man insists they still have to try to save their own. Even while judging him as rough-looking, the young man recognizes that his loyalty to fellow members is genuine. Pressed to choose a course of action himself, he stalls and says he needs more time to think. The muscular man bluntly points out that hesitation is a luxury for someone who still has no place to belong among the awakened. Before that argument can continue, a scream from outside sends the young man rushing to the window. He throws the window open and looks down to find the source of the cry. What he sees immediately hardens his focus. Below the building, Mikyung is lying on the ground in distress. She is conscious but barely responsive as someone urgently calls to her. The young man reaches her at once and demands to know what happened. Mikyung can only say that someone suddenly attacked her, drawing a furious curse from the muscular man. The young man orders Songho to stay with her while he goes to inspect the entire area himself. As he moves, a pounding in his head suggests he is piecing together something dangerous. He first asks Mikyung whether she remembers what her attacker looked like. She says she cannot, because everything abruptly went dark in a way she cannot properly explain. That strange detail makes him realize the enemy has already begun making its move. He immediately tells Mikyung that if this happens again, she must use blink without hesitation. When she falters, he insists and adds that he will also send her self-defense gear to carry at all times. He imagines the kind of predators now surrounding vulnerable players, hidden among ordinary people and waiting to strike. With that threat in mind, he warns her that from now on she truly has to be careful. The story shifts into a broader explanation of the period leading up to the apocalypse, labeled D20. He recalls an old saying that in any group of 5, one person is bound to be trash, and applies it to Sura. He argues that such malicious people exist everywhere, making the problem inevitable rather than exceptional. In Sura, where outside moderation was weak, trolls became even bolder and harder to stop. They would disguise themselves as normal users, earn trust, and lead parties into danger under the pretense of helping. Once isolated in monster-filled areas, those parties were effectively delivered to death. These predators often approached inexperienced players with friendly offers of assistance. The kindness was fake, and once the victim relaxed, they were murdered and robbed. They also engineered conflicts between groups, creating incidents just to watch others destroy each other. To them, all of that cruelty was entertainment. Their sabotage helped drive down the game's already weak player count. Within a year, their influence contributed significantly to the game's collapse. Because of that history, the simultaneous users who remained were heavily filtered by repeated violence and betrayal. He explains all this now because the timing is ideal for trolls to begin ramping up their activity again. After the Yodo shooting, awakened communities were consolidated into a new site focused on people preparing for the end. Reviewing its real-time board, he sees that users are not merely sharing information but openly organizing crimes and exploitative schemes. Then he notices that some of them are even trying to profit by selling videos using his name. That discovery catches him completely off guard. One post offers money to the first 10 people who watch a Kim Batjoa video, and he immediately recognizes the uploader as a known troll named Daojuzum. The supposed sales pitch falsely claims to show Kim Batjoa carrying the poster during the Yodo incident. He realizes the troll is using edited footage to provoke as many people as possible. Half incredulous and half impressed, he marvels at how shamelessly effective that kind of bait is. Even so, he decides that if he is going to fight back against people like this, he needs to start preparing himself seriously. Realizing his current methods are too limited, he decides he needs serious training. For 13 days, he spends every spare moment studying whatever survival knowledge he can find. He focuses especially on practical weapon use and improvised combat methods. He even learns hand-to-hand techniques that claim to work in real fights, trying to prepare for actual survival. But he recognizes that most of what he has seen so far is meant for fighting monsters around the hideout. Those lessons do not fully account for threats like goblins and other hostile creatures with different attack patterns. He also realizes many weapons and strategies fail once the wire disease is factored in. So he makes a new decision and starts choosing a main weapon. He wants something he can still rely on even if the wire disease reaches him, while remaining useful against both people and monsters. With that in mind, he lays out his options and begins testing what he has. After narrowing the field to a few primitive tools, he judges that there are not many weapons he can realistically use. He tests the slingshot first because of its versatility. Although it has many possible uses, he immediately sees a major drawback. Its projectile power is impressive enough to strike hard at range. Even so, the clay ammunition feels too unreliable for him to trust. That leaves the Indian War Club as the best remaining choice. His reasoning is simple. The safest way to deal with zombies is to crush the spores lodged in their skulls with a blunt weapon. He also plans to buy a proper blunt weapon from the level 10 shop later, so training with this type now will pay off. He begins drilling with the club, but the weapon still feels awkward in his hands. As he swings through the practice targets, he admits the club is not an obvious or easy fit. Still, he keeps forcing himself through the motions to build familiarity. At the same time, he worries that if he ever faces a psychic awakener, physical skill alone may become useless. Even with that fear, he refuses to stay passive and keeps training anyway. He reminds himself that in survival life, killing another human was worth 50 points. That memory brings back the image of a murderous player closing in on him. He recalls that the system only labeled someone a murderer if they killed nearby users, a rule meant to limit random player killing. But he also understands that some people would still attack others for points despite the penalties. In his mind, he counters that threat by imagining himself striking first and decisively. The thought sharpens into a grim realization that killers like that will always exist. He commits himself to being able to crush such enemies before they can do the same to him. After exhausting himself, he stops to catch his breath in the clearing. He decides it is smarter to avoid dangerous players for now and focus on finishing his current preparations and farming skills. While planning to dismantle the store and install a detector on the second floor, he is interrupted by a wolf's howl. The sound immediately alarms him because a wolf should not be crying out like that at this hour. He quickly checks his phone and fears that something may have happened near the hideout. When he arrives, he finds a huge gray wolf collapsed on the ground and is stunned by its size. The animal is so large that he briefly thinks it could be ridden. A closer look tells him the wolf is already dead. What matters more is that it died right beside his hideout, raising the question of whether it was a stray or something chased here after being attacked. To learn what happened, he decides to inspect the body for wounds. He kneels beside the corpse and starts examining it carefully. Before he can finish, something small suddenly lunges at his back. The surprise attack knocks into him and makes him recoil in shock. He quickly pieces it together and guesses the dead gray wolf was this little cub's mother. The cub plants itself in front of the corpse and barks at him, trying to defend her. Faced with the cub's desperate loyalty, he hesitates over what to do next. He decides he cannot just tear the cub away while it is clinging to its mother like that. Still, he knows the body has to be buried quickly. If the dead wolf was actually a monster, it could become a bone creeper, and if not, the corpse could still attract other monsters. He starts digging a massive grave, already worn out but determined to finish the burial. Seeing a wolf cub beside its sleeping mother stirs the young man's sympathy because it reminds him of his own childhood. That feeling deepens when he recalls Munchie, the dog he raised when he was little. Giving into that attachment, he decides to take the cub with him. He lifts the cub and starts speaking to it like a new younger sibling he intends to protect. He explains that the cub's mother will remain here, so he cannot keep it with her. To ease the separation, he promises to make a way for the cub to visit whenever it misses its mother. He sweetens the offer by reaching for food. While feeding the cub, he vows to keep it alive and cared for until it grows up. In return, he asks the cub to help him with its superior sense of smell. He presents the deal plainly and waits for the cub's answer. At last he asks the real question, inviting the cub to come with him. The cub eagerly accepts, making its choice without hesitation. Pleased, he names the cub Dingo and immediately starts treating it as a trusted partner. A system confirms that he has named and successfully communicated with the Grey Wolf, making Dingo his property. That bond is set to last until the apocalypse, under the designation D19. Later, he begins training Dingo in earnest, calling the pup over to practice. Dingo proves unusually quick to learn, and the young man proudly realizes he may have raised a prodigy. The training starts with simple commands, and Dingo responds correctly to paw and turn. The pup completes the turn cleanly, showing it understands more than ordinary pets would. Dingo follows the next command and sits on cue. It also lies down when told, confirming the training is sticking. Even a command for silence works, though Dingo still strains with excitement. The young man tests Dingo's discipline further by making it hold position and wait. Satisfied, he prepares a final challenge using a hidden treat as bait. He throws a bone high into the air and orders Dingo to jump for it. Dingo launches off nearby boxes with startling speed and precision. The pup snatches the bone midair in a feat far beyond what should be possible. Watching that impossible athleticism, the young man jokes that Dingo really must be a creature from another world. He praises Dingo's scent tracking as well, realizing the pup is turning into an extraordinary stroke of luck. His pride turns openly affectionate as he dotes on Dingo like family. That warm moment is interrupted when his phone starts ringing. He sees an unexpected message from Hyunjin, a contact who rarely reaches out first. The message tells him to search levitation online, hinting that something major has broken. When he checks, he finds a viral report about a man called the Calypse claiming to be the first superhuman, and warning that zombies and monsters will soon appear. He reads further and learns the man publicly demonstrated levitation on live television while laying out survival claims. The story has already become the top-ranked news item, showing how fast the revelation is spreading. As he scrolls through reactions, he sees ordinary people mocking the warning instead of taking it seriously. The ridicule is vicious, and even awakened individuals are reacting badly to the leak. He finds the hypocrisy bitterly amusing and slams his hand down in frustration. To him, people resent being kept in the dark but also lash out the moment dangerous information is shared. That contradiction gives way to a more urgent concern: how the government will respond. He imagines officials exploiting fear of superpowered people to justify crackdowns and public rallies. Realizing where that line of thought leads, he stops himself before digging too deeply. Still, he knows everything will change once the second omen arrives. When the Hobgoblin event begins, both the government's direction and the public mood will be forced into place by real monsters. That certainty hardens his resolve, and he decides he and Dingo must begin exploring immediately. He tells Dingo that thorough preparation is their only answer, and the pup eagerly agrees. Looking over his limited options, he settles on interdimensional exploration as the best use of his time. His reason is simple: with Dingo's nose, they can search for hidden resources far more effectively than he could alone. So their first mission becomes clear as Dingo starts tracking through the forest, prepare for the coming Hobgoblin event. He uses a lingering goblin scent to train Dingo, needing to see whether the dog can track prey properly. Dingo picks up the trail more easily than expected, confirming that scent tracking works well here. The man shifts the test from tracking to obedience, calling Dingo over to see if he can stay calm under pressure. He gives a direct command and sends Dingo forward, testing whether the dog will act on instruction. Dingo immediately follows the order and charges along the indicated path without hesitation. To check if hunting itself is possible in this world, he sets Dingo on a live target. An unsuspecting rabbit becomes the trial prey before it can react. Dingo cleanly catches the rabbit, proving he can hunt effectively, and earns praise for it. Looking over the catch, the man realizes he never properly examined the wildlife here during his earlier escape. He judges the rabbit's size as he inspects it more carefully. Its claws stand out as another sign that even ordinary animals here may be more dangerous than expected. He concludes that the animals in this world are definitely stronger than normal, while Dingo eagerly waits beside him. With that lesson learned, the two continue deeper into the forest to keep exploring. As they walk, he starts wondering how Dingo's intelligence would translate if it were measured like a stat. Deciding he may as well keep testing Dingo, he plans to head toward the valley next. Before he can do much more, a system notice appears showing Dingo's health has already increased, startling him. He realizes Dingo is growing at an absurd rate, especially considering how high his base health already was. That rapid growth is matched by Dingo's confidence, as the dog runs ahead on his own. He catches up and scolds Dingo for wandering alone in the forest, where that recklessness could be dangerous. While giving Dingo water, he connects the dog's earlier burning sensation to something he ate. He suspects the cause is a strange pepper-like plant nearby. Recognizing it as bull pepper, he is shocked to find such a useful crop in this place. He digs it up, rewards Dingo for leading him to it, and turns the discovery into an unexpected harvest. Afterward they move to a stream for one last hunt, and he asks Dingo to check for anything unusual nearby. He notes that red trout are treated as monsters here, yet they offer no points or items when killed. Even so, for a growing dingo, the chance to gain experience still makes them worth targeting. He decides that experience alone is enough reason to let Dingo keep hunting them. So he spears a trout to support the training, making the effort worthwhile despite the lack of loot. Once the preparations for Phase 2 are finished, he heads home with Dingo. The next day, work resumes as someone addresses the boss during the demolition. The crew finishes tearing down the shop sign, marking another step in erasing the old store. A worker wraps up the job and tells him to report any repair issues within 3 days, while thanking him for starting so early. Watching the emptied space, he admits that seeing the place truly dismantled is harder than he expected. He stands alone in the stripped-out storefront, facing the reality that the old life attached to it is ending. Even so, he reminds himself that destroying it was the necessary choice. He reasons that in an apocalypse, people lucky enough to avoid becoming zombies would naturally loot whatever they could. Accepting that logic, he decides he has no right to condemn scavenging when survival is at stake. He admits he would do the same if he needed to survive, which leaves him with little room to judge others. Still, he resolves to at least clean up what remains, only to realize someone else may already have had the same idea. A familiar older man appears, saying he left only minimal equipment behind yesterday, and the protagonist is stunned to see him there. The newcomer closes the distance without ceremony. He smacks the younger man in exasperated relief, explaining that he came because he needed to know whether he was dead or alive. Dingo bares his teeth to protect his owner, and the older man is surprised to learn the dog is a new companion after the old pets died long ago. Once reassured, the older man softens and admits Dingo is genuinely adorable. The protagonist then asks why he came all this way in person. The older man repeats that he was worried about whether the younger man had survived. Not fully convinced, the protagonist presses him for the real reason. The older man concedes that worry was only part of it, though it was sincere. He finally reveals the real news. He found out who attacked Ms. Mikyung. The chapter closes with that revelation hanging over them as the apocalypse draws nearer. The conversation begins with the black-haired man laying out a conclusion he has pieced together from scattered clues. He confirms that the party led by Kim Cheol-jun has been targeting Mikyung, and his companion accepts that reading. He adds that the mountain redevelopment site is their base, prompting the other man to wonder how he uncovered so much. The answer is simply that the pattern finally came together in his head. That vague explanation only makes his companion press him to be clearer. He explains that he had previously asked Han Jin-sung from the Levitation reality show about the matter as a precaution. That inquiry led to confirmation that Kim Cheol-jun's group had already approached Mikyung and her party before. He recalls that while those women were walking around, the men had deliberately made contact with them. After the Mi Jaeyoung incident, he realized the women's talk of leaving the group was probably not sincere but part of a setup. When he asked why they were acting that way, they admitted they had received an offer from an Awakeners organization. From that, he concludes that unlike Mi Jaeyoung, the others were lured in rather than openly resisting. A group chat then reveals how fast the situation has deteriorated, with their numbers collapsing to only 4 in a matter of days. His companion grimly notes that this fits the pattern, because only 2 of their remaining members are actually awakened. The black-haired man reflects bitterly that trying to help people has only left everyone looking out for themselves. Even so, his friend's immediate concern is Ji-eun, and he considers calling his ex-wife because her situation may be different. Left with that thought, the black-haired man turns inward and questions whether the path he is taking is truly right. What he really wants answered is how far he should go when someone becomes a threat. He admits that if the end came and someone endangered others, he would kill them. His companion rejects harming others in principle, but concedes that an absolute evil may have to be eliminated. That answer only makes him more suspicious, because this kind of question is unlike the man he knows. The black-haired man tries to brush it off with a strange joke, but the tension remains. Their talk is cut short by a sudden emergency alert that startles them both. The sound turns out to be a child safety alarm, and the black-haired man immediately recognizes the danger. Realizing Mikyung is involved, he urgently asks his friend to watch the dog and rushes off. Elsewhere, Mikyung clutches the alarm in fear as she realizes she is in serious trouble. Below her, a blonde thug identified as Oh In-hak, a tow truck driver, orders her to come down and stop making a scene. From above, Mikyung reveals that he has not assaulted her outright but has been persistently following and pressuring her, and she demands to know why. One of the men tries to coax In-hak into backing off, but another cuts in and makes clear they are prepared to handle things by force. The group is identified as a redevelopment demon crew led by Kim Cheol-jun, with Ma Jong-in backing him up. One of them raises a megaphone and warns Mikyung not to waste her strength, reminding her that they have powers too. Hidden nearby in a helmet, the black-haired man readies a slingshot while the gang threatens to count to 3. As they begin the countdown, he waits for the right instant to strike. On 2, he draws the slingshot tight and commits to the ambush. He fires a high-speed projectile straight down the alley at the armed men. The shot lands before the count finishes, catching one thug mid-threat. The impact punches into the man's shoulder hard enough to drop him with a cry of pain. The others whirl around in confusion, suddenly aware that someone is attacking from concealment. The masked rescuer bursts from hiding and closes the distance before they can regroup. When the blonde thug demands his identity, he refuses and keeps the initiative. He smashes the blonde man across the face with his club in a fast, sweeping strike. Using the momentum, he spins through the alley and sends the blonde thug flying backward. Another thug starts to manifest a strange purple-black power, and the bystanders realize this must be his ability. That dark mist lashes out and catches the masked fighter, confirming it was the same power that had obscured his vision before. But while the misuser focuses on his ability, the rescuer slips behind him with his weapon raised. He counters immediately, sweeping the thug off his feet with a brutal strike. Breathing hard, he steadies himself after dropping a second opponent. Then Mikyung shouts a warning from above, alerting him that another attack is coming. The wounded man he hit first swings back with a red-charged blow aimed at the masked rescuer's head. The attack clips the helmet instead of landing cleanly, but the force still cracks the visor and rattles him. He realizes even a grazing hit from that power is dangerously strong, and the fight is far from over. A rooftop confrontation begins with the cap-wearing thug deciding to go on the offensive immediately, and promising to cripple Xiango before the fight can even settle. He signals his friends to be ready as well, making it clear this is a group beating, not a fair one-on-one. One blonde accomplice accepts the order without hesitation and starts charging both hands with electricity, showing they are willing to use awakened powers openly. As the crackling fighter advances, Xiango realizes the gang is not even trying to conceal how dangerous they are. Pressed by the sudden escalation, Xiango freezes for a moment and searches for a way out. He considers revealing his dimensional gate, but doing so would expose a secret he still wants to keep hidden. Before he can decide, the electric attacker lunges in to finish him with a direct strike. At the last instant, something small darts across the ground toward the attacker. The white dog slams into the blonde thug's face and interrupts the assault, buying Xiango a crucial opening. The gang is thrown off by the absurdity of a supernatural street fight being interrupted by a dog in broad daylight. Another thug quickly shifts tactics and warns Xiango to back off if he does not want the situation to escalate further. To prove the threat is real, he raises a phone already set to emergency services and offers to end things if Xiango walks away now. Xiango accepts the compromise and answers calmly that he is willing to stop there for today. As the gang withdraws, one of them grumbles that people who act like they can end a fight with one punch are always arrogant. The tension breaks when Mikyung rushes in, and Xiango's ally calls out to check on him. Mikyung immediately focuses on Xiango's condition, anxiously asking whether he is hurt anywhere. Her concern lingers on his cracked helmet, and whether he can still move, and the awkward intimacy makes Xiango suddenly connect this pair with another duo he knows. That resemblance triggers a private comparison in his mind, as if their dynamic echoes someone else important. When he touches the damaged visor, he sees just how badly the helmet has been compromised. Mikyung urges him to go to a hospital, but Xiango refuses because he feels he cannot afford to slow down. Instead, he confirms her restaurant is still taking orders and asks her to feed his dog if it visits, while she shyly agrees and tells him he can come by any time. With that small arrangement made, Xiango excuses himself and leaves, the dog trotting after him. The others watch him go, baffled by how abruptly the whole encounter ended. Once home, Xiango tries to clear his head and throws himself into preparing his hideout sooner than planned. He realizes the work has advanced enough that he now has to move quickly and commit to the setup. Seeing the closeness between Mikyung and the other man also stirs his desire to someday reveal his own power honestly, though he is not ready yet. For now, he decides the only answer is to exploit his dimensional gate as efficiently as possible and level up faster than anyone else. The rooftop fight has convinced him that raw gear and level advantage will be the only reliable way to crush enemies like those thugs. If his long-term plan succeeds, he believes he can stay several levels ahead of the curve. That lead matters because stronger monsters will begin appearing nearby, and even teaming up with those two may not be enough otherwise. So he works without stopping as the hours slip by. By the end of it, he has finished installing a wood stove in the hideout and can finally imagine sleeping there. Satisfied with the warmth, he notes that the place is starting to feel livable. With power, surveillance, and the remaining deliveries in place, he judges the hideout essentially complete. He resolves to push through and finish everything today. His deadline is simple: be fully prepared before the apocalypse arrives, now only 16 days away. Soon after, a news report begins covering an asteroid observed months earlier. The HSA identifies it as Yunjambi and announces that it has entered the middle of the solar system. They explain that its orbit is under close watch as it passes near Jupiter. But Jupiter's gravity has split the object, making its future path harder to calculate with certainty. An asteroid tracking official clarifies that Yunjambi has become two separate bodies, Alpha and Beta. Even so, he insists there is no chance either fragment will strike Earth, leaving Xiango to absorb how the official story now fits what he knows. He recalls that in 5 days Yunjambi Beta will hit near a Russian vessel first, triggering a massive tsunami. That disaster will wash the ship toward Korea and unleash the first zombies there, confirming that the strange backstory he knew was true after all. He moves on to the next report without lingering on the revelation. The news shifts to politics, reporting that President Jang Won-taek has remained inside the presidential residence since the Yeouido shooting. Opposition leaders respond by demanding the truth and agreeing to hold a hearing. As rumors begin linking awakened people to the coming disaster, Xiango dismisses the panic as end times talk. Still, he notes that the intense media attention is at least making it harder for awakened criminals to act freely. Thinking ahead, he turns from the broadcast to ask what public opinion online looks like now. While browsing online, he grumbles that the sudden appearance of a levitating superhuman has ruined his plan to rob a bank the next day. As he reads the chaotic comments, he sees people dismissing the news, arguing that whether it is Eun-jae or some other freak, everyone will end up zombified anyway and the world is already falling apart. He judges the discussion as mostly empty noise and keeps scrolling without expecting anything useful. Then something catches his attention and breaks his indifference. He finds a post from an account called Midream, a veteran player apparently still active and openly searching for other long-surviving veterans. The name immediately stands out because Midream has a reputation for helping newcomers. He recalls Midream as a famous, well-connected figure from the old game community. That memory matters even more because Midream had once played with his own group as well. Reading the full message, he learns that Midream built a heavily reinforced bunker in Busan with supplies for years and is inviting the 4 veterans who survived to the end to come and contact him through Scode. He realizes this may be the chance he missed before, but hesitates because none of his old veteran friends have responded yet. Too proud to make the first move, he settles for bookmarking the post so he can return to it later. Putting the thought aside, he turns back to his own priorities and decides it is time to finish the second round of work on his hideout. The next day, exhausted from 2 sleepless nights, he steps outside to inspect the hidden bunker entrance with Dingo nearby. He feels close to collapsing from fatigue, but keeps going. Seeing the exterior improvements, especially the solar setup, reassures him that the hideout is finally taking shape. With the structure looking solid, he shifts his focus to the next crucial step, getting the power system running. Inside, he works through the more complicated task of wiring electricity from the solar panels into the bunker. He reminds himself that converting the current and distributing it safely to usable outlets is far trickier than it looks. When everything is connected, he nervously tests the setup and hopes it works on the first try. The phone begins charging, confirming that the bunker finally has working power. That small success hits him hard, because after so much struggle he finally feels real progress. For the first time in a long while, surviving in this world feels genuinely possible to him. Riding that momentum, he heads deeper inside, thinking back to the excavation that uncovered valuable materials the day before. He reviews how digging in the right spot first yielded luminous and ignition stones, then something even more promising below. What he found was amaris, a mineral tougher and sharper than obsidian. Even so, he knows the raw mineral is not immediately useful yet. Still, he is glad to have secured it and starts planning practical upgrades like installing LED lights later. As he moves on to organize the food supplies before bed, Dingo suddenly erupts into frantic barking. He stops at once, realizing Dingo has sensed a serious threat. Outside, Dingo is no longer merely alert but openly snarling at something in the forest. He rushes out of the bunker after him, trying to understand what has triggered such a violent reaction. The moment he sees what is out there, he knows the situation is bad. A pack of direwolves has come down from the mountains, led by a larger alpha, turning the area around his hideout into a kill zone. Arming himself, he is stunned that mountain monsters have appeared this close to his bunker. Then he realizes why Dingo is so enraged. These may be the beasts responsible for killing Dingo's mother. He tries to call Dingo back before the dog throws himself into a hopeless fight. But Dingo is already locked into a vengeful stance, and he understands this could spiral out of control immediately. Facing the pack, he admits to himself that in a direct fight he has no chance of beating them. He quickly rules out grabbing his other weapon, because turning his back now would get him torn apart. So he forms a new plan, force the alpha to retreat and the rest of the pack should follow. He bases that hope on wolf behavior, trusting that the pack will stay cautious and move with its leader. Since the alpha is the one that initiates the attack, stopping or repelling it becomes the key to surviving. He also remembers another useful trait: wolves hate strong smells. That gives him one workable option, because he still has pepper spray left over from dealing with kobolds. If he can spray the alpha with it, the same overpowering irritant should drive the beast back. He narrows the whole fight down to a single objective: land the spray on the leader. Even if he cannot kill the direwolves, forcing them to flee would be enough to save himself and Dingo. But the plan has a fatal weakness, because if the alpha charges before he can act, he will die on the spot. Locked in that standoff, he desperately searches for any way to stop the alpha long enough to use the spray. At the last moment, an idea finally comes to him. He steels himself by insisting his plan has to work, because if it fails the refuge he built will be destroyed. Before he can settle his nerves, he calls out the alpha direwolf and commits to confronting it himself. He launches the fight by striking first, trying to seize momentum with a fast opening attack. The blow drives past the alpha and tears into the ground, showing the beast is quick enough to evade him. The alpha answers with a furious roar, making clear it is ready to overpower him head-on. It springs into the air above him, forcing him onto the defensive. As the wolf bears down, he tracks its movement and prepares a skill instead of retreating. He concentrates under pressure, timing his response for the instant of impact. At the last moment he opens a gate, and the alpha crashes into the summoned barrier instead of into him. He immediately closes the gate and grabs a yellow canister from his belt, shifting from defense to a trap. He sprays the wolf at close range, using the opening to hit it with an irritant or gas attack. The alpha lands coughing and gagging, briefly weakened by the spray. Seeing the beast stagger, he rushes in with a knife, determined to finish the fight before it recovers. He tackles onto the wolf and drives the attack into its mouth area, trying to exploit its moment of vulnerability. But the alpha breaks free, and other wolves appear, turning his duel into a pack assault. The pack surges forward together, forcing him to abandon any hope of a clean victory and focus on survival. After escaping the immediate danger, he drops down in exhaustion, realizing how close he came to dying. A small white wolf comes to him, and his irritation softens into concern as he checks on it. He reassures the injured cub and tries to calm it with a gentle touch. He promises the little wolf that he will avenge it and keep enduring until the apocalypse arrives. The story marks the passage of time as Day 15 approaches the coming disaster. After organizing his basement shelter, he heads into town for hardware and medical supplies to strengthen his defenses before sleeping. Still worn down from going many hours without sleep, he reflects bitterly that being attacked by maned wolves was terrible timing. He realizes he may actually have been lucky, because if stronger werewolves had found him instead, he would have had no answer. That thought leads him to admit he has been complacent about his preparations. He reviews the surrounding terrain and understands that he focused too narrowly on nearby monsters while ignoring other threats and variables. So he decides to do more drone-based surveying and expand his territory into a larger, more secure shelter zone. While planning farmland and storage space, he notices familiar people nearby, including Songho. His thoughts continue toward building a moat and a second defensive line, but being called by name interrupts his planning. He adds improved beacon coverage to his list of upgrades just as someone directly gets his attention. When he turns, he finds Songho with a woman and is immediately drawn into an unexpected conversation. He explains he came to buy supplies, then points out that Songho clearly is not here for ordinary shopping either. Songho questions the idea of buying weapons at a hardware store and implies the purchase is for someone else. The woman confirms that one of their group intends to buy the weapons. He quickly pieces together the situation. They found a group member at the store and are trying to stop her from arming herself. Songho admits that is exactly the problem, but says she refuses to believe his warning. He points out that if she accepted their original explanation, this conflict would not be happening, and learns she rejects the reality of the wire disease itself. The woman studies him in silence, creating a tense pause while he wonders what she is thinking. He abruptly recognizes her and remembers where they have met before. She identifies him as the owner of the Tekbaki restaurant, and remarks that his whole presence has changed dramatically. Trying to smooth over her earlier attitude, she apologizes and offers a more proper introduction. They exchange names, formally establishing that she is Jo Soo-yeon and he is Kang Song-ho. The introduction triggers a sudden realization in him. He discovers that Jo Soo-yeon is a doctor, making her far more valuable than he first assumed. Recognizing that value, he decides to brief her on Sura and the coming crisis just as he did with the others. She hesitates, admitting she does not really want to accept what he is telling her, but she reasons through it and concludes that if this world now operates like a game, a purely scientific approach will not solve everything. Once she accepts that much, she raises a more personal question about him. She asks if he is actually an awakener, catching him off guard with how directly she says it. She explains that his certainty and the way he talks made her suspect it, and he realizes Mikyung and the others may have reached the same conclusion. After hearing that another man seemed reliable, Song-ho asks how he compares, exposing his insecurity. She bluntly tells him the comparison is absurd because he and that man are on completely different levels. Dropping the issue of comparison, she turns directly to Song-ho with a new proposal. She offers friendship, shifting the relationship into a more deliberate alliance. The next day, the protagonist finishes modifying a spear and is quietly pleased with the result. He judges the weapon good enough, seeing it as the completion of his main hunting tool. With his preparations done, he calls Dingo over to begin the real task. He tells the dog that today they are going to avenge its mother, making the hunt personal. He reminds Dingo that even if this den is not the real revenge target, anyone who discovers their hideout must be eliminated immediately. Fully geared up, he makes clear that Dingo is expected to help carry the burden of the fight. At the hunting ground, he notices only 4 maned wolves and immediately senses something is off. The missing alpha confirms his suspicion that this is the neighboring pack instead. Realizing that, he prepares to exploit the situation rather than back away. He identifies the beasts as the nearby pack and notes that they are manageable as long as he avoids close contact. Because a maned wolf pack loses much of its threat without its alpha, he sees them as easy prey. He understands their coordination is poor, which means he can isolate and kill them one at a time. Using a rock as cover, he lures one into a trap exactly as planned. He drops a net over the charging wolf, calmly confirming that his tactic worked. As the trapped wolf thrashes in panic, he keeps control of the situation and closes in. He ends the immobilized wolf with his spear and earns points for the kill. The remaining wolves quickly realize the danger and turn hostile together. He breaks into motion before they can surround him, forcing them to chase on his terms. The pack commits to a full attack, trying to overwhelm him with speed and numbers. One wolf leaps in first, attempting to strike from above. He counters by blasting it midair with a spray, disrupting the attack and buying space. As more wolves close in, he keeps them off balance with the same improvised defense. In the opening he created, he shifts instantly from stalling to lethal offense. His spear cuts through another wolf in a decisive slash, dropping it with a single exchange. A third wolf lunges from behind, nearly catching him during the follow-through. Dingo intercepts the ambush, saving him and letting him focus on finishing the rest. After another kill earns more points, he decides that from now on his method will be simple and ruthless. He resolves to stop overcomplicating things and just stab his enemies to death. The accumulated kills push him to level 5, and the system announces that his trait has gained additional effects. He learns that his dimensional door can now become invisible to others and can project the scenery and sounds beyond it. Wanting immediate proof, he activates the dimensional door on the spot. The result impresses him at once. He confirms that the doorway now lets him directly see inside his real-world house from the other side. He wonders whether the invisibility effect also applies to this projected doorway. Realizing how much safer and more convenient this makes his ability, he sees several of its old weaknesses disappear. That leads him to suspect that even more powerful trait upgrades may unlock at later levels. He reflects that leveling was far more important than he first believed and becomes determined not to miss the remaining omens. Even so, he keeps his priorities straight and turns back to the immediate work ahead. Before anything else, he decides to bury the wolf corpses and clean up the aftermath with Dingo beside him. The story then advances to day 14, with the apocalypse drawing closer. Over the next 2 days, he stays busy preparing and tracking the countdown carefully. He begins by sending a drone into the other world to conduct another ecological survey. The survey shows that within about 1 kilometer, only ordinary animals are present. That confirms once again that no monsters are currently roaming nearby. He then discovers a goblin nest roughly 3 kilometers away, identifying a future target that will be harder to handle. Now more confident in the safety of his base, he prepares to begin the next phase of work, chainsaw in hand while Dingo protests. He begins turning the forested hideout into a defensible base by clearing trees and brush to open the ground. With Dingo helping, he marks out a wide perimeter and starts enclosing it with barbed wire. He reinforces the barrier with a second layer and adds an outer moat, judging that a depth of about 2 meters should be enough. While building, he keeps watch on the outside world through the dimensional gate and learns the government is preparing to investigate awakeners. At the same time, he quietly gathers construction supplies from a distant hardware store to avoid attention. He also buys a professional-grade tool set, preparing to do the rest of the work himself. On the way back, he checks Kim Cheol-chun's party hideout and confirms their base is active. To speed up the fortification, he rents a motorcycle and even secures a mini excavator he can operate after some practice. Even with Jukyak encouraging him, his thoughts drift to poison resistance, and whether his paralysis toxin has accumulated enough to be weaponized. Sitting alone at his computer, he becomes deeply unsettled by what he is seeing online. A community post announces that Survivor 1 Nim, a player with 4,500 hours, has joined My Dream's side. That rumor shocks him because Survivor 1 is a major figure whose allegiance could change everything. He immediately links it to the Udo shootout and the government's tightening control over the media. The president's unusual absence from the official residence makes the pattern feel even less accidental. He reasons that the person behind My Dream may be trying to manipulate the president from behind the scenes. Since Survivor 1 was the kind of collector who would demand a giant shelter as payment for information, the move does not fit his expectations. Among all possible partners, he would have expected Survivor 1 to side with the highest authority, not with My Dream. He starts to suspect the announcement could be a bluff, but he still cannot understand why My Dream would risk making it. Rather than stay stuck in confusion, he decides to test the claim directly. He concludes that if Survivor 1 really has joined My Dream, he will need to revise his own plans as well. To investigate safely, he sits down under a disguised identity and prepares to make contact online. He first creates a fresh W-Score account and a new VR identity to avoid exposing himself. Using the alias Unknown, he sends My Dream a message asking to meet in VR chat and waits for an answer. The reply comes almost immediately, along with the hint that very few people know My Dream's W-Score ID. My Dream quickly directs him to a white room and agrees to talk even without full VR gear, which makes the speed of the response suspicious. He logs into VR chat determined to find out whether this person is truly connected to Survivor 1 or just pretending. His avatar enters the white room, and the confrontation begins. A man in a coat and hat greets Unknown impolitely, while the protagonist appears as a duck-headed avatar and keeps the exchange casual. The other man immediately complains that Unknown is still hiding behind anonymity, signaling that he intends to control the conversation. Unknown refuses to reveal more, arguing that there is no reason to trust someone he has only just met. The man takes that evasiveness as a sign that Unknown might be a veteran player. Unknown neither confirms nor denies it, forcing the other side to prove himself first. The man accepts the challenge and says he will verify Unknown's identity with a series of questions. He starts with obscure game knowledge about a werewolf's jump height, and Unknown answers correctly at once. A second question about an Orbear's weakness is met just as easily, showing that Unknown's expertise is real. When asked about zombie evolution in Buera, Unknown gives a detailed explanation, proving he knows the mechanics beyond surface-level trivia. The final question is a trap about the number of precursor phenomena, and Unknown catches it immediately because a true veteran would know the answer is 3, not 4. Satisfied, the man admits he is indeed dealing with one of the veterans. Unknown presses the advantage and demands that the man stop hiding behind the My Dream name and identify himself as Survivor 1 if the claim is genuine. The man refuses, saying he cannot call himself Survivor 1 nim right now, which makes the whole performance sound even more fraudulent. Instead of clarifying, he drifts into small talk about the nice weather and hints that something is about to happen. Unknown realizes the man is stalling for time and starts to suspect a hidden motive behind the conversation. A sudden flash of insight makes him fear the delay was meant to let the other side trace him. Before he can act, the man ends the meeting and logs out, leaving Unknown convinced he may have been tracked. The scene shifts to a real-world office where a receptionist welcomes a visitor, revealing that the threat is already moving in person. A suited man enters with subordinates and immediately orders them to secure the exit, showing this is an abduction, not a visit. When the receptionist tries to redirect him, he flatly refuses to play along and keeps advancing. He makes clear that they are here for a specific person and quietly restrains the receptionist before she can draw attention. Using a calm but coercive tone, he pressures her to cooperate, and she submits while he reads the room and keeps control. Back at his desk, the protagonist realizes he has to move immediately before the people who traced him close in. Hiding in an office and fearing that capture will turn him into someone else's puppet, the young man braces for a desperate move. He heads into the restroom after receiving a mental command to open a dimensional gate, trying to stay ahead of whoever is hunting him. The pursuer is directed toward his location, narrowing the search to the restroom. When the suited hunter probes for Unknown him, the fugitive realizes he has been found and panics. The hunter concludes the restroom is the last possible hiding place and closes in. He enters confidently, greets Unknown him, and demands that the target stop playing around and come out. Treating the situation like a hunt, he guesses his prey may be using a stealth-type ability. Drawing on prior experience, he starts a methodical search by filling a bucket with water. He explains that splashing water will expose an invisible target by revealing where moisture clings unnaturally. He adds that if he can physically touch the hidden person, the chase will end immediately. Certain of his advantage, he relaxes for a moment, unaware that his target has nearly been exposed already. A dimensional gate suddenly opens beside the fugitive, giving him a narrow escape route just before discovery. Seeing the gate, the hunter realizes the target is not a stealth user after all but someone with a different kind of movement ability. He radios his allies to search the whole area, stressing that this target is valuable enough to capture alive at any cost. While waiting, he bitterly reflects that in this world and in the game alike, wealth and influence still let people try to buy survival. The fugitive, now masked and armed with a poisoned spear, silently thanks Midream for forcing him to make up his mind. Remembering his earlier hesitation, he decides that Midream's betrayal has finally cleared away his doubts. He steps back through the gate behind the hunter, choosing by his own standards to answer treachery directly. He commits himself fully, vowing to repay fire with fire. With 12 days left until the apocalypse, the confrontation becomes a test of who will seize control before the world changes. Still unaware of the ambush behind him, the hunter tries to identify which veteran player Unknown might be. He reasons that even if the target's trait is movement-based, experience alone should have revealed more by now. As he keeps analyzing, he assumes all that extra time in the game must have granted Unknown some hidden edge. The fugitive reveals himself at close range, cutting off the hunter's speculation with his presence. The hunter turns too late as the ambusher launches his strike. The poisoned spear slashes across the hunter's neck before he can defend himself. The venom takes hold at once, and the hunter realizes with horror that the attack was not just a wound. Recognizing his attacker as Unknown, he is stunned by how completely the tables have turned. Before he can recover, the fugitive smashes him hard and punishes him for trying to face the wrong direction. He coldly asks how it feels to be poisoned, making clear that this is deliberate retaliation, not panic. Pinning the hunter in place, he cuts off any attempt at negotiation or explanation. He reminds him that neither the apocalypse nor the tutorial has begun yet, so the usual rules are not in effect. Because the killer system is still inactive, he can attack freely without triggering any automatic punishment. He spells out the implication while driving the point home physically. Killing him now would carry no penalty. As the hunter's body starts failing, the fugitive notes that a real veteran understands the danger immediately. Seeing the man conscious but unable to move, he condemns him for selling out fellow survivors and targeting decent people. He strips the helpless hunter of his belongings, treating him as loot rather than as someone worthy of sympathy. The poisoned man can only curse him, powerless to stop what is happening. The fugitive takes his phone and declares this punishment is the price of trying to deceive and enslave him. He warns that if there is a next time, he will not show even this much restraint. Before Midream's reinforcements can arrive, he escapes to another location and immediately begins checking what he stole. The ID reveals the hunter's name as Kwon Kyung-jun, age 38. Digging further, he learns Kwon is a wealthy golf club owner who uses 3 bunkers as his base and has a history of affairs. More importantly, he uncovers that Kwon's trait improves with repeated use and that he had been experimenting with a mind control ability. Having extracted the useful facts, the fugitive sets the phone aside and starts thinking about what they imply. He questions whether simply having more playtime and survival life really guarantees stronger traits. Considering that the game's core objective is survival, he reasons that veteran-exclusive traits may function almost like cheat abilities. Until he sees more examples, he decides to treat that theory as probably true. As he examines the silenced pistol he took, he concludes that the coming apocalypse is unfolding just like the game did. From that, he reaches one firm belief: awakening alone is enough to make a person far more dangerous. While practicing at the range, he reflects that his recent training has pushed his physical abilities beyond normal. His shot lands cleanly, reinforcing that the extra training is making a real difference. As he handles the gun, he reminds himself to train more realistically instead of relying on a loaded magazine. A sudden flood of alerts interrupts him, and he turns toward the source in confusion. The sheer number of warnings immediately tells him something abnormal is happening. He checks the screen and realizes the disturbance is serious enough to demand his full attention. The alerts report monsters appearing around Gaisen, strange screams, lightning, and even photos of goblins spreading online. Putting the reports together, he concludes that the second omen has begun. He immediately drives into the mountains at night, heading straight for the outbreak. Seeing the late hour, he curses the timing but keeps going. When he confirms the location is Gaisen, the coincidence alarms him even more. Another report narrows the latest sighting to Huangsen Reservoir, giving him a target. He pushes the car harder, intent on reaching the scene before the situation spreads. Once close enough, he abandons the road and stops at the forest edge. He heads into the woods with Dingo, making it clear they are now actively hunting goblins. He explains that he rushed here because police would already be locking the area down, and because goblins rarely move without a stronger monster organizing them. He reasons that a hobgoblin would likely have established a temporary base nearby and put the goblins under command. Trusting Dingo's nose, he follows the dog deeper into the forest. He checks whether Dingo has picked up the goblin scent, and the dog confirms it. Dingo tests the air more carefully, searching for the strongest trail. The dog suddenly locks onto something definite. Dingo bolts ahead, and he realizes they have found a real lead. The dog races down the path, pulling the search into a full pursuit. Dingo cuts sharply off the main route, following the scent into thicker cover. He dives after the dog, forcing himself to keep pace through the rough terrain. Struggling with the route, he realizes the trail is leading somewhere difficult to reach. He asks for a better path, but Dingo keeps pressing forward toward the source. The chase ends at a clearing where several goblins lie dead and 2 police officers are down, turning the search into a rescue. He stops himself from panicking and rushes to check the officers first. To his relief, both officers are still alive. With no obvious injuries, he determines they were incapacitated by poison rather than physically mauled. The missing firearms bother him, and he starts wondering who took them after the attack. He judges the officers should recover after a short rest, buying him time to investigate the rest of the scene. He turns his attention to the goblin corpses, looking for what really happened here. The bullet holes confirm the police had been armed and had managed to shoot some of the goblins. That makes the missing guns more suspicious, and he realizes someone deliberately removed them in the middle of the chaos. A troubling possibility suddenly clicks into place. He suspects a gold goblin may be among the group, which would explain the theft and the unusual behavior. The implication hits him hard, because that means the threat is smarter and more dangerous than ordinary goblins. He decides he cannot let such a creature escape. Before moving, he borrows a fallen officer's phone and calls emergency services. He sends the location and warns them not to leave the goblin bodies unattended. Knowing monsters are already going viral online, he realizes secrecy is over and speed matters more than ever. He entrusts the hunt to Dingo and moves out again with renewed urgency. The pursuit continues under the looming certainty that this outbreak is only the beginning of something far worse. Elsewhere, a goblin's club slams into a man's defense as a separate fight is already underway. That man, Xiango, is being pressed by armed goblins and is barely holding them off. The goblins openly defer to a leader, confirming that this pack is organized rather than acting like mindless monsters. Xiango bitterly complains that he is being forced to serve as the frontline shield before even awakening his power, but accepts that he has no choice. The real support comes from an ally whose trait is telekinesis, slowly bringing floating shields into play to keep them alive. A glowing ally steps in first and tells the others not to panic as he intercepts the incoming attack. He batters away several thrown stones at once, shielding the group from the goblins' opening rush. While the policeman braces behind his shield, the ally checks whether the rest of their party is still on the way. The answer is grim. The others reach Gaisen, but getting up to this level is proving difficult. When the officer wonders if they should retreat, the ally reframes the danger as a chance to gain an advantage. He points out that these goblins match the game's version and are attacking without their deadliest weapons. Because they lack poison darts and spears, he believes this is a manageable fight if they stay focused. He orders the officer to keep fighting while he handles the pressure around them. His reasoning is strategic. If they survive this clash and catch the hobgoblin squad that split off, their side will gain a major edge. To prove it, he blocks another heavy blow and demands concentration instead of complaints. But a goblin slips in a counterattack and cracks him across the head, showing the enemy is adapting. He drops to one knee, shaken and clutching his arm, while the officer fears their strongest fighter may be down. Surrounded and with their momentum broken, the officer realizes they have no clear next move. The goblins seize that hesitation and swarm in to finish them. Before they can land the killing blows, one goblin is suddenly pierced by a blue projectile from off-screen. A second and then a third goblin are struck the same way, turning the ambush into confusion. The officer looks up in disbelief as the attackers around him collapse from those unseen shots. He scans the dark path, trying to understand where the arrows came from. Elsewhere, the hidden player calmly reaches for his gear, already committed to intervening. He decides helping them was not a waste, because the information he bought with that risk was worth the cost. Watching the battlefield through a gate, he confirms a key discovery. Awakened users cannot climb to this area. That means he can move after the awakened goblin mob without interference from rival humans. Knowing speed matters now, he grabs what he needs and prepares to act immediately. He steps out in armor and lays out a precise plan for wiping out the goblin group. The first step is to draw the goblin's attention with bait. He tosses a can through the forest so the noise pulls the enraged goblins toward the gate. As one goblin charges the distraction, a spear shoots up from below and catches it cleanly. He intends the wound to be loud rather than instantly fatal, using pain to make the victim scream and summon the others. Once a goblin reaches the gate, he uses the portal itself like a barrier and attacks from safety. He then removes the embedded spearhead, making the kill harder to trace back to him. The next part of the plan targets the hobgoblin leader's instincts. When the high-awareness hobgoblin notices one of its subordinates dead, it immediately understands something is wrong. It reacts by barking orders and directing the remaining goblins into motion. Just as expected, the weaker and more anxious goblins rush toward the threat first. The armored player emerges through the gate to meet them, repeating the tactic that worked before. He cuts through the clustered goblins in a single sweeping strike, dropping them before they can surround him. With the lesser monsters handled exactly as planned, he turns his attention to the force driving the pack. Then he notices something unexpected and realizes the situation is not unfolding cleanly anymore. The hobgoblin is actually fighting with one of its own goblins, and he is startled that even the monsters are turning on each other. Seeing chaos already in play, he decides to commit fully and attack the hobgoblin at once. He charges straight in, but the hobgoblin answers with overwhelming force and brings its club down on him. He knows the clash is reckless, yet he accepts it because backing off would leave him no path to victory. The impact hurls him away and slams him hard enough to leave him badly hurt. As he kneels in pain and feels himself fading, he realizes the damage is far worse than he anticipated. The hobgoblin closes in for the kill while he struggles to stay conscious. At the brink of collapse, a hidden emergency effect activates as his health drops into a critical state. Power surges through him, his eyes flare gold, and his body snaps back into fighting condition. The hobgoblin attacks again, but this time he meets the blow with sudden speed and force. Wrapped in that new burst of power, he pivots around the enemy and takes control of the exchange. He finishes the sequence by driving his weapon forward, launching a decisive counterattack at point-blank range. The masked fighter rushes through the forest carrying his loot, while a goblin collapses behind him, showing the battle is already turning in his favor. He opens a portal to secure his escape route, deciding the first round of looting is finished before anyone else arrives. A larger golden goblin charges in with a club, trying to stop him before he can leave. Instead of retreating, he instantly counters with precise thrown blades that pierce the goblin's arm and halt its attack. As the wounded monster realizes he had been allowed to strike earlier, the hunter makes clear the real fight is only starting now. He follows through with a decisive close-range attack, taking control of the encounter. The golden goblin can only snarl in pain as its resistance breaks. With the enemy dead, system rewards appear. He reaches level 6, gains stat points, and unlocks terrain sense, leaving him relieved that the fight is finally over. He immediately recognizes the new skill as a major advantage, since it will let him read everything within his field of view. While checking the loot, he notes that once collected it becomes item drops, but an alarm suddenly warns him that others are nearby. Realizing a search party has already reached the area, he understands he has no time to linger. He orders himself to grab everything and reopen the gate before the newcomers can catch him. He steps through the portal with his haul, planning to hide until the sweep outside is over. The next day, he wakes in his room with his dog beside him, recovering from the strain of the previous night. Checking the time, he realizes he slept through an entire day. He resolves not to trigger survival craving again unless it is truly an emergency, having learned how dangerous that compulsion can be. Before going out, he decides to inspect the loot he brought back. He frames this caution as part of enduring quietly until the apocalypse fully arrives. Laying out the spoils, he immediately notes that a golden goblin's drops are clearly superior to ordinary ones. Among them, the revolver is useful, but his attention is drawn more strongly to the knife. The system identifies it as a mithril knife with the rare property of being indestructible, which surprises him because such a weapon should resist the metal death plague. That rarity makes him suspicious, and he questions how a mere goblin could possess something worth 100 shop points. Examining it closely, he notices the blade's uneven surface and begins to suspect there is more to it. A sudden realization stops him as the irregular texture starts to mean something. He wonders whether goblins in the other world originally used metal weapons, which would imply a higher civilization than expected. That thought leads to a darker possibility. Perhaps some kind of mutation changed them into what they are now. Even as he considers it, he admits the theory may be too extreme to accept without proof. He sets the mystery aside for later and continues checking the rest of the loot. He finds shadow grapes that enhance night vision, a perfect match for fighting nocturnal enemies. That item helps explain how the diurnal goblins had been moving so freely at night. Finally, he opens his status window and is pleased to see his growth is outpacing what he remembers from the game. Satisfied with his preparations, he decides it is time to return to the other world and continue gathering information. He opens a portal and steps out while checking his phone, only to find that people have been urgently trying to reach him. The flood of messages from acquaintances and worried contacts makes him reflect that he has never been this sought after before. He chooses to head to the fitness center first, following the most immediate lead. He arrives at the building in daylight, shifting from solitary preparation back into contact with other survivors. As soon as he enters, his friend recognizes him and calls out in relief. The group greets him warmly, making it clear they had been genuinely worried by his disappearance. His friend begins introducing the others, establishing them as trusted people rather than strangers. He meets Lee Kyung-hoon and Kim Bo-ae, formally joining the conversation as part of the group. When he asks about the missing fourth person, he learns that man went to a large camping supply store. The others confirm the store is nearby and newly opened, which makes it a plausible place to gather survival gear. The conversation then turns to the previous day's incident, and they ask whether he followed the news. He says he did, relying on online coverage to piece together what happened. The reports claim that the doctor who dissected the goblin from Gaia Mountain issued a dire warning that the end was coming. The crisis escalated further when the president convened a National Security Council meeting over the threat. Authorities also announced plans to identify the creator of Survival Life and consult the Awakened, showing that the situation has become a matter of national response. Back with the group, his friend asks what he plans to do next, steering the discussion toward practical survival choices. He explains that because the protagonist knows so much, he wants advice, but someone immediately objects before he can continue. Another member cuts in, reminding them that advice was already given earlier and stressing a key point about goblins and points, signaling that strategy, not panic, needs to guide their next move. A man confidently explains his theory for surviving the outbreak, claiming awakened people barely level and insisting everyone should keep grinding supplies instead of wasting time. Song-ho cuts in and rejects the premise outright, signaling that the man has misunderstood something fundamental. He challenges the room to think beyond rumors and asks whether any of them have actually played Survival Life enough to know what they are talking about. Song-ho warns that blindly repeating community speculation leads people to false conclusions, then pushes them to examine the logic for themselves. A woman shifts the discussion to the real issue haunting everyone. Once exposed to zombie spores, what actually decides who turns and who survives? The loud man guesses that awakened people are protected from infection, but Song-ho immediately narrows it further. He reveals the key distinction by asking why they think he awakened in the first place. Song-ho explains that awakening came from playing Survival Life, and that his immunity likely comes from having made contact with the game itself. He concludes that anyone in the room who has not awakened but has still connected to the game should also be safe, which makes the others latch onto him as their best hope. The woman quickly decides staying close to Song-ho is her safest option, while he smugly encourages that dependence until Song-ho raises another point. Another woman, impressed by how clearly he understood the tutorial, invites Song-ho to keep explaining what everyone else missed. As the others start treating him like their protector, Song-ho is disgusted by how fast they are surrendering judgment to the most forceful voice in the room. He internally concedes that immunity through game contact is at least a plausible hypothesis, but there is still no proof that awakened people are automatically safe from spores. Realizing the group is already building certainty on guesswork, he decides the conversation is no longer worth salvaging. He suspects the tougher man had called him over because he also distrusted the loud braggart, but that does not change Song-ho's conclusion. Song-ho stands to leave, ignoring attempts to keep him there longer. He refuses to hand valuable information to someone he despises, says he has other plans, and leaves with the promise that he will reach out again when he is finished. After leaving the fitness club, he spends his time revisiting farming routes and supply spots before the Metal Death Plague arrives. When he gets home, Cho Soo-yeon is waiting for him outside. She has come to give him something important and asks for a moment of his time. She hands him a first aid kit stocked with prescription painkillers and antibiotics. Caught off guard by the generosity, Song-ho wonders why she would entrust him with something so valuable when they could simply lose contact once everything collapses. Soo-yeon answers by giving him her full address and making sure he knows exactly where to find her. She reminds him that mutual help only works if both sides can locate each other, turning the gift into a practical pact rather than a favor. With that settled, she says she still has another stop to make and heads off, while Song-ho accepts the arrangement and tells her to get home safely. Before leaving, she calls back to him one more time. With playful insistence, she makes him promise not to forget either his word or her address. Watching her go, Song-ho is struck by how strangely bright and warm she feels amid everything else, and time begins to pass after that brief meeting. During that period, he travels widely, buying equipment and stockpiling whatever might matter once society breaks down. In the other world, he builds a sandwich panel warehouse and fills it with supplies. After obtaining a reserved mini excavator, he uses every spare moment to work on a defensive moat. While he prepares, the outside world grows steadily more unstable and panicked. Television fills with endless arguments between fatalists and skeptics, each side trying to define the crisis before it fully arrives. The turmoil escalates to the international level, with emergency meetings at the UN and reports that even the US president may come to Korea. Then the authorities realize their earlier predictions were wrong, and a sudden warning confirms the threat is developing differently than expected. The change begins with Nzambi Beta descending toward Earth. Its arrival is followed by even Nzambi Alpha, making it clear that the disaster is accelerating toward the planet. 4 days vanish in a rush, and Songho reaches the point he had been preparing for. He arrives at Gamcheon Port, the place where the last container ship from Russia is expected to dock. The countdown to the apocalypse stands at 5 days. After confirming no one is using the port, he enters an abandoned building to make his final preparations. He opens a portal, because despite the danger of infection, he came here for a specific prize. His target is additional fuel from the Russian vessel, even though he knows zombie spores spread as an almost impossible to avoid particle beam. He fully understands that exposure can infect people without any realistic way to shield themselves from it. Even so, he treats becoming a zombie now or dying a few days later as nearly the same outcome, since he has no family waiting for him. He acknowledges that he could simply retreat to live alone in the other world, but that option feels like surrendering his humanity. For him, surviving as a mere body without meaning is not enough. With his preparations complete and his gear loaded, he makes clear that he has no intention of dying passively. Instead, he commits to a different path from everyone else, accepting extreme risk for the chance at a decisive reward. As he checks his phone in the empty building, Songho frames his choice as the essence of life itself, betting everything on a worthwhile return. The protagonist checks the game's patch notes, and realizes the update has weakened zombies, reduced weapon durability, and change point gains after the arrival of Nzambi Beta. As he thinks through what those changes mean, he concludes the system's administrator must have anticipated the apocalypse becoming real. A sudden sense of dread hits him when he realizes the disaster has already begun. An emergency alert confirms a tsunami warning near Busan and verifies Nzambi Beta's impact in the Southern Sea, marking the third major omen. Outside, the warning sirens begin to howl across the coast. The shoreline turns ominous as the alarm spreads and the sea starts behaving violently. Fishing boats are left exposed and stranded as the water pulls back unnaturally. The retreating ocean reveals the scale of the coming catastrophe to the entire waterfront. A towering wall of water surges back toward the city before anyone can respond. The tsunami crashes inland with enough force to lift ships and hurl them over the streets. Watching the flood consume the harbor, he bitterly decides this disaster is even worse than facing monsters. The city is rapidly submerged, leaving buildings and cars swallowed by the rushing water. Through binoculars, he spots a massive ship driven into the flooded city and focuses on it as his next objective. He admits natural disasters make him feel far more helpless than enemies ever did, but he forces himself to act anyway. He prepares a small motorized craft and commits to moving immediately. He starts the engine, setting his escape plan in motion. He races the craft out at top speed, determined to finish what he came for before authorities intervene. Launching into the flooded streets, he heads straight for the stranded ship before government agents can arrive. He cuts across the violent water toward the vessel, intent on completing his objective no matter the conditions. Once alongside the hull, he secures the craft with a rope, satisfied that events are still following his plan. As he pauses, he recalls an earlier prediction and checks whether the awakened truly avoid becoming zombies. Clinging to the ship's side, he notes the strange growths on the hull and confirms the awakened do not transform as Lee Kyung-ho predicted. Seeing no contamination on himself, he takes that as reassurance that contact alone is not affecting him. With that concern settled for the moment, he climbs aboard to continue the mission. On deck, he immediately encounters 2 zombies wandering nearby. He greets them with cold confidence, treating the fight as routine. Arming himself with shield and club, he remembers that zombies in survival life were unusual compared with standard infected. He recalls that they do not spread infection through a virus but instead regard everything living as prey. He also remembers the real danger. They grow stronger the more nutrients they consume. Before they can bite, he slams into one zombie and punishes it for trying to use its teeth. He follows through with brutal close-quarters control, warning them to keep their jaws shut. A rapid finishing strike cuts both attackers down in quick succession. Seeing how easily they died, he notes that the patch may have weakened them more than expected. The system awards him points, and he compares their current fragility to how much tougher they used to be. Even so, he reminds himself not to get careless again, especially after previous mistakes against stronger enemies. Standing over the bodies, he reaffirms his veteran rule that one mistake is already too many. When he looks deeper into the ship, he is struck by how many threats are waiting inside. The corridor ahead is lined with zombies, forcing him to think tactically rather than rush blindly. He decides to clear the hallway first so he can reach his real destination safely. He tears through the corridor zombies efficiently, earning more points while pushing toward the wheelhouse where the pistols should be. Just as he advances, a gunshot echoes from deeper inside the ship. The sound makes him realize someone is still alive aboard. He reasons that an unawakened survivor who has avoided contact with the awakened might still be saved from zombie spores, so he changes priorities. He sprints toward the source of the shot, deciding to rescue that person first and confirm his theory afterward. When he reaches the room, he finds the scene too late and fears the survivor has already failed to hold out. A blood-soaked photograph reveals the likely reason for the gunshot. Someone chose death over what was happening here. He turns from the photo toward the wounded blonde survivor still in the room. Recognizing the man is dying, he offers a grim but sincere attempt at comfort. He takes the pistol in a green case, thanking the survivor for helping him obtain what he needed. As the survivor weakly responds, the protagonist prepares for whatever must come next. A helmeted survivor steps out of a ship into the ruined world, already resigned to the ugly choices survival will demand. Seeing a corpse and blood on the dock, he reflects that even after the apocalypse, horror has simply become part of daily life. He accepts that reality without hesitation and keeps moving. As he secures a boat, he admits to himself that surviving will sometimes mean killing other people. His grim thoughts are interrupted when he spots another rider speeding across the water, someone reckless enough to still be farming out there. The stranger closes in fast, turning the open water into a sudden chase. The two boats rush past each other at close range, each sizing the other up. He treats the dangerous encounter like practice for future travel rather than a reason to panic. He rejects pretending to be moral while preparing for brutality, deciding that hypocrisy would only make survival harder. By the next dawn, the focus shifts from scavenging to the political response unfolding in the city. News reports reveal that public attention has fixated on the missing developer of the survival life system, and he decides it is time to contact the government countermeasure office. As emergency broadcasts praise the president's swift response to proof of zombies, the state rapidly mobilizes meetings and command structures. The protagonist confirms that the president is thinking along the same lines he is, which convinces him to take the next step. He calls in, intending not just to warn them but to provide broader information that will justify his actions. When the countermeasures administrator answers, he immediately offers something invaluable: the exact timing of D-Day. The official is startled and tries to verify the caller, sensing he may be speaking to the very person everyone is searching for. That suspicion turns into shock as the official realizes who must be on the line. The caller refuses to waste time on identity and keeps control of the conversation. He gives precise intelligence. D-Day will begin on July 20th at 1300 hours, and a crucial package will arrive that same afternoon. Having delivered the warning, he leaves the information in their hands and hopes they use it well. He ends the call with a cold farewell, wishing them luck until the apocalypse arrives. The countdown advances to D4. He notes that the president's decisiveness has been impressive, validating his gamble and making contact. Monitoring messages and reports, he sees the government moving exactly as hoped, preparing for war, securing infrastructure, and planning emergency shutdowns. Even so, he admits he cannot know whether every detail is perfectly accurate from the limited information he can access. Public announcements order citizens to stock several days of food and return home, while soldiers deploy through the streets. As evening approaches, the wider population begins complying with the emergency order and withdrawing from normal life. Watching this response, he concludes that the reaction is nearly ideal and regrets not warning them even earlier. For a moment he wonders whether he should have revealed his trait from the beginning if it would have helped this much. He rejects that line of thinking, reminding himself that even with better choices, the disaster itself could not have been stopped. Instead, he returns to the resolve he made that day and commits himself to it. He defines that resolve clearly. He is not a hero, only an ordinary person trying to survive. That self-image is shadowed by the violence and danger surrounding him, but he still clings to it. Because lockdown kept him from acting in reality, he chose to remain longer in the other world and keep preparing there. On D3, he spends his time expanding the remaining moat, knowing the defensive work is still incomplete. He also organizes the videos he had collected, sorting practical knowledge like cooking and farming for later use. On D2, while scouting with Dingo, he stumbles onto a promising discovery in the forest. He finds evidence that solar apples can grow within a month, suggesting the land's fertility may be extraordinary. But on D1, a smaller mystery interrupts his preparations when something in storage does not add up. He notices that 2 sweet potato jellies are missing from the shelves. The only clue left behind is a shriveled grape, making the theft even stranger. He immediately suspects Dingo and presses the dog for an answer. When Dingo collapses into pitiful denial, he warns him that lying will not help. Dingo's reaction feels too sincere to be guilty, so the protagonist starts doubting his first assumption. The dog insists on his innocence so emphatically that the protagonist decides to verify the truth through the security footage. He sits down at the computer with Dingo beside him and checks the recording. What he sees catches him off guard immediately. The footage reveals that a small creature named Pongdangai entered through the dog door. Inside, it left a grape behind as payment and took the missing jelly, turning the theft into a bizarre trade. Watching the tiny intruder's oddly deliberate behavior, he is struck by how self-aware it seems. The protagonist suppresses his urge to chase an urgent lead and forces himself to stay focused on immediate safety. He secures the dog door first, while his pet watches, showing he is methodically sealing the house before anything else. Using a portal ability, he summons someone he had called in advance and silently appreciates that the person actually came. He finds the others already assembled in his home despite the lockdown, confirming this meeting was carefully arranged. He introduces the final arrival as Park Jim, completing the group he wanted gathered. The newcomer identifies himself as Yoo Hyun and makes a polite first impression. Yoo Hyun explains that he had been planning to leave the city before the shutdown and adds that his electrical engineering background may be useful, which immediately marks him as a valuable recruit. The protagonist welcomes him as Kang Song-ho and formally accepts him into the group. With introductions over, Song-ho pushes the meeting toward efficiency and asks everyone to pool what they know. He calls on Hyun to begin, putting the newest member on the spot first. Hyun recounts that his call with his ex-wife was abruptly cut off, which made him fear for his daughter. Driven by that fear, he went to check on them himself. On the return trip, something unusual on the road interrupted him. He discovered military barricades on the highway, showing the government had already begun controlling movement. From what he learned there, residents near the Ulsan petrochemical complex were being evacuated. Next, Seon says she was with her political party contacts and only managed to obtain one key piece of information. That information was startling. A shelter had secretly been built in the citizens' park. The others struggled to believe it, but Seon insists she saw it herself. Mi-kyung then adds what she overheard while shopping with Yoo Hyun. According to that rumor, senior officials who opposed the president's decision had been detained. Song-ho notes that this is even better confirmation than he expected, because it aligns with what he already suspected about the coming disaster and the president's motives. He reflects that he asked them all here because people need enough evidence before they can be made to understand something this extreme. He knows he could persuade them instantly by revealing his status as a veteran player, but he deliberately avoids exposing that too early. Instead, he sticks to his own order of disclosure, even if it means withholding the strongest proof for now. He asks everyone to stay calm, signaling that he is finally about to say what this meeting is really about. He reveals his conclusion. The president is not trying to stop the catastrophe, but to manage it in an orderly way. To support that claim, he points out how suspicious it is that the restrictions began on the afternoon of July 16th. He adds that all state functions were halted for 4 days, asking why the government would make such an extreme move unless it knew exactly what was coming. Yoo Hyun grasps the implication first and states the answer plainly: the apocalypse is near. Song-ho confirms it and goes further, inferring that the government identified the exact D-Day as July 20th, the day the lockdown ends. That realization shatters Yoo Hyun's composure, and he panics about reaching his family in time. Song-ho cuts through the panic and says he will now explain the real reason he summoned them. He produces a strategy guide and survival information, revealing that he called them here to hand over practical means to endure what is coming. When Park Jim demands to know how he could possess such knowledge, Song-ho cites information from Kimbap Lover's videos as his source. Mi-kyung apologizes for previously hiding things from him, and Song-ho learns that deception has not been one-sided. Even so, she accepts the material, and he tells the group they may use the information however they want. His only firm condition is that they follow the tutorial manual exactly, showing he considers discipline essential for survival. After the meeting ends and midnight arrives, Song-ho stands outside with his dog, having spent the last 32 days preparing for this moment. He reviews the many dangers and compromises behind those preparations and admits they still may not be enough. He recognizes that the selfish choices forced on him by survival may bring consequences later. Even so, he has no regrets about the path he chose. Then the first missile launches in the distance, confirming the disaster has begun. More missiles follow in a barrage, turning his worst expectation into reality. The strikes erupt into explosions, and he can only curse as the apocalypse starts unfolding exactly as feared. Watching through binoculars, he acknowledges that the apocalypse was always going to happen. He accepts that this outcome is unavoidable, marking the true beginning of D-Day. The story formally enters the start of the apocalypse. By morning, the lockdown has been lifted, just as he predicted. During that window, he completes basic fortifications on his building, including bulletproof glass and a reinforced wooden door. Then, as part of his prepared routine, he injects himself with a small dose of paralysis poison, showing he has moved from planning into active survival protocol. He pushes his body through brutal poison resistance training until he finally reaches 300 repetitions. Once that preparation is done, he changes into combat gear and readies himself for what is coming. He spends a quiet breakfast with Dingo, treating the morning like the last calm before disaster. Afterward, he waits for the promised 9 a.m. deadline, trying to rest while the dog sleeps nearby. When the alert finally comes, he knows the apocalypse has officially begun. Even Dingo is stirred by the sudden broadcast as the house shifts from waiting to crisis. The television reveals the president, Jang Won-taek, addressing the nation directly. The speech announces emergency martial law, military control of major districts, and the closure of roads and railways, confirming that the collapse is being managed with chilling order. That unnatural level of coordination makes him suspect that someone powerful may have engineered this apocalypse rather than merely reacting to it. Seeing the president so composed only deepens the sense that the disaster may not be accidental. He admits he had hoped the apocalypse would somehow fail to arrive, but lets go of that denial. Instead, he commits himself to surviving and prepares to act like someone experienced in this kind of end-of-the-world chaos. Armed and focused, with Dingo at his side, he fully steps into the role he has been preparing for. He reviews how he spent the 4 hours before the spores landed, 2 hours checking warehouse stockpiles, setting aside magic metal gear and water, and 1 hour scouting the route to the overpass farm. Those preparations were necessary because, outside, reality had already turned into a living hell. People were not just struggling to survive, many were tearing into each other in raw desperation. The breakdown also unleashed people who used the chaos to indulge impulses they had kept buried. Some openly embraced the end, deciding that if death was near, they would do whatever they pleased. Others went further and killed such people without the slightest guilt, making the streets even more savage. A group with a pickup dismisses one dead man as an inconvenience in the road, showing how quickly human life has lost value. They justify their cruelty as practical survival, claiming the coming metal death plague will make ordinary vehicles useless anyway. Then they notice him watching from above and mock him, trying to provoke or intimidate him. He coldly decides not to engage, but silently marks them for death if they turn into zombies and become useful points instead. Rather than answer their taunts, he focuses on the next development overhead. Government aircraft scatter leaflets across the city, making one last organized effort to direct civilians to safety. He catches a flyer and sees that it contains shelter locations. For a moment, he reflects that if more people acted with that kind of responsibility, the apocalypse might be easier to endure. But he immediately tempers that thought, reminding himself that human nature will not suddenly improve just because the world is ending. With that settled, he leaves to carry out the plan he prepared in advance. 3 minutes before the zombie spores land, he finishes loading his motorcycle and concludes that his final reality check is complete. Even then, he worries whether he has gathered enough usable supplies before the metal death plague disables normal equipment. He mentally retraces the farming route, making sure he memorized it correctly. He also checks whether he forgot to remove anything non-magical metal, aware that such a mistake could become fatal once the plague begins. He laughs at himself for sounding paranoid, but keeps taking every precaution anyway. After doing everything he can, he seals himself in a helmet and accepts that the rest will depend on execution. From that point on, he resolves to trust the plan he built. At 1 p.m., as the zombie spores finish landing across South Korea, he starts the motorcycle and moves out. The city immediately fills with panic as survivors realize the infected are real and begin begging for help. One man collapses in terror, clutching his throat as the outbreak unfolds around him. Nearby, the newly turned infected rise from the ground with glowing eyes and predatory intent. Their shrieks confirm that the streets are now fully in zombie hands. He rides straight into that chaos, weaving through the first wave instead of retreating from it. As he passes them, he notes that the number of zombies is lower than he expected. That observation gives him a clue about how the transformation spread so quickly. He realizes many people must have spent their final moments indoors with family, meaning entire households likely turned together out of sight. Checking behind him, he notices at least one person among the group who still has not transformed. Rather than interfere, he decides that leaving that person for now is actually more useful. He accelerates away, staying committed to his farming route instead of getting drawn into side problems. He reasons that stopping for every survivor would only obstruct the efficient point farming he came out to do. Reaching a pharmacy with its shutter still open, he recognizes a lucky opportunity and immediately prepares to loot it. He starts by smashing through an obstacle to force his way inside. Once in the pharmacy, he uses a portal ability to begin looting quickly and efficiently. Knowing every second matters, he moves fast through the shelves before the situation can worsen. He reminds himself that spores need time to fully take over zombies, so there is a brief window to exploit. By pulling the medicine through the portal instead of fighting, he aims to farm supplies without wasting effort. A white cat notices the strange portal and the falling medicine with wary curiosity. The stream of stolen goods knocks into the cat and sends both the animal and the medicine tumbling. He checks the time and concludes the pharmacy run is finished for now. For a moment he thinks the job is going even better than expected. That optimism dies when he realizes the place has stronger security than he hoped. The shuttered entrance confirms the pharmacy is locked down behind double security. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility and came prepared. He takes out an oxygen cutter to burn through the barrier. As soon as he starts, he realizes the tool is much louder than expected. The noise immediately puts him on alert. He recalls that even weakened tracking from the patch will still let nearby zombies home in on him. A group of infected soon gathers in front of him, drawn by the sound. He recognizes them as the same weak early-stage zombies from the Busan vessel incident. Because they have not fed yet, he judges them to be fragile and manageable. He attacks first, knowing the nerf only leaves them at a level even a beginner can handle. Using his knowledge of their weak points, he cuts through them with practiced efficiency. More rush him at once, trying to overwhelm him before he can reset. He keeps his composure and continues cutting them down cleanly. The fight confirms his belief that reality is easier than the game he studied. As the bodies fall, he also notices the point rewards are coming in faster than expected. When another cluster approaches, he considers how to deal with them without losing momentum. The usual safe method would be to lure them into an alley and kill them one at a time. But with his movement constrained and no room to kite properly, that tactic is not practical here. Then he remembers the oxygen cutter and decides to use it for a mass kill instead. He plants himself in the street and prepares to knock the whole group down together. As they close in, he warns them that he had only spared them earlier to save time. Now he commits fully, adjusting his grip and weapon setup for a decisive finish. His strike tears through the front line in a violent burst. He follows through immediately, carving into the next target before the group can recover. He makes it clear he was never avoiding them out of fear. Even surrounded, he holds firm behind his shield and refuses to give them any opening. He presses forward through the mob, treating the fight like a solved problem. Confident from thousands of hours in the game, he mocks the idea that such weak enemies could beat him. To him, these are not even proper advanced infected, so the outcome is never in doubt. He slams down with overwhelming force and crushes the remaining zombies in one sweep. With the street cleared, he admits the fight was enjoyable despite being a delay. He decides to repay the zombies for interrupting him by finishing the job with the cutter. He reignites the oxygen cutter, turning it into a brutal close-range weapon. Standing over the fallen infected, he promises them a final explosive send-off. After the battle, he finishes collecting the pharmacy hardware and heads toward the police station. At the armory, he finds he has arrived too late and that the place has already been looted. While leaving through the corpse-strewn parking lot, he keeps searching for anything useful left behind. Among the dead, he notices one body still carrying a bag and a handgun nearby. He opens the bag, hoping it contains the equipment he came for. Inside, he finds exactly what he wanted: firearms, ammunition, and radios. By the time he reached his fourth farming spot, he was already moving fast on his motorcycle to stay ahead of the growing danger. The zombies that had been slowly gathering finally began chasing him through the city. He stayed calm because the situation was still manageable for him. His boosted perception and dexterity, enhanced by items, let him read the battlefield clearly. Using the terrain sensing skill he got from the hedgehog, he weaved around the undead with ease and kept control of the chase. He made it to the motorcycle specialty shop, thinking ordinary people all tended to make the same assumptions. Inside, he stored the remaining ATV and other supplies in his portal for later use. He also checked his status in the other world and confirmed his current condition and abilities. After taking a short rest to clear his debuffs, he decided the portal was functioning properly. He returned to the real world, ready to continue farming. But just as he was about to head back out, he sensed that someone had arrived instead. Two men on a motorcycle with a sidecar burst in and finally caught up to him. The blonde attacker immediately revealed himself as an awakened fighter and mocked him as someone too weak to be outside. Fueled by anger and electricity, the blonde made it clear they had been hunting him for a long time. The protagonist answered the charge with a decisive counter, slamming power down before the attack could overwhelm him. He moved with explosive speed, and the blonde recognized at once that this was not an easy target. Rather than fight on their terms, he instantly chose to open his portal and change the battlefield. The two pursuers stepped out and split roles, with the blonde advancing while his partner stayed alert for zombies. The blonde came in aggressively, certain killing him would be simple. The protagonist remained composed because, before the tutorial officially began, the system would not brand him a murderer for a first kill. Even with that reassurance, he still hesitated over what crossing that line would mean. While the blonde searched for him inside the shop, the protagonist used the portal to vanish from sight and keep control of the encounter. His thoughts lingered on whether the system might really be pushing people to kill in reality. He struck from behind before the blonde could finish that thought, seizing the initiative. With the blonde in a chokehold, he demanded a quiet answer and forced him to admit what he was. The blonde confessed they were targeting him because he had taken the prey they had already claimed. When pressed, he admitted that meant the protagonist had interfered with their assault on another person. The protagonist threw him aside, disgusted by the answer. He gave the blonde one last chance to change, but the warning only exposed how pathetic and cornered the man really was. The blonde mocked the appeal to innocence, but the protagonist dismissed him as a looter pretending to have principles. The blonde snapped back that they were the same kind of trash, trying to drag him down to his level. Then he lunged with a weapon, accusing the protagonist of being selfish and no better than him. The attack failed, and the protagonist shut it down immediately. Standing over him, he coldly admitted the insult had some truth to it. He thanked the man, because hearing that accusation clarified his own thoughts. The blonde begged, but the protagonist accepted that he was flawed too and stopped pretending otherwise. With that admission, he finally crossed the line he had been resisting. The system rewarded him with points, and he noted with grim detachment that killing in reality felt heavier than any game death match. Even so, he steadied himself and prepared for whatever came next. The surviving partner, horrified by what he had just seen, called out to the dead man. The protagonist warned him to watch out, while reflecting that even if he himself was trash, these men were the kind who preyed on others without restraint. At that moment, zombies closed in around the remaining thug before he understood the danger. The man was overwhelmed almost instantly, screaming for help as the undead tore into him. Watching him die, the protagonist concluded that no matter how he framed it, people who extorted and victimized others only cared about their own desires. The thug's plea faded as he bled out on the floor. The protagonist hardened his resolve and decided that people like that deserved to die in the apocalypse. He then recalled the murderer system, a mechanic added months after the game launched to curb random killing. Its purpose had been good, but in practice the rules were chaotic and easy to exploit. He remembered that the first murder only triggered a warning because the developers feared driving players away, after which the system announced that it would be watching. From the third murder onward there had been no exceptions, and the system would finally label the killer a murderer. He explains that the system could brand someone a murderer even without a direct kill if it judged them complicit in another person's death. That loophole let players become murderers through indirect methods, mainly by manipulating item acquisition and boosting stats. It also included stealing other players' unique skills, especially after a patch added shortly before service ended. Those newly added abilities made murder even more attractive to players looking for more than a dull survival game. For some, the chance to kill and gain power turned the apocalypse into entertainment. But the role came with a trap. Once marked a murderer, a player had to keep killing to survive. If enough players gathered, the system could forcibly summon a murderer into a special arena against their will. There they were pushed into a death match while spectators treated the choice of powers like a game. Early on that might have sounded like an advantage, but by the late game murderers were usually thrown against hardened veterans. Once someone became a murderer, the aftermath was simply a trail of bodies. Remembering his own first kills, he notes that the expected guilt never came. He realizes the system had not yet imposed its emotional penalty because this happened before the tutorial fully took effect. That meant he could kill people at this stage without the game's usual restraints. He rejects the idea that this is just a game and accepts that he has to become ruthless. So instead of clinging to his old plans, he decisively finishes off the wounded survivors in front of him. He defines the rule he will live by from now on. His answer is to meet injustice with greater injustice, arming himself for what comes next. He throws away what he no longer needs and seals the gate behind him, limiting the danger to that area. With the barrier closed, he leaves the scene knowing only the trapped people remain inside. By 4:30 p.m., he is already regretting one stop he made on the way to the company's first pesticide warehouse. From above, he sees the problem. Zombies have surrounded the building and pinned the people inside. Watching through binoculars, he wonders how long the standoff can last as the trapped survivors keep the undead at bay. Before he can finish the thought, a sudden shout and impact signal that the tense balance inside has broken. Inside, the survivors have turned on each other, with one armed group trying to force another to leave despite the zombies outside. A man in white realizes too late that the threat is serious. The group's leader raises a gun and bluntly warns that refusal will get him shot. He makes it clear he is not bluffing and prepares to fire without hesitation. Claiming he is experienced at killing people, he opens fire to prove it. The bullet tears into the man in white, dropping him and proving the gang will use lethal force. His companions are horrified that the confrontation has escalated into outright murder. The shooter dismisses their shock, arguing that in this apocalypse survival belongs to whoever is willing to do what others will not. Bleeding and shaken, the wounded man gives in and starts to withdraw with his group under threat of another shot. As the victims retreat, the armed gang mocks them for not obeying sooner. The gunman smugly enjoys having imposed his will on the room. At the doorway, the wounded man bitterly reminds them that he had warned everyone the zombies outside made leaving suicidal. Then he turns that warning into revenge by smashing the exit open as a final gift. The gang freezes as they realize his parting move has invited disaster straight toward them. Seen through the narrator's scope, the expelled survivors run for their lives while someone inside finally screams for everyone to flee. The noise draws the horde into motion, and the narrator watches the chaos spread across the yard below. Rather than intervene, he coolly admires the wounded man's spite and thinks he would reward that kind of spirit if they ever met. He concludes that with this stop, the studio apartment district, and the infantry battalion area, his farming route is complete. Checking the time, he notes there is just over an hour left before the title is decided and judges that spending it on the battalion zombies would be inefficient. Accepting that, he calls for Dingo and decides to change priorities. He tells the dog it is their turn to move, shifting to the next phase of his plan. He frames the next objective as a practical question: where do zombies cluster most heavily in the early game? His answer is places where food and nutrients are easy to consume. That makes large supermarkets natural zombie nests packed with danger. Ordinarily that would make them places to avoid, but he heads in prepared to exploit them instead. Unlike ordinary players, someone with deep experience knows how to turn that danger into an advantage. Because real-world preparation matters more than scarce early-game resources, he and Dingo begin gathering supplies from the supermarket parking area. He decides he should at least prepare for the tutorial by raising his power and asks whether his improvised protective setup will do. Seeing a chance to reach level 10 before the tutorial, he plans to use the shop once he gets there. But after finishing his preparations, the excitement gives way to a sober check on whether any of this effort is really worth it. He reminds himself that the floor would have been ruined by oil after the wire disease anyway, so the loss is not as serious as it feels. Calming down, he opens a dimensional gate and treats the whole thing as useful practice for Dingo. Since there is still time before night, he commits to using the remaining hours for training. He kneels to Dingo and tests whether the wolf can follow the command they practiced. Once Dingo is ready, he gives the signal to begin. At his order, Dingo launches forward at full speed. The target is a cluster of zombies, and Dingo charges straight into them as they feed and lunge. The undead turn hostile, but they are already too slow to stop the attack. Dingo tears through the middle of the group, forcing the zombies into confusion and opening a path. As they reach for him from both sides, Dingo keeps moving and avoids being surrounded. He counters from every direction in rapid succession, knocking attackers away before they can close in. The pack's grasp fails completely as Dingo breaks through their encirclement and races for the exit. He leaves the pursuing zombies behind with ease, proving the training is working better than expected. Watching Dingo sprint ahead of the horde, the narrator is impressed by how capable his companion has become. Confident in Dingo, he prepares the next step of the test with a lighter. He and Dingo rush in together, dropping the lit lighter into the zombies' path as bait and ignition. The undead crowd around the flame without understanding the danger. He proudly concludes that Dingo handled the setup brilliantly. A massive explosion wipes out the clustered zombies at once. The kill rewards push him to level 10, grant him 116 points, and unlock an additional trait effect called Dimensional Slot. By 5:40 p.m., he has moved on from combat and resumed gathering supplies before the promised time. He finishes farming groceries from a big box store and hauls back multiple computer units and NAS devices from the studio apartment area, 3 at a time. Knowing the buildings may soon collapse, he avoids leaving fixed gates inside them and instead heads for a safer route. To preserve the gate's position, he summons it in the middle of the road. Then he rides the motorcycle through to the other world, using the vehicle one last time before abandoning it. There he changes into equipment with no metal parts, including a polyethylene helmet and an aramid stab-proof vest. About a kilometer from the shelter, he arrives at a training ground he prepared in advance. He lays out the rest of his gear and finishes equipping himself. With the backpack on, he is fully geared, even if the non-metal substitutes are rougher than normal equipment. Checking the time, he realizes only about 3 minutes remain. A small wave of anxiety hits as the deadline approaches. He reassures himself that his personal gate only permits himself and possessions he owns, including Dingo and Jidoki. From what he learned in previous lives, he is certain zombie spores and iron death disease spread through the air in the same way. The difference is that zombie spores harm humans, while iron death disease attacks objects instead. Because the metal plague damages things rather than flesh, he believes he can manage the risk if he avoids vulnerable materials. That is why he chose a training ground away from the shelter, surrounded only by wooden props. He stops dwelling on fear and forces himself to act. If the gate starts to collapse, he resolves to shut it immediately to limit the damage. For now, he narrows his attention to the one task that matters. He opens the gate and concentrates solely on holding it until the promised 6 o'clock. The final seconds tick down toward the moment of impact. At last, iron death disease reaches Korea. The arrival begins as a violent wave descending over the city. In an instant, the plague spreads across the urban landscape and starts consuming it. The disaster known in the game as metal plague tears through major structures, bringing towers and machinery down. The epidemic proves every bit as catastrophic in reality as it was in the game. Human civilization's metal-built achievements begin to fail and collapse under the plague. In an instant, a powered device activates and triggers a gate. A glowing portal opens onto a ruined city where a weapon lies abandoned in the street. The view through the gate shifts, linking the devastated urban battlefield to a quiet forest. The narrator explains that whatever happened there blasted civilization back into a primitive state. A helmeted survivor approaches the gate, bracing for danger on the other side. As he looks through, a massive explosion in the ruined city confirms how catastrophic the destruction was. He wonders whether an infantry ammunition depot detonated to cause a blast that large. What really matters to him, though, is whether the steel balls he needs survived. Finding one intact in his hand, he briefly feels relieved. That relief immediately fades when he decides this situation is not truly fortunate at all. Standing between the forest and the wrecked city, he admits he cannot call this outcome a blessing. Unsure what else to make of it, he orders the gate closed and decides to stick to the plan. He suppresses his doubts and focuses on preparing for what comes next. On the way back to the shelter, he expects a routine return but instead runs into something baffling. At the shelter entrance, the small beetle creatures he dealt with before have come back carrying offerings. Their sparkling, eager display makes it clear they are trying to present him with gifts rather than steal again. He realizes their sudden politeness is so out of character that it catches him off guard. Trying to interpret their intent, he asks whether this is meant as an apology. He guesses they may be offering a trade, perhaps in exchange for sweet potato jelly. He tries to stay annoyed, but their behavior starts breaking down his resistance. Their overwhelming cuteness makes it hard for him to take the situation seriously. He regains composure and decides to negotiate more clearly. Since food is less important to him than useful resources, he asks for rare or unusual items instead. He quickly realizes normal conversation is impossible and abandons the idea of explaining it in words. Accepting the communication barrier, he admits they simply cannot hold a proper discussion. The red beetle leader responds by grabbing a stick and trying to demonstrate something physically. It scratches symbols into the ground, attempting to communicate through crude drawings. He is startled when he realizes the creature may actually understand trade well enough to negotiate. The beetle leader effectively asks whether sweet potato jelly can be exchanged for ore right now. Recognizing the offer, he eagerly confirms that this kind of item is exactly what he wants. His sudden enthusiasm startles the beetle, and he has to pull back and calm the exchange. The beetles huddle together and chatter among themselves, working out the terms in their own way. When the leader gives a firm signal, he understands they are agreeing to the deal. A system message appears, stating that communication with the black beetle swarm has succeeded and that their leader wants a formal contract. He is stunned that the game-like system recognizes this contact as valid negotiation. As he reaches to accept, he is disturbed by the implication that intelligent creatures can be processed as property. The contract names him and the black beetle leader, requiring the swarm to bring rare ores and unusual items while he supplies sweet potato jelly, with a clause forbidding him from harming them. Seeing no immediate disadvantage, he signs and the agreement is finalized. The system then classifies the black beetle swarm as his property, leaving him baffled by how absurd the whole situation has become. Watching the beetles buzz with excitement, he jokes that they seem ready to start gathering materials immediately. Before they rush off, he stops them and heads to the shelter door. Assuming hunger drove them here in the first place, he brings out food. He raises packs of sweet potato jelly and offers them as a celebration of their new contract. The beetles joyfully accept the jelly, treating it as both payment and the start of a working relationship. As they depart into the distance, he warns them not to just take the food and disappear without bringing anything back. He doubles down with an exaggerated threat to hunt them down if they betray the deal, half serious and half flustered. That night, with the tutorial still ongoing, he sits in the shelter and chooses action over rest. Knowing he still has a few hours left, he begins checking the supplies left behind by previous occupants. He opens a bag to see what useful equipment they prepared. Inside, he finds practical survival gear and concludes that the people before him had been impressively well prepared. He notes that a ceramic knife is especially useful, already thinking in practical terms about what gear matters. Whether he kills the gang or not, he decides he still has to investigate their hideout for anything valuable or revealing. After checking through the gang's belongings, he starts extracting data from their computers. He removes the hard drives and NAS units from the studio apartment area so he can inspect them safely himself. Using a docking station, he begins combing through the recovered storage one device at a time. Most of what he finds is ordinary media and entertainment, suggesting the gang had been hoarding personal files rather than anything immediately strategic. Just as he thinks the search is nearly over, he stumbles onto something he did not expect at all. The surprise is that Mikyung had once been an idol, revealing an unexpected side of her past. He quickly accepts that her looks make that revelation believable, but treats it as trivia rather than something important. Deciding the file has no value to him, he deletes it without hesitation. Remembering that earlier time only reinforces his sense that it is not a memory worth preserving. Satisfied that he has seen everything useful, he closes out the search and moves on. With the data check finished, he turns his attention back to the level 10 reward he has been meaning to test. He summons the shop window, expecting the game-like interface to appear. When it opens, he confirms that the system's shop UI is almost identical to the one from the game. A closer look shows the item lineup and prices are not exactly the same as before the patch, so he starts comparing details. He focuses on item slots 6 and 11 as likely candidates for testing how faithfully the old mechanics still work. When those items materialize in reality, he confirms that item generation and interaction still behave like the game's system. That means if the relevant exploit was not patched here, he may still be able to use it. He next checks the additional trait and learns it functions as a dimensional storage system with 5 assignable quick slots. He experiments by calling up slots 1 through 5, making the storage cubes appear around him on command. Seeing the quick slot system work in real space, he realizes just how absurdly useful this trait is. He immediately starts loading it with gear, reducing how much equipment he has to prepare beforehand. The trait also removes the need to stash weapons behind a dimensional gate, making his setup far more flexible. Once all 5 slots are filled, he recognizes the reward as an overpowered late-game carry tool. Before leaving, he tells Dingo to guard the house, treating the dog as his rear security. He then opens a portal, preparing to head back into the other world himself. His goal is clear: finish the tutorial and return alive. He steps into a ruined city at night, and immediately realizes visibility is dangerously poor. Trusting his terrain sense and the moonlight is not enough, he admits he cannot safely push forward like this. So he abandons that approach and calls up slot 3 instead. He had been saving this item because he had not found another one in the other world, but the darkness forces his hand. He decides it is better to spend the resource now than die preserving it, and uses shade grapes to gain night vision. He consumes the item on the spot. The effect activates immediately, and he feels his sight sharpened to a new level. With the darkness peeled back, he can finally make out the zombies ahead and understand the battlefield. Now able to see, he chooses caution first and heads for a safer position before doing anything else. As he moves through the ruined streets, he recalls that survival life often hides major events instead of displaying them directly. But the tutorial had one clear signal. A moving zombie wall meant the real danger phase had begun. That leads him to think through exactly what conditions trigger the zombie wall. The first trigger is being noticed by zombies, so he carefully avoids drawing their attention. The second is obtaining a tutorial item, which makes him even more deliberate about how he loots. He remembers that item acquisition in the tutorial can be manipulated if he is patient enough. Specifically, an item can be made to appear by staring at an empty spot for a set amount of time. More importantly, the tutorial had a unique bug tied to that spawning process. If he grabs the weapon before it fully materializes, the system registers the pickup incorrectly. The result is a duplicate, letting him keep the first weapon while another copy still finishes spawning. And unlike the game version, the copied item here is the ebony club sold in the shop, making the exploit far more valuable. He confirms this was preserved by a patch note that shortened tutorial zombie duration and reduced early item durability, but left this duplication method intact. Crouched near a window with the club in hand, he listens to the growing noise outside and realizes the zombies are getting louder. He warns himself not to rush as he slips into the ruined building. Even while dismissing the weak zombies as no real threat, he cuts through them to keep moving. He recalls that the tutorial can be cleared in several ways while fighting his way forward. One straightforward option is simply exterminating zombies. He adds that killing enough of them can also force progress. So he keeps smashing through the horde with brute efficiency. But the crush of bodies around him makes clear that this approach is becoming a trap. Deciding he dislikes that method, he looks for another way out. He remembers a second strategy: break through the closing zombie wall. He charges straight into the tightening mass to carve himself an escape route. The zombies swarm him at point-blank range, nearly overwhelming him. He barely bursts free, flinging himself out of the mob before they can pin him down. Realizing that forcing it with raw strength is failing, he curses the situation. He admits he cannot pull this off the easy way anymore, so he settles on the plan he originally intended to use. His real tutorial strategy was always to locate the boss and bring it down. With that in mind, he sprints through the city without slowing. He keeps running relentlessly, conserving no energy for anything else. Still, he is not searching blindly. He is following what he knows about the tutorial structure. He recalls that every tutorial area has a checkpoint, and the boss only respawns there. That means finding the checkpoint is the key to finding the boss again. As a concealment effect begins to fade, he grows frustrated that he still has not located it. He remembers the checkpoint should be one of the buildings within a short radius of the tutorial's start. While dodging attacks from nearby zombies, he narrows it down to a likely spot among those buildings. He slips past the pursuing undead and heads for the structure he has identified. At last he spots the building he was looking for. He dives inside immediately to get out of the open. Once his concealment fully wears off, he decides to catch his breath there while waiting for the boss to return. He plans to move up to the roof next and check for any sign of an enhanced zombie spawn. As he starts upstairs, he is suddenly interrupted by someone above him. A girl appears in the rooftop doorway, armed and clearly startled to see him. She recognizes him as Xiango. On the roof, he quickly confirms that the gym group survived, which relieves him. He then asks why she came all the way up here. She explains that Kyung-hoon insisted the group stay together. But when zombies attacked, the situation fell apart. In the chaos, she and the others ended up fleeing and circling back to this area. That answer troubles him, and he realizes he needs to explain the danger carefully. Because he is pretending to be an ordinary awakened person, he cannot reveal too much even though he knows an enhanced zombie boss will soon appear. When she assumes he chose this route himself, he denies it and says someone else dragged him into this mess. She accepts that explanation and lets him continue. He refers back to a guide video, explaining that once the boss dies, the gathered zombies scatter. The zombie wall then collapses and their aggression resets, creating a chance to escape. According to the guide, hiding or running at that moment is enough to end the tutorial. When she asks when the enhanced zombie appears, he tells her it will be very soon. Almost on cue, a burst of blue energy erupts below them. An enhanced zombie materializes in the middle of the undead crowd. Seeing the strange growths on its head, he studies it more closely instead of panicking. That abnormal feature makes him ask the girl whether anything about her body has changed recently. Caught off guard by the sudden question, she asks why he wants to know. They realize the enhanced zombies with growths on their heads conceal a target's ability, making them far more dangerous than ordinary undead. Mi-kyung is startled when a red system window confirms her trait has just been sealed, proving the warning was true. Xiango quickly understands that his companion has lost her power and accepts the situation without panic. He tests Mi-kyung's trust in him, and when she reaffirms it, he moves straight into giving her a role in his plan. She opens the bag he had prepared earlier, revealing that he had already equipped her with emergency supplies for a crisis like this. Satisfied, Xiango tells her to use one of those tools to pull the zombie's attention away while he handles the enhanced one himself. He puts on a helmet and rushes into position, committing to fight alone while Mi-kyung supports from a distance. As the enhanced zombie advances with the crowd behind it, Xiango reassesses the fight now that the enemy's sealing ability has changed the rules. A system notice confirms his own trait is also sealed, and he bitterly notes that of all abilities to lose, this one is especially troublesome. Even so, he steadies himself and decides the setback is manageable rather than fatal. He reasons that unlike earlier fights where sealed traits left him helpless, This time the enemy only shut down one part of his arsenal. Regretting his earlier carelessness, he checks whether the equipment tied to his inventory still remains accessible. To his surprise, his weapon storage still responds, showing the seal did not completely strip him of combat options. He concludes the enhanced zombie's lower level likely sealed only his base trait, not the separate inventory function. Taking that stroke of luck, he summons the gear he needs from his remaining slots. He reminds himself that a weaker boss means poorer rewards, but accepts that as the price of facing something below his level. Armed again, he settles into the fight and resolves to make the best of a less profitable battle. Above him, Mikyung climbs into place with the flare, while Seongo admits he has little choice but to keep going on his own. Just as he prepares to wait for an opening, Mikyung calls out to draw the horde's attention. Her taunting and the bright flare successfully pull the ordinary zombies away from Seongo and toward her position. From the rooftop edge, she drags the flare along the ledge, leading the mob after the light exactly as Seongo needed. Seeing her do her part, Seongo stops complaining internally and focuses on making his own move count. A small stat increase appears as he draws his bow, giving him a slight boost before he attacks. He fires downward, aiming to wound or destabilize the boss if a clean kill is not possible. The enhanced zombie reacts fast enough to avoid a fatal hit, showing it is tougher than a simple target. Even so, Seongo's attack slices into it and draws blood, proving he can still damage it from range. When the shot fails to finish the fight, he immediately abandons the idea of a one-hit kill and switches tactics. He throws himself from above, deciding that for his first boss hunt he will close in and end it personally. Dropping straight onto the monster, he commits to a brutal finishing strike with his bladed weapon. At point-blank range, he delivers the final blow and sends the enhanced zombie into its death throes. The boss erupts in a violent burst of dark blood and energy as Seongo withstands the backlash and completes the kill. System messages announce that the trait seal has been lifted and he has earned points, though no new skill was gained. He then checks for physical loot, knowing boss kills can also leave behind changed belongings or dropped items. That search pays off when he finds a bracelet identified as a Robutin bracelet with an insight-related effect. Noticing there are two bands, he is interrupted when Mikyung calls down to him. She hurries over carrying the weapons that had returned once the seal broke, confirming all of her sealed equipment came back at once. Another point notification appears, and Seongo suspects he has triggered one of the newer diversified point gain conditions. He offers one of the bracelets to Mikyung, presenting it as something she should have. When she hesitates, he insists she take it because he feels wrong keeping everything for himself. He makes clear that the victory depended heavily on her help, so sharing the reward is only fair. With the fight over and the tension eased, he smiles and suggests they move on to the fitness gym next. Before they can leave, Mikyung calls his attention to the nearby building. She points out that the structure is leaning, and Seongo agrees after comparing it to how it looked before. He decides they should relocate anyway, since even a non-immediate structural threat is too risky to ignore. As they head for the stairs, he explains the tilt is probably from poor construction rather than imminent collapse, though the owner should be warned. Once inside, he says they can finally regroup and discuss the killer system after everyone is assembled. At the top of the stairs, a broad-shouldered man appears waiting for them, stopping both of them cold. Seongo recognizes him at once as Hyungjin, while Mikyung identifies him as the coach. Relieved to find him alive and human, Seongo greets him warmly, and Hyungjin answers with rough affection. Hyungjin ushers them inside, saying he has a great deal to explain and revealing that Ju Hyun is there as well. Someone is stunned and presses to confirm whether the unbelievable claim is actually true. In their hideout, the group learns that Songho really did clear a tutorial boss alone, astonishing the others. Songho downplays the feat, arguing that beating a boss that merely imitates traits is not that extraordinary. He explains that he only managed it because Mikyung drew the other zombies away, letting him fight one-on-one. That humility only makes the others admire him more, and they praise his nerve despite his awkward deflection. The conversation shifts to rewards, and they ask whether he received any item drops beyond the basic starter weapon. When Songho says there were no checkpoints and zombies were everywhere, the group realizes his tutorial conditions were far harsher than theirs. They infer that tutorial difficulty scales to each player, and that stronger players must satisfy stricter conditions to earn rewards. That possibility leads Songho to ask whether points can be earned through anything besides killing monsters. The others confirm it, recalling that points rose when they protected Mikyung or narrowly escaped danger while helping someone. From those examples, Songho concludes that the system also rewards non-combat actions like rescue and survival under pressure. Mikyung sums it up as a way for non-combat awakeners to earn points too, and the group agrees. With that settled, attention turns back to Songho and the mystery of what trait he awakened. The coach presses him, pointing out that traits are assigned at the start and demanding to know what hidden ability he has been concealing. He reminds Songho that the system explicitly granted him a trait when the tutorial began, so pretending otherwise makes no sense. Songho recalls the survival life system and the way it singled him out as a new user with unusual conditions from the very beginning. Privately, he is exasperated by how absurd and arbitrary the system feels. He reasons that if the rules can change this easily, then the information he gained from survival life may not apply equally to everyone else. That thought extends to Mikyung and the others, making him wonder what rewards or advantages they may have received that he never did. The coach openly reveals his own trait, physical enhancement, which boosts his strength and agility. Another teammate reveals a doll-related trait that lets him perceive and move through his dolls when he closes his eyes. Mikyung adds that her trait is blink, and Song-ho realizes he is now expected to reveal his own in return. He hesitates, torn between honesty and the risk of exposing too much. He thinks that telling the truth would clear up his lies, but it could also change how the group sees him. His hesitation deepens as he worries they might react badly if they learn how exceptional his real trait is. Mikyung gently tries to interrupt the pressure, sensing his discomfort. Song-ho fears that revealing too much could provoke resentment or jealousy from people who can no longer keep pace with him. Remembering how quickly people can turn on those they envy, he decides to stick to the safer story. He begins his lie by claiming he has awakened a prediction-type ability. To make it sound modest, he frames it as a simple attack prediction trait rather than anything extraordinary. The others immediately imagine an overpowered ambush-proof skill, showing that even his toned-down version sounds impressive. Song-ho quickly limits expectations, saying he only sees a monster's attack path like an afterimage after the fact. Having redirected suspicion, he asks about the gym party's next move instead. The coach says he still needs to confer with Bora and another ally, but his current plan is to focus on survival, while prioritizing leveling. Using information Song-ho shared earlier, he has concluded that the online shop and auction house will be crucial resources. He becomes fired up by the prospect of buying powerful gear and crushing the monsters that drove them into hiding. Song-ho is pleased that giving up that information has already paid off. Then someone abruptly asks Song-ho what level he is, catching him off guard. The question is justified by the fact that he soloed the tutorial boss, which makes his strength hard to dismiss. They reason that someone capable of that must have been hunting zombies constantly since the outbreak began. As the implication lands, the coach instantly realizes Song-ho's level should be far above the respawn monsters around them. He cuts off the questioner before Song-ho has to answer, physically shutting the conversation down and insisting the boy is probably only around level 4. Mikyung quickly backs up the cover story by comparing it to her own low level and denying that Song-ho could be much higher. Song-ho notices they are deliberately protecting him from further scrutiny and plays along. The coach even knocks the persistent questioner unconscious to make sure the matter goes no further. With the danger past, Song-ho decides it is late and prepares to leave. Before he can go, the coach stops him. As thanks, he offers Song-ho a bag containing the binoculars Yoo-hyun made and some snacks. Song-ho is surprised by the gift, but the coach insists it is only fair after everything he has done for them. The coach then jokingly asks whether he has ever told Song-ho about splitting with his wife, hinting that his generosity may come from a personal reason he has kept to himself. The man awkwardly admits he has been hiding something embarrassing and finally decides to explain it. He confesses that his strange behavior came from a fear of losing muscle, not from any deeper mystery. He explains that he even pretended to eat in front of his wife, and that this lie spiraled into bigger problems once his obsession with bodybuilding took over. Trying to wrap up his confession, he reaches the point of what he really wants to say. He concludes that everyone has private insecurities, and urges the younger man not to let shame keep him silent the way it did him. He also reveals that the coach and Mikyung had already suspected he was lying about something. Before he can continue, Hyeongjin cuts him off and signals that the conversation is over. Hyeongjin tells him that some gaps in understanding will close with time and experience, and for now he should stop forcing answers. He asks him to survive until the day they can all be together again, while a woman nearby quietly witnesses the exchange. The group parts with the understanding that reunion will have to wait for another time. Later, Song-ho is left marveling at how absurd his situation has become. While working outside in the heat of reality and the snow of the otherworld forest, he is still struck by how unnatural the overlap feels. Even as he shovels through deep snow, he keeps questioning whether this bizarre double-world condition is truly real. He realizes the sudden snow at least saved the supplies in the warehouse from spoiling, preventing a major loss. That benefit makes him reconsider the situation as something that may not be entirely bad. With his defenses accidentally strengthened for a few days, he no longer has to worry much about goblins reaching this far. He had planned to dig a moat next, but the frozen ground makes that impossible for now. So he decides to pause construction and use the time to reassess the situation and organize his future plans. His thoughts return to the brutal rule that has governed everything from the start: survival is the only objective. He remembers that in the game, survival meant climbing above monsters and other players in a ruthless struggle. Players could equip only a limited number of items and skills, forcing hard choices about how to build themselves. Exceeding those limits meant older abilities were pushed out, so every game came with trade-offs. That system punished indecision and made weak or outdated choices a liability. In that environment, the only way to dominate was to adapt your build to your style and rise over the competition. But Song-ho reminds himself that reality is not as clean or predictable as a game system. Here, too many variables can disrupt any neat plan, and the ruined world keeps proving that. He notes that zombies were never absent to begin with, and that the patch applied while he was logged off changed things in ways he still does not fully understand. After weighing it all, he decides the core answer is simple: his priorities have not actually changed. He resolves to keep stockpiling supplies. He adds that he must also secure better skills and items, because the basic goal remains survival. That conclusion steadies him, and he commits to continuing the same practical approach that has kept him alive so far. In the short term, he plans to finish the moat and deal with the owl bear to secure the valley around the otherworld forest. He also needs to gather festival fireworks and monitor the villa group on the hillside as part of his longer-term strategy. As all those tasks pile up in his mind, the scale of what he has to manage starts to overwhelm him. He realizes there is far too much to handle at once and feels the pressure closing in. To break the paralysis, he decides to stop overthinking and act on the most immediate opportunity. Once midnight comes and the zombies fall asleep, he plans to head to Gwangali and collect fireworks. With that decision made, he focuses on preparing himself and checking the weapons available. Elsewhere that night, a hostile group mocks one of their own while gathering outside a house. The group is carrying fuel and a chainsaw, making it clear they are preparing for arson and violence. Their leader lashes out at a subordinate, while the woman with him tries to calm the situation before it escalates further. She urges him to cool down, but he refuses because he believes Kang Song-ho has truly become awakened and therefore dangerous. He argues that killing Song-ho quickly is in their best interest before he becomes an even bigger threat. Watching from nearby, Song-ho realizes he was right to be suspicious and understands that this man is fixated on him. When he sees the bottle in the woman's hand, he pieces together that they intend to burn his house down. Recognizing them as a direct threat to everything he is trying to build, he decides he cannot afford mercy. As the attackers move to carry out the plan, they suddenly notice an unexpected presence. Song-ho steps out and confronts them, while the leader hastily invents a flimsy excuse about going out to gather fireworks. Pressed by Song-ho's timing, the leader tries to challenge why anyone would be outside at this hour. Song-ho calmly answers that midnight is exactly when zombies become inactive, exposing the lie and seizing control of the encounter. A veteran player explains that survival in this area depends on avoiding creepers and the keepers that emerge at dawn, treating the warning as basic knowledge. He adds the key condition the newcomer missed: keepers and creepers only spawn once a player reaches level 7 or higher. The protagonist reveals he is only level 5, making the other man realize he actually did study the rules before coming here. But the protagonist immediately undercuts that assumption by suggesting the information he was given may have been wrong from the start. When pressed, he refuses to explain further and makes it clear he has already changed his plan. Instead of waiting, he decides to raid the hideout immediately and seize the fireworks before anyone can farm them. The veteran judges that decision as reckless and insane. Still, he orders his two companions to deal with the protagonist before he can interfere. The pair move in to block him, expecting an easy takedown. That confidence breaks when a keeper suddenly appears nearby, proving the protagonist's warning was real. Using the chaos he created, the protagonist bolts away while his enemies curse him for setting them up. The veteran sends one subordinate after him, while the others are left to handle the keeper. The pursuer sees this as a chance to redeem himself by catching the man he despises. He commits fully to the chase, even as someone behind him calls for backup. Then an unseen force slams into him mid-run and stops him cold. The veteran and the woman rush after him, shocked that he has been dropped so suddenly. They find their runner sprawled on the ground, and the veteran can only swear at the unexpected setback. Before he can understand what happened, another keeper closes in from behind and turns the confusion into immediate danger. Forced to adapt, he splits with the woman so they can draw the threat away in opposite directions. At the same time, the protagonist reaches the hideout and calls for help from his hidden ally. A massive explosion answers him, blasting open the way and throwing the area into chaos. The detonation tears through the entrance, leaving the defenders stunned and exposed. The veteran is left reeling as the keeper bears down on him, and his whole plan collapses at once. Refusing to accept defeat, he lashes out at the monster with his weapon in a desperate counterattack. The blow barely matters, and the keeper immediately looms over him with overwhelming force. Face to face with death, he realizes how pathetic his position has become. From a distance, the protagonist calmly takes aim with a rifle, satisfied that the keeper has pinned his enemy in place. He decides this is the perfect moment to finish both problems with one shot. He fires a charged round straight through the opening he created. The bullet tears into the keeper and staggers it, but not enough to bring it down. He quickly concludes the shot was stronger than expected yet still insufficient to kill the creature outright. So he keeps firing, methodically punching more holes into the keeper until it finally starts to fail. Only after seeing it collapse in a pool of blood does he accept that the threat is truly over. The system rewards him with a level increase, bonus points, and a new terrain detection skill, confirming the kill and his growing strength. Standing over the dead veteran, he coldly tells Kim Cheoljung not to hold a grudge, reducing the man's end to trash being outplayed by trash. He walks away from the bodies without hesitation, leaving the ambush and its survivors behind. By dawn, his early morning farming run at Kim Cheolju's hideout has gone exactly as he intended, at least in terms of results. Back home, he reflects that the raid yielded valuable items he can later unload at the auction house, and that the hideout owner probably would have died eventually even without his intervention. He then moves on to another target in the Gwangali area, searching rooftop storage with his white dog Dingo beside him. There he finds the festival fireworks he wanted, impressed by how large the shells are. With Dingo helping him locate and carry supplies, he avoids roaming keepers and creepers while continuing the collection run. He also deals with sleeping zombies that would otherwise slow him down. One by one, the obstacles fall until the route is cleared. By the end of the sweep, his status has climbed to level 14 with a large stock of points and improved perception, leaving both him and Dingo pleased with the haul. Even so, one serious problem remains. By 7 a.m., after finishing the farming circuit, the accumulated strain finally catches up with him. Inside his room, he admits that although the run was a success, the effort has taken a heavy toll. Moving between worlds twice in one night has left him exhausted. He concludes that the work would be far easier if the other world were not trapped in winter conditions. He rules out using the shelter itself as a trap, realizing a single spark would ignite the fuel inside and the cluttered floor would only make things worse. He decides his next priority is to check whether Suyeon is still alive and to inspect nearby key locations, including the Villa District, the shelter, and Kwan Pyeongjun's golf course base. Before he can continue, something unexpected interrupts him and pulls his attention outside. He is met by a sudden downpour and immediately recognizes the weather has shifted again. Accepting the storm as reality, he spends 2 days using heavy equipment to dig a defensive moat instead of advancing into the other world. He judges that entering the still-frozen otherworld during that period would have been too dangerous. After another full day of work, the long preparation finally nears completion. He finishes the moat at last, exhausted enough to swear he never wants to do that again. Fortunately, the thaw finally reaches his perimeter. The ice walls around the barbed defenses begin to melt away, reopening the area. With sunlight and warmth returning, he feels the world is livable again after the brutal cold. Rather than complain, he turns his attention back to the portal and the next phase of his plan. He notes that most awakened people are probably still trapped by the storm in the other world anyway, buying him time. Seeing the conditions improve, he decides it is time to move on. As he heads out, a stray thought leads him to reconsider one of the strongest tools in a survival game setting. He reflects that firearms are absurdly powerful in this kind of world and arms himself accordingly. The reason becomes obvious when even his animal companion reacts to something before he does. Alerted by the wolf, he spots danger nearby and realizes early firearms are rare because they normally unlock only late in the Plague timeline. Since guns can usually only be obtained through farming, he appreciates how valuable his weapon really is while settling into this new base. As he pets the wolf and takes in the riverside area, he feels he has finally found a place worth establishing himself in. He also recognizes that his watch has raised his insight to 14, improving his awareness. With terrain sense now at level 2, he suspects that is why he can remain hidden even from a dangerous owlbear. The owlbear hunts fish nearby without detecting him, confirming his concealment is working. He checks his rifle and counts only 15 bullets left. That means killing something tougher than a keeper will require careful commitment. He estimates an owlbear would take at least 7 clean shots even without plague-enhanced speed, and bullets are too precious to waste. Because ammunition cannot be replenished, every shot here has to matter. He steadies his aim and resolves to use the rifle with maximum efficiency. His first shot lands cleanly in the owlbear's body. The wounded beast immediately enters a more dangerous state, its rage flaring as it locks onto him. It whirls around, searching for the attacker it has finally identified. When it spots him, it retaliates by launching a projectile attack down the forest path. The owlbear charges in, roaring as another hit tears into it. A follow-up shot strikes again, driving home the pain and forcing the monster to acknowledge him directly. Satisfied that he has its full attention now, he decides the fight can proceed on his terms. He openly faces the beast and commits to a direct confrontation. The owlbear accepts the challenge with murderous focus. He answers with a grin and open contempt, ready to finish the monster himself. The owlbear lunges straight at him in a furious rush. He calmly begins activating prepared items in sequence. Blue energy gathers in both hands as he equips the first 2 tools he had planned. He lights a fuse on a round explosive, revealing the next layer of his trap. Then he sprints forward and sends the bomb into position as the beast closes in. Calling up the 3rd slot, he raises a shield just as the owlbear reaches striking distance. The explosive bursts overhead in a blinding shower of light, while he stays protected behind the shield. The flash detonates directly above the owlbear, overwhelming its vision. The monster screams and covers its eyes, and he concludes that even a higher species cannot escape a biological weakness to intense light. With the beast blinded, he moves to the 4th slot and launches himself into the finishing attack. He descends with a massive powered drill-like weapon, ready to drive it into the stunned owlbear. But at the last instant, a terrifying command or realization cuts through him. He must get out of Myeong Valley immediately. He finishes off the creature with a brutal strike, and its dying cry marks the end of the fight. The system rewards him with points and pushes him up to level 15. While catching his breath beside the corpse, he receives a new skill, an extra trait effect, and another dimensional slot. As he reviews the rewards, he learns the new trait effect is silent movement, which suppresses the sounds he makes, and he notes another slot-related function tied to retrieving items from storage. Realizing the monster's claws should still count as weapon material, he decides to harvest everything useful from the body. He immediately gets to work with a chainsaw, determined to squeeze every benefit he can from the kill. Once the butchering is done, he settles down to eat the cooked meat himself. Enjoying the rare comfort of a hot meal by the fire, he briefly feels satisfied with this rough new life. His white wolf companion begs for more food, even after already eating plenty. He gives the greedy little wolf another fish anyway. As he pets it, he hopes it will grow quickly so they can fight and hunt together. Looking closer, he realizes the wolf really has grown a bit already. With the meal over and the wolf full, he decides it is time to move on to the next opportunity unlocked at level 15. He chooses to check the newly available auction house first. A purple interface appears with options to list or retrieve items, but he immediately notices the steep transaction fee. Seeing the fee is 10% instead of the 5% he remembers from the game, he is annoyed by how much harsher reality is. Calling it a blatant rip-off, he opens the retrieval side anyway. What he finds catches him off guard. Someone else has already listed an item for sale, proving he is not the only player progressing this far. He forces himself to stay calm and think instead of reacting impulsively. He reasons that if another player reached this stage, they are probably a combat-oriented veteran who leveled quickly despite the world diverging from the original game. To learn more, he opens the listing for the Old Ebony Club and checks its comments. The comment style and wording make him suspect he recognizes the kind of person behind the post. After a moment, he becomes convinced he knows who it is. He recalls that in Survival Life, anonymity was prized and players hid their real identities behind customizable avatars and voices. Because of that system, appearance, and even gender revealed almost nothing about who someone really was. Outside of global chat showing account IDs, players had almost no reliable way to identify one another. A random chat handle flashes through his memory as part of that anonymous culture. He remembers that unless someone chose to reveal themselves, there was no practical way to learn who they were. Thinking it through, he concludes that the more experienced players became, the more they tended to stray from the developer's intended path. That makes the seller's show username and comments stand out to him as the work of a particularly attention-seeking veteran. He decides to test his guess by opening a voice connection. He starts the conversation simply, waiting to see who answers. The reply identifies the other player as Rabbit Princess, and the voice matches the type of person he expected. He introduces himself with the old in-game name Gimbap Lover. When the response comes more slowly than expected, he wonders if the other player is being cautious. Then the other side erupts with excitement, clearly recognizing his name and trusting him immediately. Rabbit Princess explains that they had been waiting for him and even assumed he might already be the president after seeing the flyers distributed on Doomsday. But he clarifies he has been acting alone. The other player says the flyers suggested someone deeply knowledgeable about Sura was involved, which made them reluctant to reveal their own trait too soon. He agrees with that caution, noting that openly exposing one's trait is practically suicidal, especially for a combat-type player. Rabbit Princess then offers to share their trait anyway, trusting him enough to go first. He is awkwardly receptive, and Rabbit Princess says it hardly matters because they will be moving together soon anyway. The revelation shocks him. Rabbit Princess has the resurrection trait, and can keep using it as long as they have points. They add that at level 17 their trait has already expanded to include multiple forms of resistance, showing just how powerful it has become. After boasting a little, Rabbit Princess asks him to reveal his own trait in return. He refuses for now, saying he cannot tell them immediately, which leaves the other player baffled. He explains that his hesitation comes from real trust issues, to the point that he cannot easily discuss his abilities even with people close to him offline. He insists it is not personal, and says they should meet face-to-face before going any further. Before that can continue, Rabbit Princess urgently tells him to check the auction house again and search immediately. As he turns back to the interface, he suddenly realizes something important is about to click into place. At the end of the tutorial, he is offered a magic metal ring that boosts health and strength, and he immediately recognizes it as a valuable item. Gimbap Lover explains that he searched the whole neighborhood for it, and hands it over for only 10 points, making the gift feel deliberately generous. The protagonist is stunned that something this useful is being sold so cheaply. When Gimbap Lover says he is doing it to prove his sincerity and earn trust, the protagonist starts wondering why this man is trying so hard. He reflects that he did meet Rabbit Princess early in the game, which gave him an unusual connection from the start. That bond had already been tested in dangerous fights where they survived monsters together. They had also fought side by side in brutal battles, relying on each other under pressure. Even outside direct combat, they had moved together like close comrades through repeated life-or-death situations. Among the veteran players, Rabbit Princess had become one of the people closest to him. Even so, he had not expected this much goodwill from Gimbap Lover. He accepts the ring with gratitude and decides he should answer that sincerity with a gesture of his own. To repay him, he lists useful monster materials and food he has on hand. Gimbap Lover is thrilled by the unexpected offer, especially when he realizes it includes things he personally likes. When he blurts out that monsters are already appearing in Busan, the protagonist clarifies that his knowledge comes from his trait, not random coincidence. He presents the smoked trout as a token of trust, and Gimbap Lover is overwhelmed by the gift. The protagonist then adds practical boundaries, saying he does not want Gimbap Lover traveling all the way to Busan just to meet him. He also insists that if they ever meet in real life, Gimbap Lover should wear proper clothes and stop using the nickname XS, because he wants to avoid attention. Gimbap Lover agrees to tone down the embarrassing behavior, though the exchange leaves the protagonist exasperated. After ending the conversation, Gimbap Lover finally gets to enjoy a proper meal for the first time in a long while. Around then, the typhoon also dies down, and calm begins returning to the city. The sudden quiet makes Gimbap Lover realize that something important may have changed. As sunlight pours through the window, he wonders if this is some kind of revelation. He even suspects that his last surviving best friend in the game may have become something extraordinary. Driven by that thought, Seokyun immediately leaps into action to go find him. He crushes a zombie the moment he lands, clearing his path without hesitation. Then he tears through the surrounding undead with overwhelming force as he pushes forward. He grabs a zombie by the leg to use it as a weapon on his way to meet the friend who had given him warmth again. Swinging the corpse like a club, he blasts enemies aside and charges toward Busan. The problem is that his reckless advance causes destruction loud enough to shake the whole area. Only after rampaging forward does he pause and realize something is off. He discovers he has arrived at his friend's hideout, and is horrified that he nearly wrecked the place himself. 3 days pass after the typhoon ends, and the world begins settling into a new routine. Meanwhile, the gym group steadily adapts to the apocalypse and becomes more organized. Yohayan reaches level 5 and improves enough to send his crafted paper dolls much farther for scouting and delivery. Using those reports, the protagonist learns that the gym party has moved into a second-floor taekwondo studio near his house. He also hears that Kyung-hoon and Bora have become a couple, and Hyungjin-hyung reaches level 10, unlocking the shop and opening new possibilities for the group. Whenever updates like that arrive, he supports their growth by directing them to safe farming spots he prepared in advance. He sends out another paper guide, judging that it should be enough to keep them progressing securely. He also keeps in contact with the auction house, though the exchange remains sparse. The few replies he gets are abrupt and chaotic, suggesting the other side is still fighting through serious trouble. While tracking his own progress, he realizes that from level 15 onward the required experience doubles each level, creating a brutal progression wall. His status confirms he is level 14, and he estimates he still needs roughly 100 more kills to reach 16 and unlock the next major threshold. He knows he could grind that out by focusing purely on hunting, but that would consume all his attention. For him, that is not realistic. He has too many other responsibilities to spend all his time leveling. 2 hours later, a new development catches his attention and makes him question what he is hearing. He is shown a blue mithril knife, and is told it was made by the others themselves. Seeing the weapon and the little crafted figures around it, he is genuinely surprised that they managed to produce something like this on their own. Still, he notes that while trading and handing over the rare ore they had agreed on was acceptable, the result is significant enough to change the situation. The man points out that the creatures are beetles, questioning how they could have made anything useful at all. The red beetle takes that as a challenge and realizes it only needs a proper chance to prove itself. To test that claim, the man hands over mithril and tells the beetle to craft something from it. The beetle immediately grips the material and starts working it with intense focus. It carefully shaves and shapes the mithril instead of treating it like raw scrap. A moment later, it proudly presents a finished knife, showing it can actually forge a weapon. The man is impressed that the beetle's crafting truly works, but his approval turns into criticism when he sees the blade is finely sharpened yet crudely designed, and he demands to know why the weapon itself is so rough. The beetles break down in frustration, overwhelmed by how hard it has been to work properly. He stops them from panicking and insists that, as their client, he will at least hear their explanation first. The beetles hurriedly act out the problem they have been facing. From their demonstration, he understands that goblins kept attacking and interrupting them, preventing them from making proper weapons. Once he grasps the cause, he immediately asks where those goblins are based. The beetles identify the goblin's nest on the map, giving him a clear target. The red beetle eagerly promises it will wipe out the nest soon. He accepts that offer but reminds the beetle that he expects it to fulfill its side of the arrangement. The beetle sweetens the deal by offering to burn the goblin corpses as well if he leaves enough mithril behind. It then pushes for another immediate crafting request, promising a reward worth his effort if he helps beyond the goblin problem. Seeing unexpected value in the beetles, he decides to maintain a good working relationship with them. After recognizing the beetle's potential, he goes back to his usual routine of farming monsters with Dingo. He spends that time clearing ordinary zombies that have become tougher than the weak ones from the early days. He attacks decisively, bringing his weapon down before the zombies can close in. One zombie barely reacts before he is already moving through it. He follows through with a clean strike, cutting another down in one motion. Even as more enhanced zombies surge at him, he stays low and controlled instead of losing momentum. He sweeps through the group and drops multiple enemies in rapid succession. Another zombie lunges from behind, trying to catch him off guard. He senses it instantly and turns with complete composure. Almost by habit now, he kills the last attacker and keeps moving toward Eden Villa. When the destination finally comes into view, he is struck by how impressive it looks. He and Dingo stop to take in the upscale complex, and he remarks on how luxurious it is. He reflects that before the apocalypse he never would have had any reason to set foot in a place like this. As he walks through the blood-stained grounds, he starts wondering whether Suyun is still alive. He reasons that if Hyungjin Hyung and Bora are both still alive despite not being awakened, then Suyun may be too. He also recalls that people who had contact with awakened individuals were confirmed not to be affected by zombie spores, which strengthens that hope. So Suyun herself is not what worries him most anymore, because she once touched his transformed hand and did not turn. What concerns him instead is whether Eden Villa's location has become dangerous. He notes that the complex sits near Myeonjul Kwan's bunker by the golf course, making it strategically important. It is also close to the government-built shelter, so he lifts Dingo onto his back as he prepares to move through the building. He climbs upward by rope, judging the area as the kind of place where survivors would naturally gather. At the same time, he realizes that concentration of survivors would make it a perfect place for conflict to erupt at any moment. He reaches the top edge and hauls himself over with a controlled effort. He notes that an ordinary person would have been exhausted by the climb, underscoring how much stronger he has become. Still, he focuses less on himself than on the rope setup, using it to infer something about the people already here. The damaged hallway suggests whoever installed the rope was highly capable, and he suspects it may have been Unit 302. He knocks on a door, already irritated by the tension of the place. When someone inside responds, he reminds them that he came to the agreed meeting spot on time. The woman behind the slot scolds him for coming anyway, warning that a murderer is nearby. The moment she recognizes him as Seongo, her fear gives way to relief, and Dingo happily greets her. She explains that she came to collect medicine money, and he realizes she had mentioned that before, though he had not taken it seriously. A woman immediately pushes back on the protagonist's oddity and turns the encounter toward the real issue, why he is a murderer. She brings him inside without ceremony, making it clear she intends to interrogate him directly. Expecting a long and difficult talk, she takes control of the meeting from the start. Once they sit down, Suyun begins venting everything she knows about the shelter situation, speaking with pent-up anger. She dominates the conversation so completely that he barely gets a chance to interrupt. To make sense of it all, she reduces the conflict to a simple summary. At the time, the shelter area had been split among 3 separate factions that were uneasily coexisting. Then a larger faction, C-Team, led by a powerful figure, upset that balance. C-Team proposed opening the time shelter and redistributing the stockpiled supplies to everyone. When the other 2 factions rejected that proposal, the standoff escalated. Violence followed, and the deadlock turned into bloodshed. A killer emerged and began murdering people, turning the political conflict into terror. Based on the killings, the protagonist identifies C-Team's leader as Kwon Kyungjun and suspects the murderer is one of his subordinates acting under mind control. He adds that if Kwon forced obedience through that ability, then the trait likely has a major limitation that required coercion. Even while reasoning it out, he keeps his deeper knowledge hidden because he refuses to drag Suyun into his own dangerous secrets. What he does share is the likely sequence. The killer appeared only after the other teams refused C-Team's offer, which strongly suggests a connection. He notes that both B-Team and his own side have already lost members to murder. Meanwhile, C-Team has suffered no losses at all, making them look increasingly protected or complicit. That pattern convinces him the murders were meant to pressure the others into opening the shelter sooner, even if he cannot prove it yet. He confirms that Suyun's awakened trait is healing, but only at a minor support level. She agrees that support-type awakened people struggle to hunt effectively, since helping earns points but does not provide real combat growth. From that, he reaches a new conclusion about C-Team's leader. He reasons that the leader is probably not a direct combat type at all, but someone with a different trait who relies on others to do the killing. More specifically, he suspects the leader needs large quantities of wide-area weapon materials to level up quickly. Suyun realizes the theory fits the situation neatly, including why C-Team gathered followers without necessarily being strong in a straightforward fight. He accepts her agreement, and the tension between them eases slightly. She expands on his idea, saying a manipulative leader who gathers people around him despite weak direct combat would match the current crisis perfectly. Then she remembers his own plans and asks whether he is supposed to be meeting his teammates soon. He denies any simple errand, and she admits her bad mood came from a private problem within her group. Embarrassed, she confesses that her teammates are hopelessly driven by desire, which is why she was so irritable earlier. She complains that they only care about satisfying one need, making them unreliable in a crisis. He awkwardly tries to downplay it, treating her complaint as manageable rather than serious. Despite her frustration, she insists they are not truly bad people underneath. The conversation returns to strategy, and he says his next move is to scout the time shelter. When she worries that C-Team makes that too dangerous, he explains he only intends to observe from hiding. He argues that the ongoing zombie waves should keep C-Team from concentrating all their members in one place. Before he leaves, he offers her a luminous stone as a housewarming gift. He explains that it can substitute for candles and, if broken, provide even brighter light, though she likely already has access to such supplies now. He tells her not to worry, trying to reassure her before heading out. He even jokes that if things go well, he will repay the debt for her treatment with interest. The scene shifts to the time shelter, where another side of the conflict is already in motion. Outside, C-Team's leader calmly asks his men how the purification operation is progressing. A subordinate reports that around mid-afternoon, the killer eliminated another member of B-Team. He adds that survivors have been seen moving stored supplies, so the area should soon be fully cleared out. The leader then asks whether A-Team has shown any unusual movement. When told nothing stands out yet, he orders them to kill one more member of A-Team as well, deciding that further pressure will be most effective. He next asks whether they have located the man they are also searching for. The subordinate says they still cannot identify him, but they did spot the female member leaving her house and heading toward Eden Plaza. The leader immediately redirects the killer toward her, revealing that Soo-yeon has just become the next target. Even so, the search for the unidentified man remains unresolved, leaving the protagonist's status uncertain while the trap closes around her. A young man bows deeply in apology, trying to smooth over a tense situation. Once alone with his thoughts, he curses his failure and grips at the pressure closing in on him. He confirms his target is somewhere in Busan, but the lack of a precise location leaves him frustrated. Determined to solve it quickly, he oversees a brutal cleanup while insisting the man he wants must be found at once. His anger shifts to a deeper problem. Despite his subordinates killing zombies, he is gaining neither points nor experience. He realizes this flaw in his trait has become dangerous enough that he needs a fix immediately. He fears the same unknown parasite-like force that once crippled him before the apocalypse could eventually consume him. On top of that, two powerful figures are waiting for him to reach level 15 on schedule, and failure would cost him political standing. Overwhelmed by all of it, he lashes out in frustration until a subordinate interrupts with news. His men report that they have captured a zombie exactly as ordered and present it to him. Pleased, he rewards the effort by taking a lit bottle to use as an execution tool. He drops the improvised incendiary toward the restrained captives without hesitation. The bound zombies are left helpless as the fire lands at their feet. Their screams are swallowed by an explosion of flames as he burns them alive. The massacre finally pays off, earning him points and a level up, though he notes he still has 6 more levels to climb. With his immediate problem eased, he gathers his subordinates and takes command. He announces that they now have 3 priorities to carry out. First, they must locate the lock mechanism of the time shelter. Second, they are to keep capturing zombies in the same way for him. Third, he orders them to track down an unknown target. His people accept the orders without protest, and he makes sure they understand the urgency. Elsewhere in the ruined city, another young man is told he seems unusually eager. He answers with confidence, saying there is no need to rush because events will unfold in his favor. He predicts that Soo-yeon will protect the person he is interested in and eventually lead him straight to that target. The scene shifts to Soo-yeon being called out across the open ruins. A man kneels before her with a rose and abruptly asks her out. Soo-yeon is incredulous that he chose a moment like this, with the killer still roaming free, to confess. He tries to justify himself by claiming his clairvoyance guided him here and that he is trusting his own trait. She reminds him that his confidence is hard to trust when one of their teammates already died during routine farming. He argues that the earlier murder happened in another party's territory, insisting this time his prediction can be believed. Soo-yeon, already fed up with this kind of reckless certainty, rejects the whole approach. She challenges how he can be so sure without proof, while he absurdly insists she should simply accept his confession and become his girlfriend. Soo-yeon cuts him off and starts to leave, refusing to hear any more, but he still tries to stop her. Before he can continue, a violent pulse strikes his chest and his heart reacts unnaturally. As panic sets in, Soo-yeon immediately recognizes the symptom and asks if he ignored the survival manual she shared, identifying it as the sign of a nearby killer. The failed confession instantly exposes that his information was wrong again, though Soo-yeon is shaken by what that means. She quickly regains focus and decides they can still avoid the killer's life-tracking ability if they split up and leave the plaza before a death match begins. He begs for a moment to use his tracking ability and pinpoint the killer first. The attempt backfires almost immediately when he realizes the threat is already upon them. A silver-haired man in a black suit steps forward with a knife, surrounded by a red aura, and reveals himself as the killer standing right in front of them. Soo-yeon snaps that trouble always follows when she is with him, and he can only apologize. Even so, she takes one useful conclusion from the encounter. She identifies that the killer is dressed the same way as members of C-Team, narrowing down his affiliation. The killer raises his blade and activates an ability called Death Field. A vast red dome spreads over the area as the field opens and seals them inside. The plaza is overlaid with a glowing grid, turning the ruins into a controlled killing ground. Faced with the trap, Soo-yeon decides their only option is to run and hide. Her companion doubts they can escape someone that fast, and the killer mocks them by pointing out that once a death match starts, fleeing is impossible. Still moving, Soo-yeon tells him to stop talking and prepare the anti-iron death flashing technique exactly as the manual instructed. As the killer closes in, she braces herself and thinks that if events unfold as she expects, the so-called secret savior may still intervene. A brainwashed killer lunges at Soo-yeon with a knife, and she braces herself to test a desperate idea. At the last instant she thrusts a powerful light into his face instead of trying to outrun the attack. The flash catches him point blank, proving she can interrupt him before he lands the blow. The device blasts out an intense beam exactly as the manual described. The killer recoils in agony, clutching his eyes as the light overwhelms him. Soo-yeon realizes with relief that the manual's countermeasure actually works. But while confirming the method, she gets careless and stays too close to the thrashing killer. He lashes out blindly and sends her flying despite being stunned. She crashes hard across the ground and loses all momentum. Spitting blood, she bitterly admits she celebrated too early. The killer recovers and advances again while she regrets underestimating his wild retaliation. Badly hurt and terrified, she calls for Han Sang to save her. As death closes in, Seongo arrives, and Soo-yeon is suddenly grateful she never accepted Han Sang's confession. With the killer stepping over her, she can only think how abruptly life is about to end. The knife rises for the finishing strike, and she resigns herself to dying there. A calm voice cuts through her panic and tells her to stop giving up. Seongo intercepts the attack with his shield and places himself between her and the killer. He immediately counters at close range, forcing the killer off balance. A blue-powered strike slams into the killer and drives him back. Soo-yeon stares in shock as the situation reverses in an instant. Seongo offers her his hand instead of letting her collapse into despair. He tells her plainly that dying now is not an option. While healing her, he confirms her suspicion that C-Team's leader has a psychic trait and turned a subordinate into a killer through brainwashing, which explains their unnatural coordination. He checks her injuries as his healing takes effect, and she quickly stabilizes. Seongo credits her group instead, saying their role as bait made this opening possible. Soo-yeon notes that one of their people died for that plan, and Seongo refuses to waste time mourning while the threat remains. He explains that killing this regenerating, durable killer head-on is impossible for now. When she asks if that means there is no answer, he says that would only be true under normal rules. He points out that a death match is designed so the survivors are forced to encounter the killer. Even if someone dies and the field drops, the surrounding zombies seal the exits and trap everyone inside. Still, Seongo has found a bug in that system and asks if she knows why he led them here. The answer is the skybridge linking the buildings, which creates a structural loophole. He explains that when the deathmatch first deploys, a repeating impact signal marks the timing he needs. Once the killer's excitement reaches its peak, the bug can be triggered. That peak is visible when both of the killer's eyes blaze red. At that moment the death field shrinks and briefly opens a gap in the barrier. Because the opening is fleeting, Soo-yeon will get only one chance. Seongo promises to signal her when to cross the bridge and escape, even though it means he must stay behind with the killer. He explains that killers receive random special skills, so someone has to remain and control the variables. If they fail to get outside once the bug appears, every part of the plan becomes worthless. After sending Soo-yeon upward, Seongo waits alone on the first floor to draw the killer in. As he stands ready, his heartbeat grows louder and his tension sharpens. He urges the killer to come to him and commits to the confrontation. When he senses the enemy nearby but cannot locate him, he realizes something is wrong. The answer comes as the walls themselves erupt around him. Seongo blocks the debris and instantly understands the killer's assigned special ability. The killer can phase through walls, making the trap far more dangerous than expected. He attacks from inside the structure before Seongo can fully reset. The killer follows with a sweeping slash as he emerges from the wall. Seongo narrowly ducks under the blade and avoids being cut in half. The knife still grazes close enough to remind him how little room for error he has. He answers with a shield strike to the killer's head. The blow snaps the killer's face aside but does not truly stop him. The killer casually resets himself, showing how little the hit mattered. Seongo recognizes that, just like in the game, this level of damage is nowhere near enough. Still, he notices that mind control has made the killer's behavior simpler and more predictable. Without a real sense of self, the killer relies on repetitive attack patterns. The real problem is that every exchange keeps feeding the killer's excitement. The longer the fight continues, the stronger he becomes as he approaches his peak state. Seongo briefly considers ending it immediately but rejects that impulse. Instead of gambling on a kill, he commits to surviving and steering the fight toward the planned trigger. To maximize the chance of indirectly killing Kwon Kyung-jun, he decides he must follow the plan exactly. He squares up again, treating the fight as a controlled delay rather than a duel to win. Watching the killer's condition, he judges that stage 2 excitement is close. A sudden shift in the killer's movement catches him off guard. The killer appears at his side almost instantly, proving the next stage has already changed the pace of battle. Seongo realizes the excitement boost has increased not just strength but speed as well. He curses his luck when he identifies the added effect as an agility buff. Since he cannot overpower that state directly, he activates one of his prepared options. Blue energy gathers in his hand as he deploys a skill from his first slot. The resulting blast buys him breathing room, which is all he really needs. He uses the opening to race up the spiral stairs toward the next phase of the plan. From above, Soo-yeon calls down to him in alarm. She warns that the barrier is shrinking and the zombies are already forming walls, but Seongo tells her to keep watching outside until he gives the signal. He decides to hold the killer on the second floor long enough for the bug to appear. Soo-yeon accepts the order and prepares to act when the moment comes. When the killer emerges again, Seongo notes that the earlier dark aura is gone. That only means the killer is even closer to his excitement peak. Xiango quietly counts down the remaining seconds he needs to endure. The killer charges with murderous momentum while Xiango focuses on surviving just a little longer. A furious flurry of knife strikes crashes against Xiango's shield. He is driven backward but keeps telling himself he only needs a little more time. Even as the shield strains, he refuses to break before the trigger appears. Then the killer's heart surges into a new state. Xiango recognizes the shift immediately as Stage 3 excitement. The instant he confirms it, he shouts the signal for Suyun to move. Hearing him, she steadies herself and commits to the escape route. She sprints toward the opening without looking back. The skybridge becomes her narrow path out while the zombie wall closes below. The shrinking field leaves only a small gap before sealing again. Suyun runs through grasping hands as the zombies lunge from every side. She is nearly dragged down by the crowd but keeps forcing her way forward. With the dead reaching from both sides, she throws herself through the last safe stretch. She makes it out and realizes in disbelief that she truly escaped the death field. Her relief vanishes when she remembers Xiango is still inside and running out of time. She sees the zombie sealing the entrance completely and panics. From inside, Xiango orders her to leave immediately, and she obeys despite her fear. He turns back alone as the structure around him continues to break apart under the killer's assault. The killer tears upward through the building itself to keep pursuing him. Xiango is stunned to realize wall phasing also lets the killer move through ceilings and floors. Rather than flee blindly, Xiango taunts the killer and tries to control his attention one last time. The killer answers with another savage slash. But when the attack lands, Xiango is already gone from sight. Outside the field, Xiango appears with a gun trained on the killer and calmly offers him a painless way to stop. He tells the man to sleep for a few minutes and wake up to a different world. At the same time, he uses a command to open a gate through the zombie wall. A blue portal tears open, scattering the packed zombies aside. He closes the gate behind him the moment he passes through, sealing the opening again. Suyun is stunned that he broke through what should have been an impossible wall. Xiango tells her explanations can wait and drags her into motion. He warns that once the death field fully disappears, the zombies will attack them directly, and the killer is still alive as well. So instead of retreating home, he changes course toward the timed shelter. When Suyun asks why, he reveals he intends to turn the killer loose on C Party. She objects that the killer was under C Party's leader's control, but Xiango believes that control ended with the death match. The game rules said all negative effects on the killer vanish when a death match ends, so brainwashing should have been removed too. Suyun realizes that this outcome was part of Xiango's plan from the start. He confirms it without hesitation: kill the killer, protect the shelter, and make C-teams suffer. To him, using one injustice to crush another is a fair trade. Meanwhile, as consciousness returns, Kim Deyoon stands in confusion with blood on his body and weapons in his hands. He cannot understand why an ordinary technician like him is standing there armed like a butcher. Seeing himself drenched in blood only deepens his horror and disorientation. Then the confusion cracks, and buried memories begin to surface. The fragments reassemble into the image of the man who twisted him into this nightmare. He remembers the innocent people he was forced to kill while under that control. He also remembers the one person who fought him without giving up. At last the mastermind's face comes fully into focus. The name attached to that hatred is Kwon Kyungjun. Deyoon erupts in rage at the betrayal that turned him into a killing machine. In the distance, fireworks burst over the city as if announcing the next act. Deyoon curses Kyungjun for forcing him through hell while treating the apocalypse like a game. He vows to settle that blood debt personally. With knife in hand, he launches himself toward the timed shelter. Watching the fireworks, Suyun questions whether such theatrics were really necessary. Xiango says that making the enemy more alert is exactly the point. He wants to muddy the waters until C-Team's leader loses composure and fails to notice he has lost control of his murder tool. Suyun praises how quickly he built such a layered strategy, and Xiango assigns her to watch for other C-Team members while he waits for the right moment to pinpoint the leader. Almost immediately, he notes that the target has appeared right on schedule. The man approaching is driven entirely by resentment and revenge. Xiango recognizes that Deyoon is now heading straight for Kyungjun. He reflects that Kyungjun's arrogance has survived the apocalypse intact and is about to cost him dearly. Deyoon descends on the timed shelter while Kyungjun sits protected by his guards, still acting untouchable. Only when the attack is already upon him does Kyungjun finally react. Deyoon crashes into the shelter's defenders and tears through their formation. Kyungjun is thrown into confusion, unable to understand how his former puppet reached him. He tries to bluff Deyoon into backing off, but Deyoon shuts him down immediately. Then Deyoon activates a new death field around the shelter itself. As the barrier rises, Kyungjun still fails to grasp that the tables have turned. Deyoon declares that Kyungjun's luck has finally run out and dives in for the kill. Kyungjun's bodyguards barely intercept the strike, dragging their boss out of immediate death. Even as his men pull him back, Kyungjun is forced to retreat and keep his distance from the monster he created. Inside a sealed death field, a silver-haired fighter breaks free and rushes the men sent to contain him. His enemy realizes some unknown interference has undone the hypnosis controlling him, but the trap around them still prevents escape. As the silver-haired man cuts through attackers, the controller decides that if he cannot reclaim him, he will kill him and erase everything he knows. Confident in the deployed death field, the controller abandons any hope of re-brainwashing him and shifts fully to execution. He coldly concludes that slaughter is enough now, because destroying the man will also destroy all of his knowledge and experience. He orders his subordinates to pin the target down and keep him from moving at all. Instead, the silver-haired man overwhelms them in close combat and tears through their formation. While fighting, he condemns them as mindless pawns being used without even understanding it. He follows that contempt with a lethal counterattack that slices multiple men apart in an instant. Leaving bodies behind him, he keeps advancing despite his own wounds and the dark energy bleeding off him. The controller, rattled that his men are hesitating, screams at them to attack immediately. Projectiles strike the silver-haired man, but he dismisses the assault as pointless and keeps moving. Seeing ordinary attacks fail, the controller escalates and calls for Molotov cocktails. Even as his men obey, he orders them to block the silver-haired man no matter the cost. Two subordinates manage to grab hold of the silver-haired fighter and restrain him for a moment. He cuts them down at point-blank range anyway, mocking their master as a coward hiding behind others. The controller smugly claims the battle was his from the start because his opponent failed to finish him quickly. He argues that a murderer trapped in this death field cannot run, and that more underlings can keep chasing him until he falls. With a lit bottle in hand, he offers the silver-haired man one last chance to give up. Then he rejects the idea that he has miscalculated and commits to the kill. The burning bottle lands at the silver-haired man's feet as he answers with disbelief at being called mistaken. Flames engulf him, and for a moment it appears the controller has finally cornered him. Burning on his knees, the silver-haired man says he does not even understand the word mistake, because he was dragged into this from the very beginning. The controller tries to break him by invoking his dead wife and the misery of the day the world collapsed. Instead of breaking, the silver-haired man laughs, turning the taunt back into an insult. The controller mistakes that laughter for madness brought on by imminent death, but through the flames, the silver-haired man suddenly drives a blade forward in a decisive strike. The hidden rescuer reveals himself by landing the attack, making clear he came here on purpose. Mortally wounded, the silver-haired man thanks this unseen ally for freeing him. As he collapses, he adds that at least he can now die with his dignity intact. The controller is left stunned, unable to understand how the situation slipped out of his hands. His anger quickly returns as he realizes an outsider not only broke Kim Deun out of hypnosis but also stole his kill right in front of him. He concludes that the meddler must be the same unknown figure who has been interfering from the shadows. When he looks around, the intruder is already gone without leaving a trace. Furious, he lashes out at empty space and vows to hunt the hidden enemy down. Unable to retaliate, he can only shout a promise to tear that unseen opponent apart the next time they meet. Later, in the ruined city, the protagonist and a woman walk together and acknowledge how long and difficult the day has been. She says she has decided to move, partly because staying near him would be dangerous if he keeps getting dragged into trouble. Even so, she bows deeply and insists on thanking him sincerely for saving her life. He brushes the gratitude aside and treats what he did as no big deal. Privately, he reflects that if it had not been for the stronger fighter and another ally arriving, he could not have resolved the crisis so easily. He also decides not to pry into Team C's circumstances, choosing to let that matter rest for now. After the time shelter incident, he takes 3 days to rest and recover. Although his survival instinct skill never activated, the fight still left his body badly damaged. During recovery, he reviews his gains. He has reached level 16, earned 200 points, and obtained loot from the murderer, including a directional tracking item. He spends 300 points on a better weapon, acquiring an orichalcum long knife. While setting traps to catch wild boar piglets, he continues preparing for future hunts. He also confirms through messages that Tokong has somehow ended up far to the north, in a bizarre location. On the second day, after using beetles to repair a damaged reinforced plastic shield, he keeps working through his equipment and plans. By the next stage of preparation, he and Tokong are searching a goblin nest in the northwest together, showing that they have reunited and moved on to a new operation. After scouting the forest, he confirms where the goblins have hidden traps and keeps building a clearer picture of the nest. By the third day, he also checks on the bull peppers in the garden and realizes the crops are thriving because he has been thinning the forest. On the fourth morning, he heads out as usual to pass along information, expecting an ordinary start to the day. Instead, he notices a paper airplane sitting still, which immediately feels unusual. Assuming Yu Hyun left it before stepping away, he picks it up without much concern. The moment he opens it, he realizes it is not a casual message at all. Lee Kyung-hoon has sent a blunt warning telling him to stop exchanging messages with Yu Hyun and making clear that no response is wanted. He instantly judges Lee Kyung-hoon as a complete bastard for trying to control Yu Hyun this way. Remembering how much useful information Lee Kyung-hoon has gained through those exchanges only makes the insult feel worse. For a moment, his anger turns murderous and he considers killing Lee Kyung-hoon outright. That thought shocks him into checking himself before he crosses a line in his own mind. He realizes that acting on pure hostility would make him no different from the violent people he despises. So he forces himself to calm down and examine the situation without emotion. From Yu Hyun's earlier account, He recalls that Lee Kyung-hoon has already been clashing with Youngjun's side while trying to strengthen his own standing. And because those two factions are also colliding with the newly arrived group, he sees a likely opening to drive them out. He concludes that the growing conflict between parties could give him the excuse he needs to remove them. At the same time, he decides he cannot leave Ms. Soo-yeon unprotected while all of this unfolds. With that settled, he commits to acting as himself rather than letting anger dictate his choices. He refocuses on the immediate task and decides to clear the goblin nest first. In the forest, he calls for Dingo and checks whether his companion is ready for the operation. Seeing how much Dingo has grown, he notes that even the wolf's bark now sounds stronger. He also gathers the beetles, treating them as part of the team for the coming assault. Before attacking, he confirms whether they completed the scouting and counting he assigned them. Their report identifies 3 hobgoblins and 18 regular goblins in the nest. The beetles worry about the enemy numbers, but their concern only prompts him to reassure them. He tells them they may not realize it yet, but the odds do not intimidate him. He makes it clear that he is more than strong enough to handle this force. Because he is already in a bad mood, he decides to end the fight quickly and draws his weapon. He orders his companions to watch carefully so they can learn from what happens next. Then he openly declares that he is about to wipe out the goblin nest. He opens the battle with a loud blast that tears through a goblin at range and announces his presence. The first shot drops one enemy immediately and throws the nest into alarm. As the goblins rush him, he closes in and cuts through them while Dingo joins the attack at his side. He then tells Dingo to follow the plan, shifting the fight from a frontal clash into a controlled setup. Dingo sprints off at once, carrying out his role without hesitation. The wolf leaps onto high ground while attacks sweep past below, drawing attention exactly where needed. From the rocks, Dingo unleashes a howl that acts as a deliberate taunt. The hobgoblins notice the provocation and turn toward the sound, revealing themselves as the real targets. Their entire group surges after Dingo, proving the bait worked perfectly. Watching from concealment, he recognizes that the enemy has exposed its flank just as he intended. He readies his bow and prepares to punish that opening from the side. His arrows slice through charging goblins in quick succession, thinning the mob before it can regroup. The shots keep landing as the larger monsters push forward, forcing the whole formation into confusion. One enraged hobgoblin roars and charges harder, abandoning caution in its fury. Dingo tears into the weakened goblins, proving the status effects and prior damage have left them easy prey. Seeing the enemies softened up and clustered together, he decides this is the perfect moment to test a new technique on the hobgoblin group. He summons a glowing blue cube in one hand while drawing his sword, preparing the skill combination. With a burst of resolve, he activates the attack and commits fully to the strike. He launches himself into a sweeping airborne slash that crashes down toward the clustered monsters with enough force to buckle them. As the attack lands, he exhales in satisfaction, already sensing the technique worked. He finishes off the remaining zombies in a swift burst, ending the fight cleanly. As the smoke rises, he takes a relieved breath now that the immediate danger is over. While disposing of the bodies, he reflects that covering up a kill is more troublesome than the killing itself. His summoned beetles excitedly celebrate his performance, and he checks whether they witnessed the fight. A system notice grants him 60 points, but the reward feels disappointingly small for the effort. The red beetle urges him not to dwell on it, and to keep moving. Back at the shelter, he reviews the livestock and resources he has managed to gather. He notes that even the goblin ranch is working out, since the creatures are tame enough to raise and useful as feed. He has also accumulated poisoned toads, expanding the shelter's food and materials supply. What first seemed like a joke now looks like an unexpectedly huge harvest. Leaving the shelter, he heads across the fields while struggling with the oppressive heat. He cools himself with ice packs, grateful he prepared for weather severe enough to be dangerous. The climate still bothers him, because this world can be freezing in one place while behaving completely differently here. Despite that contradiction, the forest stays lush and the crops grow rapidly. He concludes that the land itself must contain some special power. That thought leads him to a harsher realization that reality is stranger than the game ever was. Unlike the game, dead zombies here do not simply return on their own. From that, he starts building a theory about what actually controls monster appearances. He guesses that ordinary and enhanced zombies only appear again when specific conditions are met. He compares that to special event monsters, which clearly emerged under preset circumstances. He also recalls the tutorial's enhanced zombie as another example of a conditional spawn. That line of thought suddenly gives him a new idea. He wonders whether building a shelter somewhere isolated and zombie-free could prevent incoming zombie waves entirely. He expands the theory further, suspecting that the game's weekly patch cycle may have altered events and rewards as well. Still following that speculation, he arrives at the rice processing complex as a possible source of long-term supplies. He confirms that this facility is exactly where he hoped to come. Inside, he recognizes it as a major stockpile of feed and grain, and a blue portal-like point catches his attention. He decides he should tell Yoo-hyun about the place later, then shifts focus to his own routine. The next morning, he starts with exercise, believing that maintaining habits matters even more in an apocalypse. After finishing, he stretches and keeps himself disciplined rather than letting survival erode his condition. He sets out to make the day productive and reviews the 3 tasks he prioritizes. First, he checks a note from Yoo-hyun, which explains that a previous message was forced by Kyung-hoon and that Soo-yeon is moving to Rio Office Del that afternoon. Second, he scouts the otherworld forest with Dingo, using the outing to monitor both the area and his companion. Third, back home with Bunny nearby, he performs a quick location check through the auction house system while eating. What he finds immediately catches him off guard. Someone has started listing bulletin board related items in the auction house for absurd prices, showing that the system is being used in a new way. He opens the free chat room comment window to investigate further. The chat is suddenly crowded with check-ins and casual banter, making it clear that many more survivors are logging in now. Seeing the surge, he decides to test whether he can use the same system to gather information. He reasons that Bunny's attention-seeker trait makes it hard to pinpoint people through her, but a one-on-one bait might still work. Even if it is inconvenient, he accepts that this is the best lead available. He regrets that he and Bunny never had time to establish proper codes or signals, which limits how precisely he can use her. So he narrows the goal to estimating how many people are actively using the auction house. Because the system guarantees anonymity, he cannot rule out the possibility that one person is faking heavy traffic alone. He decides to post an item that will attract attention without revealing anything too personal about him. An ice pack fits perfectly, since the heat makes it valuable, and its existence does not expose his unique abilities. He lists the ice pack for only 5 points, intentionally setting the price low enough to provoke a rush. Then he waits in silence to see whether anyone bites. The response is immediate as multiple purchase windows flood in at once, proving strong demand and many active users. From the frenzy, he concludes that the bulletin board listings were not fake, that plenty of survivors are now online, and that the number may already be in the hundreds. A survivor checks the comments on his absurdly overpriced ice listing and finds people mocking him as a scammer exploiting the apocalypse. The backlash keeps piling up, with viewers furious that something as basic as cold is being sold for points. He snaps back that nobody is being forced to buy it, and resents being treated like a criminal for posting it. Still, he argues to himself that making real ice takes serious effort, not the effortless trick people imagine. As the auction page fills with other dubious items, he mentally compares them and insists his product has real value. Tired of the abuse, he decides there is no point arguing anymore. He resolves to check the reactions one last time and take the listing down. Before he can do that, the system announces that the ice pack has sold and credits him with points. A spoiler protection notice hides the buyer's identity, leaving him stunned and curious about who actually paid for it. The buyer turns out to be a glamorous woman in red, who receives the bag and confirms with surprise that it is genuine ice. She immediately uses it to cool herself, savoring relief in the ruined heat of the city. The sensation is so rare that she realizes she cannot remember the last time she felt this refreshed. Seeing the public outrage over such a small purchase, she dismisses the complainers as people with bigger problems than her spending. Instead of caring about the criticism, she reaches for her power and prepares to make use of the zombies around her. She activates zombie domination, calmly taking command of a horde as if directing servants. Under her control, the zombies stop mindlessly wandering and begin tearing into each other on command. The forced infighting turns the street into a slaughterhouse, with controlled undead brutally killing their own kind. She keeps the massacre going until the horde is reduced for profit. As the zombies die, point notifications stack up rapidly in front of her. Watching the easy income roll in, she reflects that others struggle far too hard for points when this method is so efficient. Her satisfaction ends quickly when she notices the ice has already melted away. Annoyed, she lifts the empty bag and realizes her expensive luxury was fleeting. Rather than regret the purchase, she becomes intrigued by the person capable of pulling off such a stunt. She starts profiling the seller, wondering whether the ice came from an ice ability or some kind of creation skill. That curiosity turns into a decision to draw the seller out. She opens a voice connection to contact him directly. Her first move is a simple greeting, testing how he will respond. Using her online identity duckbutt quack quack, she asks the ice seller where he is and makes clear she wants more. The seller realizes he has accidentally attracted a high-profile buyer, and now has her attention. She praises his gameplay reputation, argues that buying ice is reasonable for a veteran survivor, condemns the ridicule he is getting, and invites him to join a base she is building near Seoul. He stays cautious and decides to wait and see whether this generous offer is genuine. Their exchange turns sharp when he refuses help and she fires back with threats, making it clear she is dangerous and impatient. She bluntly warns that if he keeps acting foolishly, he could die before understanding what he is dealing with. Then she presses him to answer fast, saying even she does not know what she might do if he keeps stalling. He recognizes the pattern immediately: someone powerful, impulsive, and used to getting her way, exactly the kind of person who becomes trouble if handled badly. With that in mind, he carefully keeps control of the conversation instead of exposing himself. He agrees to post more ice but firmly refuses to reveal his location. She accepts that for the moment, and only tells him not to be too shocked later, then demands he hurry. Taking her quick concession as a win, he decides to relist the ice before she changes her mind or logs off. Their chat is interrupted when another user named Chaos appears and starts probing who Duckbutt Quack Quack really is. Chaos openly accuses her of being a fake bunny and hints that her current name is just a disguise. When Chaos invokes the word comrade, the The woman freezes because that is a private way only one specific person would address her. She immediately understands that the newcomer knows her far too well and has seen through the act. Reviewing the seller's repeated ice listings and his sudden disappearances, she pieces together that he has been operating carefully from the shadows. Combined with his calm replies and that warning not to be shocked later, she concludes she has a strong idea who he really is. Amused and impressed, she drops the hostility and treats the hidden seller like a mischievous junior she has finally recognized. She then addresses Chaos as Bunny and suggests they meet at their old snack shop, confirming a prior connection between them. Chaos answers warmly that he is already heading over, though he will be late because he is still far north. Back at his screen, the seller laughs nervously and imagines how large their community has become, enough that 10,000 survivors could hold an offline meetup. After the chaos at the auction house, he leaves for the office to help Suyun move, carrying the story into its next phase. On his way back, Xiango reflects that he has confirmed several suspicions about how the world is functioning now. From the blackout curtains and boarded windows, he concludes that many survivors have managed to secure shelter. The damaged but still inhabited buildings convince him the tutorial phase was easier than expected, allowing more people to live through it. Seeing crowds in the city without fresh monsters appearing, he realizes zombies are no longer respawning, even if dense areas have become lawless. He decides that as long as his group avoids those dangerous zones, they can stay out of trouble, until someone from above calls him back to base. Xiango looks up and finds one of his companions calling down to him from the rooftop. Mikyung cheerfully urges him to come up and eat with Suyun and Yuhyun. When he joins them, Xiango immediately senses something is off. Yuhyun notices his wary expression and challenges him to explain what he thinks he has figured out. Mikyung points out that Xiango already knew Yuhyun's trait had upgraded and guessed he could now link with two people at once. Suyun adds that Xiango also noticed she was moving that day, showing he had been quietly reading all of them. Pressed about why he said nothing, Yuhyun tries to hide his injury with a flimsy excuse about hurting himself while moving boxes. Xiango rejects the lie immediately, making it clear he can tell the story is fabricated. The bandaged wound on Yuhyun's arm confirms that the injury came from something far more serious. Suyun steps in and explains that it was a puncture from a crossbow bolt, and that she already treated it. She adds that Yuhyun kept it from Xiango, but the attack was not his fault and was not deliberate on his part. Xiango seizes on that wording and demands to know what she means by not deliberate. Mikyung begins recounting what happened about an hour earlier. While she was carrying a large container to the roof and Yuhyun was handling smaller boxes below, everything seemed routine. Then a sudden scream broke the calm. Alarmed, Mikyung rushed to check on Yuhyun. By the time she looked down, he had already been struck. She saw that 3 people in hiking gear were responsible. To her, the attack looked unmistakably intentional, which confirmed Xiango's own suspicion. The thought of someone targeting his people leaves Xiango seething. His anger sharpens into a personal vow not to let anyone tamper with the party he is building. He reminds himself that each of them matters to him for practical reasons as well as personal ones. Yuhyun is meant to serve as his eyes and ears. Mikyung is the one who can handle movement and transport. And Suyun is the healer who keeps him going when he is injured. Realizing the attackers are the same 3 people at the base right now, Xiango decides he will deal with them. Yuhyun, oddly energized by the growing sense of unity, blurts out that this tension almost feels good. Mikyung awkwardly admits that although Xiango and Suyun were once outsiders, they now feel like true party members. Suyun shifts the conversation by asking why the director still has not arrived if he was supposed to come. Yuhyun explains that Kyung-hoon and Nona were originally meant to come too, but they suddenly went out instead. When asked where they went, he admits he does not know. Xiango checks whether Hyungjun, the doll user, is still at the base, and learns that he is. He immediately decides to head there, saying he has something to give Hyungjun anyway, and Yuhyun uses his link to check in. Through the connection, Yuhyun reports that all 3 of the hikers are indeed at the base, and that something tense is happening. Xiango learns they are all glaring at one another, and with physical enhancement among them, he realizes a fight could erupt at any moment. Using that as enough justification, he orders Mikyung to teleport them inside the base instead of waiting any longer. When he says they should prevent possible bloodshed, Mikyung agrees and prepares to move them. Xiango takes hold of Mikyung so she can bring him along. Mikyung activates her power and teleports them straight into the base. They arrive abruptly, with Mikyung strained by the jump and Xiango landing beside her as the confrontation comes into view. Inside, they find Kyung-hoon radiating red power, Hyungjun glowing with golden energy, and Nona standing behind him as both sides freeze at Xiango's sudden appearance. Kyung-hoon is stunned that Xiango found them, but Xiango brushes that aside and turns immediately to stopping the clash. He addresses Kyung-hoon first and tells him to end this before it escalates. Hyungjun snaps back that Xiango should stay out of it, insisting their combined combat strength drops if Nona leaves and that this is their own affair. Xiango cuts through that argument by declaring that because Suyun is with him now, Nona no longer has to remain tied to them. A tense confrontation begins when one side insists they stop relying on physical enhancements and settle the dispute like ordinary people. The black-haired man tries to de-escalate the room by pushing for a human conversation instead of a powered clash. The blonde man bristles at being ordered around, but he grudgingly agrees to stand down. The muscular red-haired man follows that lead and accepts that fighting here would solve nothing. Even while complying, the blonde man makes clear he despises how this group dynamic keeps playing out. He accuses the director of blindly siding with Seong-hoon while dismissing everything he says. The red-haired man argues that this is not favoritism, only that Seong-hoon's judgment has consistently been better for the party. He adds that if the blonde man were actually right, they would support him too, but the blonde man still protests to the director. Before the argument can spiral again, the black-haired man physically steps in and cuts everyone off. He reframes the issue as responsibility to the party, not a personal quarrel, and reminds them that survival in the apocalypse demands stricter standards. His sudden severity shocks the others and makes clear he is no longer treating this as a minor disagreement. The weight of his words lands hard, leaving the room momentarily stunned. He lays out the charges plainly. They ignored orders, abandoned their posts, and contacted another group on their own, which is enough to justify expulsion. He presses the red-haired man to confirm that judgment, forcing the issue into the open. A woman with the blonde man pushes back, insisting their actions were for the team rather than against it. She explains that they approached the auction quickly because they needed information fast and had to cooperate with another party to get it. The blonde man backs her up, arguing that they merely chose a different method to serve the same goal of helping the party. He further argues that getting close to veteran players is necessary, and the others hesitate as that logic hits a nerve. The woman turns the accusation around by pointing out that Hyung has also been in contact with Seong-hoon, so singling them out is inconsistent. Another woman strengthens that defense by noting Seong-hoon had already helped them before the apocalypse and is still sharing supplies without asking for anything back. The blonde man presses the comparison harder, asking whether the people criticizing him have actually done as much to help the group. When the pink-haired woman tries to interrupt, the black-haired man signals that this line of argument may matter more than she wants to admit. The blonde man finally lowers his head enough to admit one fault. He should not have treated Seong-hoon as some dangerous outsider. He promises to apologize for that properly, while insisting their actions were never driven by selfish gain. The red-haired man refuses to let the blonde man control the conclusion and challenges his attempt to wrap the matter up on his own terms. The blonde man answers bluntly that if the party cannot reconcile with him and Seong-hoon joins their side, his loyalties will naturally shift there. Someone reaches out to stop him before that declaration turns into a final break. The black-haired man reveals he is not acting out of anger, only trying to give them one last chance to separate cleanly instead of ending in bitterness. He even offers to help them move if they truly intend to leave, despite everything that has happened between them. The red-haired man quietly realizes there was always a practical reason the blonde man stayed with the party this long. He grabs the blonde man and states it plainly. The blonde man stayed because he was never sure Seong-hoon would fully accept him. The blonde man admits the red-haired man saw through him, and the red-haired man pushes to settle things honestly rather than through half-truths. The blonde man accepts that terms, saying they can still be civil later if they meet again, and the split is treated as mutual. With that, the departing pair walk away, leaving the remaining members to watch the separation become real. The red-haired man tells them not to worry about the logistics because the party will inform everyone and handle the move themselves. The black-haired man thanks him for helping avoid a bigger mess, assuming he had intentionally nudged the outcome that way. The red-haired man denies being manipulative, and says he only wanted to test the waters, not force anyone out. He admits he had planned to resolve this while Yoo-hyun and Mi-kyung were away anyway, so the timing merely changed. The black-haired man then asks for more freedom to move around, suggesting he may be able to leave sooner or later if trusted. That possibility immediately excites the other two, who latch on to the hope that he might recover his mobility. He tempers their excitement by saying it will still take a few more weeks, but confirms it is realistic as long as he stays within this area. The group shifts back into practical planning, asking Mi-kyung to bring Seo-yeon and Yoo-hyun so they can talk after a short break. Left alone with a thick book, the black-haired man is relieved the others are energized enough that he can focus on his own work. He reveals that the book is a present, drawing immediate curiosity from the others. The story then widens to the ruined world itself, invoking the warning that one day hell will unfold. That slogan is tied to a brutally hostile survival game spreading across a shattered city filled with monsters and destruction. An ominous, godlike force is implied behind the system, watching the world as if it were part of a design trial. The book given to Hyung is explained as a revised field journal of what lies ahead, including altered or deleted creatures but the same essential threats. Even if details have changed, the overall flow remains intact enough for one danger to stand above the rest. The most important subject is dimensional gates, the red portals that will open and unleash the next major catastrophe. He recalls that gates like his own dimensional gate are classified as dens, dungeons, or labyrinths depending on their scale. Those gates function as entry points for events and monster summons, a system so broad that even the original game could not fully account for it. After confirming that Soo-yeon had joined the party, he returns to studying everything he can about dimensional gates. He pieces together the pattern that once the first animal raid ends, goblins emerge through a gate after another trigger event. What unsettles him is that the sequence is clear but the exact timing remains distorted, beginning with baiting survivors with food before throwing goblins at them. No matter how carefully he searches, the precise moment of that shift is never recorded anywhere. Even so, he decides he can estimate it by watching for the point when the zombies start moving in a more human-like way. That earlier change in zombie behavior had been his first clue that the first event had truly begun. With that in mind, he hopes Hyungjun's group is using the arc time to prepare properly. Because goblins actively hunt humans rather than wandering like zombies, he knows outside barricades will be essential. Even if he cannot do everything himself, he resolves to start preparing in advance for the chain of events ahead. This time he chooses a spear and trains with different weapons to raise his combat proficiency. He keeps drilling and handling other necessary work as the days pass. By the end of summer, his overall stats have risen noticeably. His long effort with the paralysis poison finally pays off as his strength increases as well. He also acquires paralysis poison resistance, proving the repeated injections were not wasted. Though disappointed it is not full immunity, he feels that his preparations are finally coming together. On the 10th day, just as he believes everything is in place, an urgent message arrives that a tiger has appeared. He immediately understands that the real beginning of the apocalypse has arrived. The threat turns out to be a tiger roaming the ruined city. Some of the others are still treating the scene like a spectacle, marveling at the tiger instead of grasping the danger. Their director shuts that down, warning them that getting close would get them killed. The tiger proves the point at once by tearing through nearby prey with brutal ease. As the group regains focus, they wonder how a tiger could have suddenly appeared here. One explanation is that it escaped from a zoo, and that few animals like it remained because most would have died off before reaching the city. He agrees, noting that while animals were summoned in the game, no one has actually witnessed a summoning in reality. That leads him to suspect the animal raid event has been altered to fit the real world. The others then turn to Songho for direction. He is caught off guard by being asked, since Hyungjun is supposed to be the leader. But the director makes it plain that these are effectively Songho's people, not his. Accepting that authority, Songho decides to assign everyone roles himself. His first objective is securing food by hunting animals rather than fixating on the tiger. He places Yoo-hyun and Soo-hyun in the rear to watch the surroundings and react quickly if anything changes. He keeps Hyungjun with him at the front, relying on his strength for the direct fighting. He tells Mikyung that she is central to the plan and must use Blink to connect the front and rear. When she doubts herself, he reassures her that her potential is high, and she resolves to do her best. After laying out the plan, he asks if anyone objects. When Mikyung nervously thinks she may have done something wrong, the others immediately reject that idea. Instead, they are relieved to finally have someone giving clear orders and begin accepting him as the real leader. Songho redirects their attention by revealing that the tiger is not the true target. He admits he does not yet know what the real boss is, only that the tiger is not it. He explains that on the way there, Dingo had already picked up the scent of several different prey animals. The white dog confirms it and stands ready to guide the hunt. Dingo suddenly catches a stronger trail and bolts forward. Songho chases after him as the dog leads the group deeper into the ruins. Gunfire erupts from behind, driving the fleeing animals ahead and steering the hunt. Dingo corners a sheep, revealing the kind of prey Songho was actually after. The dog lunges and brings the sheep down in a clean, decisive strike. After the takedown, Dingo lands lightly and stays alert for any further movement. Growling low, Dingo signals that the hunt may not be over yet. In the ruined street, a sheep-like lure cries out to attract the undead. It stomps and keeps up the noise, deliberately drawing attention toward itself. The bait suddenly bolts through the debris as part of the plan. Watching from cover, the young hunter praises Dingo and confirms the lure is doing its job. He kneels with his crossbow ready, preparing to exploit the opening. He fires, but the shot only wounds the sheep instead of killing it cleanly. Annoyed with himself, he realizes he should have ended it in one hit. The noise succeeds anyway, pulling zombies in from all directions and creating the meat-gathering opportunity he wanted. He orders Dingo to keep driving the sheep toward the target point while the dog obeys. As the zombies converge, he notes that many of them are well fed enough to be worth harvesting. Since securing meat matters more than properly clearing the undead, he shifts his priorities accordingly. Surrounded, he calls for Mikyung to support him. She answers immediately and activates her purple energy. He takes her hand, warns that she will need to use her power repeatedly, and she assures him she can handle it. With their abilities linked, they launch into coordinated movement through the zombie pack. As they advance, he praises Mikyung's talent, and she brightens under the encouragement. When the fight settles, Songho appears carrying the harvested sheep while Director Park stands by with Dingo, and they report that one zombie escaped. Songho offers help, but Director Park insists on handling the remaining threat himself and sends the others ahead. Enjoying the rare feeling of being useful, Director Park decides to savor the moment. That confidence is cut short when a hidden bolt strikes him, leaving Songho and Mikyung shocked. Two strangers emerge and feign an accident, claiming a hand slipped while using a crossbow. Songho immediately recognizes the weapons as the same ones sold at the large camping supply store. Mikyung realizes these are the same people who previously shot Yoon-hyun. The newcomers confirm they have been identified and coolly ask what the group intends to do about it. One of them raises his crossbow and says he may as well relieve them of one of their catches. Songho restrains himself, and Director Park, wounded but composed, agrees to let them take one sheep. Before allowing them to leave, Song-ho asks one final question. He singles out the pair and demands to know whether they broke their rules and joined another party without permission. They brush it off as a temporary exception ordered by their leader, but Song-ho warns that next time he will not let it end so lightly. The scene shifts away from the confrontation as the tension gives way to a quieter aftermath. Back at camp, Director Park downplays his injury and tries to keep the mood light by focusing on the fact that they still brought back meat. Mi-kyung agrees in principle but worries that being too lenient will only invite more trouble. Another member argues that the director's instinct for peace has value, though Song-ho cuts in to make his own position clear. He reminds Director Park of his own earlier rule that when people threaten you during the apocalypse, you kill them. Even so, he says he will not challenge the director's authority as party leader. What he cannot accept is the idea that they should bow their heads to evil people, even if he lacks the power to eliminate them himself. He ends the dispute by telling everyone to eat and enjoy the rare good day while it lasts. Elsewhere, a small insect-like creature chirps in the dark ruins. The sound carries through an empty underground space, as if signaling something deeper inside. A red crack of energy suddenly tears open in the darkness. The rupture expands into a glowing portal-like opening, hinting at a new development. The next day at another training ground, Song-ho is brought somewhere unexpected and is immediately intrigued. A red beetle-like creature and 3 gray helpers greet him, and he is impressed by their effort. They present a table of rare minerals and materials, leaving him astonished at how they managed to gather such valuable resources. When he thinks that is all, the helpers signal that they have prepared something more. They deliver a large case, and Song-ho can hardly believe it is meant for him. Inside are finished weapons and tools, including an Amara's spearhead, pepper bombs, and Amara's throwing knives. Seeing the craftsmanship and the upgraded materials, he realizes these are far beyond ordinary smithing. Overwhelmed by the tiny craftsmen surrounding him, he jokingly wonders if they are actually dwarves. He laughs off the idea while lifting one of the new blades, still amazed by what they have made for him. He begins field testing his beetle's abilities by checking how well one can strike a target. To push the test further, he orders the beetle to attack at full force. The beetle's blow smashes through the wooden target cleanly, proving it can hit far harder than expected. Satisfied with its cutting power, he moves on to test a pepper bomb the beetles can use. The bomb bursts against the target in a cloud of red powder instead of raw destructive force. At first he mistakes the weak-looking blast for a disappointing result. The beetles eagerly keep firing, while he starts to dismiss the attack as underpowered. The drifting pepper cloud reaches him before he can finish that thought. The stinging smell overwhelms him so badly that he collapses in agony while even the beetles recoil from it. Once he recovers, he realizes the attack is excellent because anything with a strong sense of smell would be crippled by it. That convinces him the beetles are worth keeping and recruiting properly. He calls the beetles over and invites them to join him. He argues that the forest is still dangerous and offers them a safer future. He sweetens the offer by promising shelter without taking away the work they enjoy. He frames the arrangement as a clear benefit for both sides. The beetles huddle together to discuss his proposal among themselves. When the red beetle steps forward enthusiastically, he takes it as the group's acceptance. He seals the agreement with a playful handshake, making the partnership official. After recruiting the beetles, he returns with Dingo to reality so they can scout ahead. He does this because he expects goblins to start appearing soon. Watching from cover, he confirms his suspicion as goblins emerge in the ruined city. He notes that they are finally revealing themselves in the real world. Their behavior shows they are not just wandering but actively building a nest. That tells him the Goblin Den event has already begun, and Dingo catches the scent as well. Pleased, he follows Dingo's lead toward the source. When he finds what they were tracking, he immediately understands what it is. A glaring red portal stands in plain sight, marking the entrance to the Goblin's Den. He finds the entrance conveniently obvious, though he worries it would be dangerous for anyone unaware of the event. He predicts goblins will soon spread through the area if the den is left alone. Still, he is relieved that the structure matches the dens from the game, giving him a basis for how to handle it. As he enters, he wonders whether using a dimensional trap inside a dungeon would open into the other world instead. He tests that theory and confirms the trap still opens a gate to the other world. From that result, he infers that goblin dens are built from the same event-based dimensions as in the game, and he starts checking his available item slots. He verifies that his steel balls remain intact, so his equipment still functions normally here. He concludes that, for now, event dungeons are best treated as a hybrid space between reality and the other world. He equips perception-enhancing and illumination items, deciding those options suit this environment best. With his preparations complete, he focuses on clearing the den. Because the den has only one route and no traps, he advances aggressively. The goblins notice his approach, but their simple setup only confirms how easy they should be to handle. He rushes in and cuts through multiple goblins in a single sweeping assault. As more goblins close in from both sides, he treats the ambush as little more than routine work. Even while moving, he calmly reaches for more weapons, showing no real concern. The goblins try to pin him down in the narrow passage, but their attack only creates a brief inconvenience. They lunge together with clubs, expecting to overwhelm him by numbers. He answers with complete confidence, already certain they have lost. A burst of intersecting strikes tears through the group and sends goblin bodies flying apart. He lands smoothly and keeps moving without breaking momentum. With the path cleared, he decides goblins are no longer a threat to him at all. Deeper inside, he reaches a chamber where a lone figure waits near torchlight and immediately recognizes he has found the real target. But as he steps closer, something about the scene makes him pause and reassess. Entering a cave, the protagonist finds a hulking beast kneeling beside its weapon and realizes something is off. When the creature notices him and tests whether he came alone, he confirms it and draws it into a direct confrontation. The monster lunges in a violent burst, trying to crush him before he can react. He cuts through the attack in one clean motion, dismissing the enemy as beneath him. With the beast dead, the system rewards him with points and confirms he has cleared the goblin den. A bonus item materializes, revealing an arrow upgrade that boosts piercing power. Pleased with the reward, he judges the haul worthwhile. He turns to his next priority, checking on Hyungjin's group, but first decides to scout the other party that entered the area. He focuses on the trio in hiking clothes, treating them as a more immediate threat to monitor. Before moving on, he halts and reconsiders his approach. He decides he may not need to search for them at all if he can predict where they will go. Reviewing his improvised plan, he recalls that the trio has consistently acted with reckless aggression. Their pattern has been to confront others head-on rather than think carefully. From that, he infers they would chase goblins for gains instead of setting up any real defense. As expected, they head straight to the den entrance without hesitation. Seeing the cleared site and the signs of a recent fight, they conclude someone else got there first and admire their leader's judgment. After spending time inside and coming back out cursed, their frustration turns into anger at being beaten to the reward. They start discussing Hyungjin's group and question why people they considered weak would have reached the den first. Unable to accept it, they search for explanations for how the den was already cleared. One of them offers a clumsy excuse, but the leader immediately rejects it as stupidity. He reminds them that goblin dens can appear in several places at once, exposing how little his companion actually knows. The humiliated man apologizes, and the woman privately mocks him as dead weight. The leader refocuses the group on their real objective while something small nearby catches his attention. He grabs a rat and lays out the plan plainly: farm a den for items and levels, then kill a hobgoblin to steal a skill. He adds the final step without hesitation: they will attack Hyungjin's party afterward. That ruthless turn shocks the others, even though they know the supplies are worth taking. When one of them starts to object, the leader shuts him down with open contempt. He pressures him by pointing out that their former allies already distrust them, especially the black-haired man who saw through them. The protagonist, hidden nearby, realizes he has been singled out as a future obstacle. The leader concludes that if they do not eliminate him soon, he will become a serious problem. A woman hesitates at the idea of murder, but another voice in the group coldly minimizes the moral line they are crossing. The woman reveals she has already tested a lethal method and even profited from it, confirming how far gone they are. With the decision made, the group stops debating and prepares to move. As they leave, the protagonist judges them even more dangerous than he expected. Watching them head off, he decides he has to stop them before they create more victims. He slips through a portal to intercept them ahead of time. Appearing elsewhere, he resolves to deal with the threat indirectly rather than expose himself too soon. He approaches a frightened survivor and warns him not to panic as he closes in. The man, cornered near a goblin portal and already under attack, mistakes the approach for another threat and tries to keep everyone back. At that moment, a goblin sniper fires a dart from the shadows. The projectile strikes the man's arm before he can defend himself. As the toxin spreads unnaturally fast, he realizes he has been poisoned. The situation collapses into chaos as goblins swarm and overwhelm the trapped people. From cover, the red-hooded leader coldly observes that the goblins are killing the nearby humans instead of those hiding farther away. He takes that as proof their current hiding strategy is failing and orders everyone to prepare to charge. When one companion questions the logic, he cuts him off before he can finish. Using a chain-like skill, the leader binds the doubter in place and reasserts control through force. He mocks the man's inconsistency, reminding him that he already wanted to abandon the gym group once they became a burden. Then he twists the knife further, sneering that this weakness is exactly why Hyungjin cast him aside. The bound man angrily insists he left that group by choice, while the woman backs the leader and the power balance within the trio becomes unmistakable. The group is told to stop fighting because something unexpected has appeared in the ruins. They realize a hobgoblin is wandering outside its den, which immediately suggests something is wrong. Instead of charging ahead, the leader changes the plan and decides they should understand the situation first. The others resist the caution, but he pushes them to accept the delay. One of the younger members reluctantly agrees that rushing into the den blindly would only get them killed. As they watch, the hobgoblin continues moving deeper into the wreckage, drawing them after it. The hesitant pair follows along, still uneasy about where this is leading. The girl quietly asks Kyunghoon whether they should really keep tailing it. She points out that its glowing body and aimless circling feel staged, like an obvious lure, and he agrees. Even so, he decides they need the last hit if the creature is already injured, because gaining a skill may be their only way to survive with this party. That harsh calculation hardens his resolve, and he prepares himself to act. He reassures Bora that he will make sure they profit from this chance and moves in. Then he realizes the others have already started the hunt without them and rushes after them in anger. He finds the rest of the party gathered around the hobgoblin's body and explodes at them for going ahead again. He condemns their recklessness as something far beyond what the group can afford. When he threatens to leave with Bora if this continues, the others brush him off and tell him to calm down and inspect the corpse. The truth is worse than expected. The hobgoblin was already dead, and someone had hung a luminous stone necklace on it to bait them here. The cautious leader realizes his suspicion was right and curses himself for not destroying the lure immediately. Before they can process it, Bora panics and points out a severed arm floating in midair. A lit object arcs down from above, and the party stares up in confusion at the new threat. A helmeted stranger reveals himself by holding the object aloft, as if testing how they will react. The object drops from his hand, and someone recognizes too late that it is a firework bomb. The bomb detonates inside the enclosed space, turning the trap into chaos. The blast throws the party into panic, and they realize they have been deliberately ambushed. As they demand to know who he is, the attacker mockingly dismisses himself as disposable trash. He tells them to do their best to survive, and the noise draws monsters to the pit from every side. The group is suddenly surrounded by goblins and zombies, and their anger gives way to a desperate fight for survival. The attacker opens a glowing portal, preparing to leave them behind in the slaughter he engineered. He notes that the truly troublesome members are already dead and decides to spare Kyung-hoon and Bora this once. Elsewhere, his allies debate that choice, with one objecting on principle while another moves to check on the rest of their team. The focus shifts to another battlefield where a different group is still fighting to hold back the monsters. A heavily built fighter cuts down a goblin with brute force and disciplined technique. His strike lands cleanly, but the pressure around him does not ease. He realizes the situation is deteriorating faster than they can control. While one teammate holds the line with close combat, and another attacks from range with purple energy, the enemy keeps pressing in. An archer urgently reports that goblins are approaching from the front while zombies are closing from the west, making the encirclement complete. A healer keeps the frontline fighter standing with green restorative energy, but even that support is barely enough. The wounded fighter understands the real problem is no longer strength but sheer numbers. He faces a growing ring of enemies, and sees that they are being overwhelmed. The goblins answer with cruel confidence, and raise blowpipes to finish him from a distance. A dart strikes him, adding poison or paralysis to the injuries already slowing him down. The monsters immediately rush in to exploit the opening. He fights them off at close range, but he takes more hits and can no longer hide how badly he is hurting. Clutching his wounded arm, he realizes his body is reaching its limit. As more goblins advance, he begins to think this may be where he dies. A voice cuts through that despair, rejecting his surrender just as several enemies are struck down at once. A newcomer declares that no one will die tonight. Song-ho appears wrapped in power, armed and steady, making it clear he has come to turn the battle around. When asked about his injuries, he reveals they are self-inflicted because his skill boosts his stats when his HP drops. The frontline fighter finally understands that the arrow Song-ho took earlier was part of a deliberate plan to trigger that ability. The young fighter explains that his current power is a compound ability combining penetration, impact, and a strength value of 20, and notes that because of it he no longer needs a bow. When the soldier is startled by the number, he clarifies that stats become dramatically stronger past 20, and even more monstrous past 30. He casually reveals he copied this technique from a kimchi stew he once saw, treating the absurd origin as proof that he is fine. To reassure the others further, he says he has already recovered with sun apple juice and hands over a bottle. He takes command of the fight, telling Mikyoung to stay focused on defense while he handles the front line alone. With that decided, he launches himself toward the enemy and leaves the others behind. From there, the battle turns into a one-sided slaughter as the undead rush him. Even zombies that had become stronger are cut down before they can matter. The weaker but more numerous goblins fare no better when they swarm him. He tears through them in sweeping attacks that keep the entire horde from closing in. By the time the dust settles, bodies are scattered everywhere, and he is still standing untouched. Just as the exhausting fight seems finished, a new sound signals the arrival of a stronger enemy. A bone creeper emerges and faces him directly, immediately marking itself as the real threat. He is pleased, because this is the exact outcome he had been waiting for. His plan is to bait the bone creeper back to the barricade and destroy it together with the goblins, even as someone nearby begs to be saved first. The pleading civilian is being carried off by a monster, forcing him to confront an inconvenient rescue request in the middle of his setup. As his survival buff nears its end, he forces himself to stay calm and decides that the victim is not someone he can abandon. Before he can act, Suyeon answers the crisis herself and rushes in while the captain keeps other enemies busy. She reaches the trapped man and supports him, insisting on helping despite the danger. The monster immediately dives at them, threatening to kill both of them at once. The captain orders the rescued man to move to cover so he will not interfere with Seongo's attack path. Watching this, the young fighter recognizes that the captain and Suyeon are exactly the kind of dependable people needed in a collapsed world. That realization hardens into resolve. People like them must be protected. He dashes off again, deciding that someone as morally warped as himself needs good people at his side. He cuts through more goblins while reaffirming that he wants allies like them beside him. He plants himself and prepares the final step of his trap. Using a command skill, he opens a dimensional gate in front of him. At the same moment, his survival instinct buff expires, leaving him on a timer to finish this immediately. He calls out the bone creeper for losing sight of him and draws its attention back where he wants it. The creature charges in, and he judges that the moment is finally right. He triggers the bone creeper's self-destruction, unleashing a massive explosion. Later, in a quieter setting, Suyeon heals him with green restorative energy while apologizing. She explains that using her skill makes her pass out afterward, which is why she could not do more. After finishing the treatment, she shyly offers her help again whenever he needs it. With the immediate crisis over, he suggests they finally sit down and talk properly. The soldier introduces himself formally as Captain Kim Hyun-woo and sincerely thanks them for saving his life. When his youth makes that rank seem surprising, he explains that his promotion had already been approved. He adds that the apocalypse broke out right after that confirmation, turning what should have been good news into bitter irony. Asked where he had been stationed, he says he served with the 22nd Infantry Battalion at the Kori nuclear power plant. That location immediately stands out to the others because it is near Gyeongyup. The captain explains that his unit's job was first to escort personnel until D-Day and then to monitor the plant afterward, before pausing at a troubling thought. Suyeon points out the contradiction that if that was his assignment, he should not be here now, especially since reaching them on foot would have taken at least 10 kilometers. He acknowledges the sharp question and prepares to explain why he came. His answer is simple and alarming. He left because smoke began rising from the plant. The implication hits immediately, and the others fear that the reactor may be heading toward a core meltdown. Though he is not a technical expert, he remembers a worker's warning that visible smoke from the plant means people must evacuate at once. The larger man stops the discussion to ask the basic question everyone suddenly needs answered: what exactly is a core meltdown? Suyeon takes over the explanation and starts breaking it down in plain terms. She says that when a reactor core can no longer be cooled, radiation leaks out. Putting the pieces together, they confirm that the captain came all this way to warn them that radioactive contamination may already have been released. The soldier admits that unlike the group before him, most people would have treated the stranger as a threat, and he considers himself lucky to have survived the encounter at all. The black-haired leader accepts that reaction as reasonable instead of taking offense. He points out how unbelievable the soldier's story sounds. An unknown man appears from nowhere and calmly claims a nuclear plant has exploded. He adds that the stranger's arrival only made an already dangerous situation harder to manage. Worse, the chaos surrounding him drew monsters in and nearly destroyed the leader's plans, leaving civilians begging for their lives. He explains that the soldier's mere presence helped trigger a zombie wave, forcing Mi-kyung to expose herself to stop it. From his perspective, a captain in the middle of an apocalypse had no excuse for making a reckless call that endangered civilians. The soldier falters, realizing he has no good defense. Overwhelmed by guilt, he drops to the floor and apologizes without reservation. But the leader refuses to let him shoulder everything and says the matter cannot be settled by self-blame alone. Demanding proof rather than emotion, he tests whether the soldier's resolve is real. The soldier hesitates for only a moment before forcing himself to answer. He seizes the offered blade and insists he can prove his sincerity. Prepared to pay a physical price if that is what it takes to earn trust, he vows to sacrifice even his wrist if it helps the others escape. He drives the blade down without flinching, fully committing to the act. Before he can maim himself, the leader stops his hand. That is enough for the leader, who says he has seen all the resolve he needed to see. The soldier is left stunned by the sudden mercy. The leader helps him up and admits that genuine self-sacrifice for others is rare in the apocalypse, choosing to acknowledge that quality instead of punish it. The others immediately back that judgment, reminding him that the soldier had truly been ready to lose his hand and that his healing ability might not even have restored it. The leader casually reveals that he pushed the test only because he needed certainty before trusting him. He returns to the practical issue. If the report about the Gori nuclear plant is true, the group must move much farther away to avoid radiation, even if that means abandoning most of their stored supplies. Another teammate admits that once the consequences are laid out that clearly, refusing to believe the warning would be foolish. With the argument settled, the group asks Seongo for the next step. He decides to raise Mi-kyung's level to 10 first, believing whatever new trait she gains will at least improve their mobility. He checks that Mi-kyung is willing, and her response is immediate and supportive. At the same time, he orders everyone else to start preparing for departure. He assigns Hyung and Soo-yeon to pack supplies that people can carry on the move. He tells Yoo-hyun and Captain Kim to spread the news of the nuclear accident in person, judging that direct contact will work better than sending paper flyers. When the captain worries whether he is truly fit for that task, Seongo makes clear that while he distrusts the man's past judgment as an officer, he does trust his desire to save people. The team then turns to choosing an evacuation route. One member proposes heading to Gimhae first, since it lies southwest toward farmland and suits their direction of travel. He adds that he had already sent comrades to a place called the Gimhae Battalion, so there is a chance they have secured a Type 1 warehouse there. That possibility strengthens the plan, since even a route with risks is worth taking if it leads to support and supplies. Seongo finalizes the route. They will use the Villa district in Gangseo as a temporary base, then move on to the Gimhae Battalion, and later consider Changwon by the sea as the next destination. He asks for objections, but the group accepts the plan without resistance. With consensus reached, Xiango prepares to move the group out immediately. Elsewhere, a severed purple head regains awareness in a ruined street and groggily wonders where it is. Its owner, a nearly naked and absurdly unfazed man in a cape, concludes from the beating he took that he is probably not in North Korea anymore. His first real concern is hunger, and he starts looking for anything edible nearby. He dismisses the trash around him as no better than what is already in his stomach. Grumbling that he misses kimbap lover, he complains that since people started crowding the auction, food drops have become scarce. Then he cuts himself off after noticing someone secretly watching from nearby. Using the severed head like bait, he coaxes the hidden observer to reveal herself. When she still stays concealed, he lashes out with a sudden kick to force her hand. The strike tears into the darkness of the alley where she is hiding. The floating head realizes too late that the attack may have been more aggressive than intended. A glowing man in a shirt and tie appears from the shadows, apologizing to Bunny Princess if that is how it felt. He introduces himself as Lee Byum-suk, a subordinate of President No working under Jang Won-taek. He states that he has come to invite Bunny, and when she doubts the offer, he asks what she wants as the negotiation begins. A government-linked survivor asks Bunny Princess whether he remembers Survivor 1, confirming that man had cooperated with the authorities. When Bunny Princess asks if the president is still alive, the official confirms that he is. The official explains that the government shelter has already saved many people, including several veteran survivors, and is trying to build a force strong enough to endure zombie waves and monster raids. He invites Bunny Princess to join that shelter and help shape the future, but Bunny Princess quickly declines. The official presses harder, pointing to the shelter's huge stockpile of supplies in hopes of changing his mind. When he adds that a woman there is interested in Bunny Princess cuts him off before the pitch can turn manipulative. He makes it clear that his Bunny Princess persona is only a verbal tick, not an invitation for anyone to treat him lightly. Ending the conversation, he says he has someone else to meet farther south and starts to leave. The official stops in with a warning that his current route leads to Daijongbu. He immediately offers a compromise. If Bunny Princess visits the shelter first, they will provide a guide afterward. That promise instantly wins Bunny Princess over, and he eagerly checks whether the offer is real. The official admits he was ordered to bring Bunny Princess in by any means necessary, but Bunny Princess decides he will at least stop by once. Under the night sky, Bunny Princess heads toward the meeting with a light promise to see those people at least once. The story shifts into reflection, asking what society means to Hwang Suk-hyun. For him in the past, society was not a comfort but a problem he viewed with distance and distrust. Being surrounded by people had once felt oppressive and impossible rather than welcoming. But after becoming Bunny Princess in the ruined world, his life changed and he began moving through reality with unusual confidence. People started liking him even when he acted strangely, and his odd behavior became something others accepted instead of rejected. Some even imitated his bunny-themed persona, showing that he had unexpectedly become someone others followed. For the first time, he found people he could genuinely call friends. As that bond grew, Bunny Princess came to understand something important about friendship. He began to notice that closeness does not happen equally with everyone, even inside the same group. Among friends, some relationships form naturally while others remain awkward, and that difference is normal. Back in the present, he tells the official that despite knowing Survivor 1, they were never especially close. The official agrees, treating that mismatch as a natural part of how relationships work. He compares friendship to a group with many possible connections inside it. From there he explains that both strong and weak bonds are inevitable, and some people may feel different in person than they do otherwise. As they walk through the ruined city, the official asks to confess something, and Bunny Princess invites him to continue. He admits that his earlier recruitment attempt was just following orders, but personally he thinks the government should be more selective about who it accepts. Bunny Princess appreciates the honesty and responds well to the official's bluntness. The official then says they have arrived, though Bunny Princess is surprised because the place does not look like a shelter. The official clarifies that this is only a rendezvous point where he is supposed to meet a teammate. He calls that teammate out, and a figure appears through a burst of purple teleportation energy. The newcomer introduces herself as Lee Yunjong, a Blink Awakener. She explains that she is level 12 and has unlocked contact displacement and long-range blink, making her responsible for transporting team members to the shelter. Bunny Princess realizes that the shelter's location is being kept secret from almost everyone. Yunjong hesitates, uneasy about revealing so much to someone they have only just met. Bunny Princess voices the same concern directly, asking why she is sharing her trait details so openly. Caught off guard, she struggles to justify it. He explains the issue for her. Because her movement ability requires physical contact, she probably wanted to avoid seeming suspicious by hiding that condition. To settle the matter, he simply tells her to grab hold. He adds that even if she had bad intentions, hurting him would not be easy, showing complete confidence in his own strength. With contact made, Yunjong teleports the group straight into a government conference room. There they are welcomed by Jang Min-taek, who formally greets Bunny Princess on behalf of the government shelter. Another man introduces himself as Bae Jiangin, Survivor 1, and reveals that his trait is connected to the shelter. Survivor 1 excitedly recognizes Bunny Princess at once and gushes over finally meeting him in person. Bunny Princess is thrown by that enthusiasm, since he never thought they were particularly close. Survivor 1 reminds him that the four of them once had fun together, implying that shared experience should count for something. Then he dismisses Bunny Princess's hesitation, arguing that the exact label on their relationship hardly matters. He insists they have been through too much together over the years to fuss over definitions, while Bunny Princess reacts with embarrassed disbelief. A ragged survivor immediately mocks the white-haired young man as a fraud for calling himself the top survivor. The white-haired youth stays quiet until someone addresses the loudmouth by name, Tagong. That rebuke makes the white-haired youth bristle, as if the insult has gone too far. Tagong only escalates, taunting him to fight if he is offended. Instead of backing down, the white-haired youth accepts the confrontation and proposes raising the stakes. The suited official watching this realizes the meeting is going far worse than expected. Even so, he tries to restore order by formally inviting Bunny Princess to sit, and Tagong plays along with mocking politeness. Tagong keeps clowning around, asking for names and introducing himself with absurd grandeur while the attendant remains stiff and unimpressed. His jokes fall flat in the dead room, and he complains that nobody here has any sense of humor. Dropping the act, he pounds the table and demands to know whether they brought him here only to recruit him. The official admits that recruitment was indeed the main reason. The white-haired youth reflects that if they had approached his friend directly, and clearly framed it as a mission to save Korea, persuasion might have worked. But after meeting Tagong in person, the official decides this is the wrong moment, and chooses to let him leave instead. Tagong laughs off the retreat, praising the man's judgment, while revealing he had come because he wanted a favor. The official refuses to discuss favors until Tagong first honors his own promise, though he still offers to have him escorted out. He orders Ms. Jinjong to accompany Tagong, and she salutes while Tagong sarcastically praises her patriotic spirit. Before dismissing them, the official points them toward an anonymous online post he thinks the white-haired youth should examine. The post warns that the Kori nuclear plant has suffered a meltdown, and that survivors in Ulsan should evacuate immediately before a steam explosion. Reading it, the black-haired protagonist recognizes it as an anonymous comment but concludes Captain Kim Hyunwoo's earlier warning was correct. He recalls that Hyunseong's group finished preparations before dawn and was ready to move toward the district office. They were also gathering stockpiled supplies, which suggested someone was already planning for a prolonged crisis. Still, one detail bothers him. In the game's events, nothing had ever pointed to dangerous facilities becoming a threat. That inconsistency stops him cold. He realizes a nuclear-scale disaster must already have happened somewhere else, outside the scenario he knew. He remembers that Korea had begun emergency cooling measures after the Russian fishing boat incident, meaning the danger had been building for some time. He also recognizes that countries untouched directly may never have reacted with the urgency now being shown in Korea's emergency meetings. Rather than dwell on what cannot be changed, he forces himself to think practically. He decides his priorities are clear: move Hyunseong's group to a safer location away from monsters and prepare for the next disasters. Standing over the ruined city, he narrows his focus to those two immediate goals. From there, he starts working out the next step. A sudden realization jolts him into motion. He heads toward a cluster of zombies, drawing them together instead of avoiding them. With the city in ruins around him, he commits to testing his plan in the open. After reaching the studio apartment block, he deliberately corrals the zombies into one area. Once they close in, he begins the test by smashing the first evolved zombie in the face. He follows through with another clean strike, using the fight to gather data rather than merely survive. His first goal is to measure how agile these evolved zombies have become. As one lunges with a sweeping attack, he watches its movement closely while countering. He then checks their toughness by cracking another zombie's skull with a full swing. Surrounded by more of them, he keeps fighting at close range to judge their limits under pressure. His second goal is to learn how much force he needs without relying on any of his key items. A direct blow caves in a zombie's head, giving him the answer he wanted. Satisfied, he tightens his grip and prepares to push the test further. He launches into a heavier attack, cutting through another zombie with overwhelming force. Then he turns to the final reason for this massacre, as more zombies rush him. If he clears every zombie in this area now, he can change what will spawn here later. His aim is to prevent coffee respawns at midnight by wiping the zone clean beforehand. That would leave only nearby goblins, which are much easier for him to handle. In his mind, that would tilt the survival odds in his favor. But just as he settles on that strategy, a new threat makes him freeze in alarm. A fighter identifies Hyungjun's group as the safest target, judging that they are unlikely to be in real danger. He drops into action between enemies, moving to handle the first response himself. After cutting down a monster, he decides the immediate threat is dealt with and turns his attention to assessing the studio block survivors and scouting them. Pressed for time, he prepares to move on quickly. A paper airplane finds him, signaling that someone is trying to contact him. He recognizes it as a message from Yoo-hyun and jokes that the boy may already have cleared the level 10 assignment. Pleased by that possibility, he tells Yoo-hyun to gather everyone at the place he mentioned earlier. At the hideout, the group takes stock of their luck, relieved that with the supplies they found they can hold out for a while. When the headcount seems off, It is explained that Captain Kim Hyunwoo went ahead to Gimhee to inspect the situation first. Another member adds that the warehouse there was not intact, so Kim would have been too embarrassed to bring them along. The remaining two are accounted for as well. Suyun went to fetch items from a nearby villa, and Mikyoung accompanied her so she would not go alone. That leads to a warning that Suyun specifically told them to avoid Villa District C if possible, and they ask whether he knows why. He confirms it from experience, saying he met Suyun there and ended up fighting a killer. He explains that the culprit is the leader of the Duck Duck Goose party in C District, a man with a trait that lets him control people. The others realize that is why Suyun settled in Villa District B instead, since entering C would have left them vulnerable to intimidation and coercion. The conversation shifts to Yoo-hyun's assignment, and the boy nervously admits he obtained 2 extra traits but feels awkward showing them. He reveals the first trait, Doll Bomb, which creates a small doll-shaped object that can be thrown. When activated with a spoken trigger, the doll explodes, though the blast itself is weak. The group clarifies the limitation and learns the trigger can even be spoken internally, preventing accidental self-destruction. Yoo-hyun then presents a second trait, Smile Communication Doll, which activates when a smiling face is drawn on paper and attached to a doll. Its basic function is that the creator can send a vibration signal through it. He further explains that when multiple people hold matching dolls, they can communicate telepathically, though the dolls still share the same weakness to explosions. Yoo-hyun worries the traits sound clumsy and underwhelming. Instead, he is immediately told these abilities are crucial to the party's survival in both the short and long term. He points out that attaching a bomb doll to an arrow would greatly increase its offensive value. He also notes that against weaker monsters, the same setup could inflict debilitating status effects. The communication dolls impress him even more, since they would let the group coordinate movement and share information smoothly in real time. Hearing the practical uses laid out so clearly, Yoo-hyun's embarrassment turns into excitement. He is entrusted with communications and scouting support, and he eagerly accepts the responsibility. Elsewhere in ruined Suseonggu, Daegu, another group moves through the wreckage under a pink evening sky. Some of them mockingly wonder whether their leader is actually hurting zombies around now. Their gossip turns harsher, painting her as someone absurdly obsessed with zombies. The woman in red listens to the ridicule in silence, thinking it over rather than reacting immediately. Then she notices something important, and abruptly orders her people to move. One of the mockers is cut off mid-joke when something grabs him from behind. His companions panic as their food is stolen and they protest the cruelty of it. Unmoved and irritated by their tone, the woman makes clear they have pushed her patience too far. She opens a holographic interface and decides to check the auction house. A message there says only Kimbap Lover or Bunny Princess may speak in that channel and warns that impersonators will be killed, confirming she still has no direct contact with those two. She realizes the situation is being handled in a very deliberate way and grows more suspicious. Anger flares as she concludes Bunny has merely been unstable, but Kimbap Lover should never have dared interfere with her like this. She orders her carriers to turn southwest, reasoning that if the person she seeks is involved, he will head toward either Gimhee or Chongwon. From a hidden vantage point, an observer watches her procession through a weapon sight and signals to a companion. Still on the move, she argues that the southwestern route is safer. She starts to explain that it is better than going inland. Before she can finish, a thrown blade kills an attacking zombie right beside her, revealing that someone nearby is protecting or monitoring her. She rises from her seat and decides the unseen meddlers need to be taught a lesson. With a snap of her fingers, she prepares to unleash her enforcers. She introduces her pet zombie squad, the Dead Boys, a named group of controlled undead. She sends Geo Crown ahead to capture the hidden watchers and bring them to her. A feral, glowing-eyed attacker drops from a ruined building and crashes into the street, launching a sudden ambush. Two men barely register what is happening before the creature springs straight at them. It seizes them both at once, leaving them helpless before they can react. The attacker hurls the pair aside in a single violent motion, sending them screaming across the rubble. As they hit the ground, a woman in a red dress steps in and addresses them with cold authority. She mocks their fear and makes clear she has no patience for their miserable state, while they beg the zombie queen for mercy. When they flatter her by calling her queen, she accepts the title and enjoys their submission. She decides to spare their lives, claiming she never intended to turn them into killers anyway. But before leaving, she stops and signals that their offense still has to be answered for. She reminds them they targeted her first, so now they owe a price in return. At her cue, a group of glowing-eyed undead closes in, and the men realize too late that mercy will not mean freedom. Several days later, the story shifts to a peaceful base where the protagonist enjoys the results of his growing settlement. He praises his workers for producing exactly what he asked for, including a mithril hook and other crafted goods. Satisfied with the quality, he openly admires how capable his little workforce has become. He also credits them for tending the garden and livestock, joking that they are top-tier helpers, which delights them. With the compliments over, he moves on to a new assignment. He asks the beetles whether they know where shade grapes can be found. One of them perks up as if it might have an answer, prompting him to explain why he needs them. A speedrun event is coming soon, and because the course is pitch black, he needs a reliable source of visibility. He adds that this is the kind of practical item he will keep needing outside the game as well. The beetle thinks hard, clearly trying to connect his request to something it knows. Then it excitedly signals that it may know a hidden spot no one else has discovered. It leads his attention to a map, indicating a location deep in the wilds. The beetle points out several marked areas and singles one out with confidence. To the protagonist, the marked place looks like a genuine high-value lead. He recalls that when he previously surveyed the region by drone, the dense forest canopy kept him from getting a clear look. Since the area seemed like nothing but woods, he had only planned to clear a route there before exploring it properly. Other urgent problems kept piling up, so the trip kept being postponed. As a result, despite everything else he had handled, he still had never visited that forest himself. He reasons that the place must be unusual if even dedicated players know almost nothing about it, making a blind rush too risky. Even so, he decides there is no point overthinking it any longer. He resolves to investigate now rather than regret delaying again. Once inside the forest, he is immediately struck by how unnatural the place feels. The woods give off an aura completely unlike what the drone footage suggested, as if the forest itself is hiding something. He warns his white wolf companion not to act recklessly because they are here strictly to find shade grapes. The wolf trots ahead anyway, making it obvious it is not taking the warning seriously. Accepting that, the two begin a careful search deeper into the forest. A thick fog hangs through the interior, muting the woods and adding to the sense of unease. Still, with daylight filtering in, he is able to keep his bearings without much trouble. Along the way he notices strange plants unlike anything he has seen either in the game or in reality. But because none of them trigger any system response, he dismisses them as worthless and keeps moving. Even beyond the odd plants, he feels that something about the forest is fundamentally wrong. No matter how far they go, he cannot detect a single ordinary beast or low-level monster anywhere. His unease turns to focus when the wolf suddenly barks from ahead. The bark leads him to a patch of shade grapes, and the system confirms they enhance night vision. Relieved, he starts harvesting, realizing this haul alone could cover their needs for months. As he works, he considers bringing the whole crew here to gather more. That thought is cut short by a strange sound, and he straightens up, sensing a new threat. The white wolf drops into a defensive growl beside him, confirming danger is close. When a gaunt orange wolf emerges, he immediately knows something is deeply wrong, because starving fawn wolves should never enter a barren territory like this unless the forest itself has changed. Realizing there is only one explanation for the strange silence, he concludes he has wandered into a far more dangerous zone than expected. Hidden behind a tree, he curses his mistake as the threat becomes clear. He understands now why no ordinary beasts or weak monsters were around. A stronger predator has claimed the area. A werewolf emerges, confirming he has stepped into werewolf territory. Forcing himself to stay calm, he decides his first priority is removing the watch that traps him here so he can escape. He reaches for the watch, intending to return to reality immediately. But as he studies the beast, he notices that beneath its feral rage it seems to have lost all reason. He realizes his only advantage is that the werewolf is acting on instinct and has not yet pinpointed him exactly. Even so, he knows that will not last long. Given his current condition, he judges that a direct fight against it would be hopeless. So instead of confronting it head-on, he prepares to repeat the kind of trick that worked on the orc. He suddenly moves, carrying the small white wolf with him as he puts his plan into motion. The werewolf immediately takes the bait and turns its hostility toward him. He openly challenges it, making sure its attention stays fixed on him. The werewolf responds with pure aggression, fully provoked. It charges straight at him in a frenzy. At the last moment, he activates a gate. The werewolf commits to the attack without realizing the trap. He dives through with the white wolf as the beast crashes into the unseen barrier. Now safely on the other side, he catches his breath and notes that the creature has slammed into an invisible wall. He reasons that even if the rest of the pack has moved nearby, this berserk werewolf is ideal for drawing all the danger onto himself. Its unstable temperament makes it perfect bait, exactly as he intended. The werewolf keeps hurling itself at the dimensional boundary, unable to understand what is stopping it. He tells it not to lose patience yet while readying his spear behind the barrier. Promising they will meet again soon, he takes a fighting stance and prepares to strike through the gate. He recalls that unlike the orc, this enemy's heightened senses make a simple ambush much less reliable. Still, he thrusts through the opening and lands a solid hit in the werewolf's chest. The beast recoils in pain as he withdraws the spear before it can retaliate. Enraged rather than deterred, the werewolf doubles down on its assault. It lunges again with a furious howl. He reflects that without the dimensional barrier, that charge would have torn him apart instantly. He closes the gate to cut off the attack. The werewolf is thrown off balance by the sudden disappearance of its target, and the barrier's shifting position. He opens the gate again from a new angle, forcing the beast to readjust. He notes he can only repeat this repositioning a limited number of times, but uses the opening to stab it again. From safety behind the gate, he keeps pressure on the wounded werewolf. He explains that this tactic works only because of a specific weakness in the beast's current state. The werewolf suddenly activates wolf sense, entering a heightened combat mode. Its perception and agility surge dramatically, making it far more dangerous. With those sharpened senses, it begins reacting to his spear thrusts much more effectively. What had been clean surprise attacks now become easier for the werewolf to evade. It even catches one of his spear strikes instead of letting it land. The beast seizes the weapon outright, trying to turn his own attack against him. He recognizes that its wounds will heal quickly, so simple damage alone will not be enough. Unbothered, he moves to the next step of his plan. He switches to another item, noting that while his attacks are still getting through, the repeated strain is wearing the werewolf down. He reveals that the tool to counter wolf sense is already in his hands, a slingshot loaded with a red projectile. He fires the shot upward rather than directly at the beast. The projectile bursts above the werewolf in a blinding red flash. Caught in the sudden sensory overload, the werewolf is visibly disrupted as his countermeasure takes effect. A werewolf closes in, radiating a dangerous red aura as the fight reaches a critical moment. The beast lunges, but the young hunter judges that with his agility buff active, he can handle everything except the wolf's special skill. He steadies himself and decides the battle is manageable as long as he avoids that one attack. Trusting that assessment, he rushes straight in to test the monster head-on. He lands a clean sword strike across the werewolf before it can fully overwhelm him. The wounded beast recoils and howls, but the injury only drives it into a fiercer counterattack. A red slash tears through the air, forcing him to evade rather than press his advantage. He twists away just in time, keeping his footing as the attack passes. The exchange reveals there are effectively two wolves in play, and he maneuvers between their sweeping assaults. He drops low and plants himself, preparing to turn the close-range clash into something more controlled. When one wolf swipes in, he meets it with a precise cut that checks its momentum. He follows by vaulting over the creature, trying to seize a better angle. But the werewolf recovers fast and slams into his guard with brute force, stopping his flow. Locked against its claws, he realizes the monster is tougher than expected and cannot be overpowered directly. So he abandons the straightforward duel and shifts to a new plan. He drives a hard kick into the werewolf's body to create the opening he needs. As the beast drops back, he breaks away at once, leaving his sword behind to gain distance. While retreating, he notes that despite a few variables, the fight is still unfolding according to his intended setup. He knows he has to act before the werewolf can use its dangerous skill again. Instead of reaching for the sword, he summons a grappling device from his inventory. He whips the line out, focusing on securing an escape route upward. His target is the high ground, where the werewolf's mobility should become predictable. The hook catches on a tree branch exactly as planned. He starts climbing, needing only a few more moments to get out of reach. Then he senses trouble immediately. The werewolf has already recovered. A system warning confirms the beast has entered an enraged state and activated combat instinct. He strains upward, knowing he only needs a little more height to flip the situation. But the enraged werewolf appears right behind him before he can finish climbing. The beast launches itself upward in a violent leap to intercept him. It lands and braces for another strike, proving the buff has made it far more dangerous. Its attack destroys the trunk instead of reaching him, and he realizes he barely escaped being torn down with it. Now safely perched above, he taunts the monster for overcommitting while he regains control of the encounter. Calm again, he opens his inventory and turns the fight into a test. He points out that with combat instinct active, the werewolf should be operating at its physical peak. Then he asks the real question by baiting it into another jump. Exactly how high can it leap? As the beast charges upward, he prepares the answer himself. From above, he reveals the measured limit, 4 meters. Having confirmed the range, he coldly ends the experiment and prepares to kill it. A shot rings out, and the werewolf is struck before it can reach him. The monster collapses dead, and the system rewards him with a level up points and the combat instinct skill. He is thrilled to get the tier 2 skill he wanted most, though he immediately recognizes there is a catch. The skill boosts his body for 3 minutes, but unlike in the game, it only activates if he truly harbors murderous intent, which unsettles him. Even so, he decides he will figure that out later, because his immediate goal is clearing the speedrun event's trial labyrinth. That resolve is tied to a promise he intends to keep with someone he deeply resents. The scene shifts to ruined city streets, where anger turns toward the people responsible for the devastation. A blond young man vents his disgust, unable to understand how such scumbags can behave that way every day. A woman approaches him from behind, and his bitterness spills into a broader hatred of humanity itself. She greets him casually, brings him food, and teases him for being so easy to startle. Once they settle, she asks for an update on the villa district and the golf course area, pressing him to stop avoiding the worst of it. He explains that on the first day, the people there were already moving supplies as if they were preparing to relocate, which made him suspect they were afraid of something. The next day, Song-ho's group begins looting supplies from newly settled survivors and pushing the desperate people toward violence. They even manipulate survivors in Area C into killing one another while Song-ho watches from a position of control. The cruelty escalates into death matches over food, and the narrator condemns Song-ho's logic that indirect killing somehow leaves his hands clean. Later, Mi-kyung confronts Jong about why Song-ho would target people so viciously, and Jong is surprised she still needs the answer spelled out. Mi-kyung admits she still does not fully understand, so Jong tells her to listen carefully. He bluntly defines Song-ho as a sociopath, someone who judges and executes others by his own warped standards. Mi-kyung resists that conclusion because she never sensed murderous intent from Song-ho directly. Jong argues that is exactly the point. Songho avoids killing with his own hands, yet the disappearances and attacks around them still trace back to him. Mikyung falls silent, forced to sit with the implication that she has been refusing to face. Jong tells her to keep denying it if that helps her cope, but he has already chosen a different path. He decides to help save as many people as possible, even if that means acting against Songho. That resolve shifts the story toward a new operation. Elsewhere, Yohayan reviews the situation from inside a monitored shelter, while someone asks him to confirm his assessment. He reports that after 10 days of surveillance, Kwon Kyungjun almost never leaves his hideout unless something major happens. Yohayan suspects Kyungjun may have been seriously affected by something, though his isolation makes that hard to verify. He turns the discussion to the hideout's entrance, and studies its design plans. The entrance is explained to be a double door, reinforced with plastic outside and heavy wood inside, making it extremely hard to breach. Normal fire will not melt the reinforced plastic, and the stronger tools that could destroy it are unavailable. Even breaking the bulletproof windows seems unrealistic, especially with monsters nearby and time against them. Yohayan agrees the fortress is difficult to crack, but the discussion makes his companion realize they are overthinking it. He suddenly questions why they are treating this like a joint tactical problem at all. With a sly tone, he points out that Yohayan gathered all this intelligence without ever being asked to help raid the place. Yohayan readily admits that he had no such request. He explains that they must pass through District C to reach Gimhe anyway, so he treated the mission as a useful diversion and enjoyed the challenge. The other man realizes Yohayan is dodging the real subject and wonders if this exchange itself is their unspoken agreement. He reflects that the gym members may all be alike in how they test one another without saying everything outright. Yohayan finally gives his verdict. The work exceeded his expectations, and he is genuinely impressed. He tells the other man to rest while he finishes something before the day ends. That night, the man approaches the hideout alone and pities the guards still standing watch so late. Observing them, he notes that despite their brainwashing, they still carry themselves with some sense of self. He reasons that if Kyungjun gave these two direct orders, the guards at the other hideouts may already be asleep. He decides it does not matter whether that guess is right and prepares to move regardless. After consuming a special grape that greatly boosts his night vision, he declares himself fully prepared. He draws two glowing blades and begins the assault. His first move is to quietly put the outer guards down before they can react. The blades strike both men almost simultaneously, dropping them with only brief cries of pain. As they collapse, he coldly tells them not to take it personally. He frames the attack as a favor, implying that leaving them in Songho's system would be worse. With the guards neutralized, he turns to the real obstacle, the double doors. What Yohayan called an impregnable fortress is, to him, merely a problem with an easy workaround. He summons several small flying creatures from the blue barrier and brings them into the real world. Greeting them like familiar partners, he notes that this is their first time outside the other realm. He asks one of them to punch a hole through the door and casually offers sweet potato jelly as payment. The creatures accept the job and swarm toward the reinforced entrance. They begin drilling into the surface with focused, repeated strikes. Working together, they steadily chew through the door's tough outer layer. Their effort finally opens a clean circular hole through the barrier. From inside the new opening, the intruder appears in view, confirming the breach succeeded. He praises the creatures for the job well done and promises to pay them after he finishes inside. With entry secured, he moves to the next step, saying the rest will be even simpler as he starts manipulating glowing cube-like tools. He decides plastic fire cans will work better than Molotovs and prepares one as an improvised bomb. Following his own plan, he drops the Litkin through an opening into the target area. He intends to cross back through the otherworld side and let the blast do the rest. The can detonates, turning the room into a sudden fire trap. He emerges through a portal satisfied that the setup worked exactly as intended. Inside, two women are trying to put out the flames at the entrance, and one of them immediately realizes something is terribly wrong. Recognizing one of them as Kwon Kyungjun's subordinate, he moves to eliminate both before they can react. The blonde woman finally notices him and is caught completely off guard. Her companion is struck just as abruptly, leaving neither woman able to mount a defense. Both collapse, and he coldly concludes that this part is finished. With the room secured, he advances deeper into the hideout through the smoke. He calls out Kwon Kyungjun by name, forcing the hidden leader to acknowledge him. When Kwon still refuses to show himself, he presses him to come out. Kwon dismisses the demand and boasts that he can simply use the tracking skill tied to the life form he thanked him for. That claim jolts him, because Kwon reveals he can find him on his own. A red trail exposes Kwon's position behind cover, confirming the threat is real. He identifies Kwon's hiding place, and Kwon answers without denying it. Kwon immediately launches a surprise ranged attack from cover, trying to kill him before he can close in. The shot pierces his shoulder, and Kwon gloats that he combined his first shot skill with an ambush for a perfect opening. He shrugs off the wound as minor and mocks Kwon for relying on a cheap shot while he was resting. As his combat instinct activates, he drops any pretense and rushes forward with killing intent. He tells Kwon that, despite owing him for teaching him to trigger combat instinct, he has no reason to spare him. Kwon tries to strike again, but he slips inside the attack and drives into him at close range. He seizes Kwon's leg, taking control of the exchange before Kwon can recover. Using that grip, he violently throws Kwon across the room and leaves him sprawled on the floor. Kwon coughs up blood as the gap in strength becomes undeniable. Standing over him with a blade ready, he demands that Kwon choose whether to die clinging to pride or beg for his life. He warns that Kwon's clan was never going to survive anyway because other predator groups are already organizing, and Kwon's people would have been hunted down. Even beaten, Kwon insists that in Gimhee and Changwon they still had a chance to escape the predators. He rages that if he could still fight back, he would kill him, while secretly reaching for a knife on the floor. The attempt fails, and Kwon is left screaming helplessly beneath him as he is dismissed as pathetic. He threatens that if Kwon keeps provoking him, he will gladly make him his first human kill. Kwon, terrified but stubborn, refuses to give him any points and clings to his pride. Still proclaiming pride is all he has left, Kwon grabs for the knife himself. Instead of surrendering, Kwon turns the blade on his own throat and chooses death over submission. He watches Kwon die by suicide, seeing his final resolve firsthand. Afterward, he carries the two unconscious women away from the room. He leaves them where the beetles are, relocating everyone before moving on. Using intelligence he had prepared earlier, he heads out with Dingo to search for the supplies the group hid in advance. That search succeeds, and he uncovers the stash they had set aside for their planned move. While checking the cache, he searches through Kwon's belongings for anything more useful. There he finds Kwon Kyungjan's journal. From the journal, he learns Kwon had been coordinating with other regional clans through coded messages hidden in specific homes and checked on a weekly cycle. By daybreak, armed with that information, he returns to the area near the hideout. From concealment, he observes the brainwashed underlings to see what remains of Kwon's group. He discovers their memories are no longer intact, as the survivors seem confused about where they are and who anyone is. Seeing that uncertainty, he admits he cannot yet tell whether their lost conditioning is a blessing or a new problem. He reflects that people are deeply shaped by herd mentality, so a group's direction depends on what kind of collective behavior takes hold. With only 11 survivors left, he reasons that if most of them remain sane, they could become cooperative neighbors. But he also recognizes the opposite risk. If aggression dominates, those same survivors could easily become a new hostile faction. For the moment, the Watchers decide not to interfere and simply observe what happens next. One of them hopes no new conflict erupts inside the villa complex. Elsewhere, the exhausted student laments his miserable situation as he keeps traveling. He bitterly reflects that his trait is practically useless and wonders how he has even survived this far, calling out to Young Pal. Young Pal brushes off the self-pity and tries, awkwardly, to lighten the mood. Instead of feeling comforted, the student snaps and blames Young Pal for his troubles. Young Pal is genuinely confused by the accusation and cannot see what he did wrong. The student argues that because they wandered around Sejong instead of heading straight out, they have lost precious time and still have not reached Muju County in September. He reminds Young Pal that he was desperate to reunite with his friend, forcing Young Pal to admit that was true. Young Pal defends himself by saying a dull march would have ruined the trip, since he wanted the journey itself to be entertaining. That answer only irritates the student more, because Young Pal openly values fun and meeting Kimbapjo over efficiency. As they continue down the ruined road, the student admits that being weak remains his deepest frustration. Young Pal counters that the detour was not pointless, since they cleared a goblin nest, gained skills and items, and punished some thugs along the way. When the student reluctantly concedes that point, Young Pal tells him to stop dwelling on it, and offers fresh information about Sarah instead. The mention of Sarah immediately gets the student's attention, and he asks for the next event. Young Pal checks the system and identifies the upcoming event as the auction house. He corrects himself moments later and says the next event is actually the tutorial labyrinth, also called Red Run. He explains that the event is simple, race to the center for rewards, and notes that a separate ranking window appeared when he cleared it before. Remembering more, Young Pal adds that around that time the shop should start selling bread. He further explains that once the event ends and kobolds appear, the Tier 1 system shop upgrades to Tier 2 and adds new items. The student's mood begins to ease, and Young Pal points out that he had not really been angry after all. Suddenly embarrassed by his outburst, the student bows and apologizes, sincerely thanking Young Pal. He admits that for someone who is supposedly only a guide, Young Pal has taken care of him again and again. He recalls how Young Pal taught him skills, explained the talent stat, and helped him understand abilities that would have been impossible to grasp alone. He concludes that he is simply grateful to be able to talk so casually with a veteran like Young Pal. Young Pal reacts with teasing annoyance, clearly uncomfortable with the earnest praise. The student cuts off the sentimentality, grabs Young Pal, and insists they stop getting sidetracked and keep moving. He breaks into a run, and Young Pal follows, agreeing that at least for today he can stay focused. That determination collapses almost immediately when a loud voice welcomes them to Sejong City and calls the student a bunny princess. A flamboyant stranger appears with two companions and gushes that he has been dying to meet the student in person. Young Pal steps in, baffled about why this person wants him, while the stranger insists they have met before. When the name still means nothing to him, the student identifies the man as Strawberry Bell. Young Pal remembers him as an old first ID nuisance, mocking him as a crumb-sized nobody trying to return dramatically. Unfazed by the insult, Strawberry Belle asks why Young Pal called out to him. He reveals his purpose at once. He wants to propose an alliance. Strawberry Belle lays out an ambitious plan in which the twin princesses would rule Sejong, while they gather power, supplies, and a nationwide base. Young Pal rejects the offer outright, saying spending time with friends sounds far better than chasing that scheme. One of Strawberry Belle's men scoffs that Young Pal's ambitions are laughably small. Young Pal laughs it off and concludes that the rumors were wrong. Strawberry Belle is not truly insane, just pretending to be. That jab makes Strawberry Belle bristle as his entourage stiffens behind him. Young Pal's tone turns dangerous as he warns that he is not merely some man but something far beyond that. He tells Young to wait while he quickly proves it, prompting a horrified protest that this is exactly what a lunatic would say. Young Pal reassures him with complete confidence as he steps forward. He declares that he never loses and prepares himself for a fight, while the student can only worry about his own strained eyes. Facing the three men, Young Pal frames the confrontation like a game of cops and robbers. He assigns himself the role of the cop and brands them the robbers, seizing control of the encounter. Dropping into a predatory stance, he warns that if he catches them, he will beat them within an inch of their lives. He gives them a final chance by announcing that he will count to 3. With a feral gleam in his eye, he begins the count at 1. Then he steps forward again and reaches 2, tightening the pressure before anyone can react. A woman begins to realize something has gone very wrong, but she barely gets the thought out before the situation turns violent. Her attacker cuts her off by driving a brutal punch into her face and counting it as the 3rd hit, making clear this is a deliberate beating rather than a sudden scuffle. The assault escalates immediately as she is hurled away with enough force to smash through the ruined street, leaving her completely overpowered. A uniformed woman arrives amid the wreckage and dryly notes that these trips seem incapable of passing without at least one incident. Seeing how badly things have already deteriorated, she trembles with frustration and realizes the mission is falling apart. She concludes that if this keeps happening, they may never reach Changwon at all.